Their vote would likely cost them their seat. Because of the incredible leadership of Nancy and Harry, we got the ACA across the finish line together. And the night we passed the ACA, I've said it before, it was a high point of my time here because it reminded me and it reminded us of what is possible. But, of course, our work was not finished. Republicans tried to repeal what we had done again and again and again. And they filed lawsuits that went all the way to the Supreme Court 3 times. I see Don Marilla here, who had to defend a couple of them. They tried explicitly to make it harder for people to sign up for coverage. And let's face it, it didn't help that when we first rolled out the ACA, the website didn't work. That was not one of my happiest moments. So given all the noise and the controversy and the skepticism, it took a while for the American people to understand what we had done. But lo and behold, a little later than I'd expected, a lot of folks, including many who had initially opposed health care reform, came around. And today, the ACA hasn't just survived, it's pretty darn popular. And the reason is because it's done what it was supposed to do. It's made a difference. First 20 million, and now 30 million people have gotten covered thanks to the ACA. It's prevented insurance companies from denying people coverage based on a pre-existing condition. It's lowered prescription drug costs for 12 million seniors. It's allowed young people to stay on their parents' plan until they're 26. It's eliminated lifetime limits on benefits that often put people in a jam. So we are incredibly proud of that work. But the reason we're here today is because President Biden, Vice President Harris, everybody who's worked on this thing understood from the start that the ACA wasn't perfect. To get the bill passed, we had to make compromises. We didn't get everything we wanted. That wasn't a reason not to do it. If you can get millions of people health coverage and better protection, it is, to quote a famous American, a pretty big deal. That's what it is. But there were gaps to be filled. Even today, some patients still pay too much for their prescriptions. Some poor Americans are still falling through the cracks. In some cases, healthcare subsidies aren't where we want them to be, which means that some working families are still having trouble paying for their coverage. Here's the thing, that's not unusual when we make major progress in this country. The original Social Security Act left out entire categories of people, like domestic workers and farm workers. That had to be changed. In the beginning, Medicare didn't provide all the benefits that it does today. That had to be changed. Throughout history, what you see is that it's important to get something started, to plant a flag, to lay a foundation for further progress. The analogy I've used about the ACA before is that in the same way that was true for early forms of Social Security and Medicare, it was a starter home. It secured the principle of universal health care, provided help immediately to families, but it required us to continually build on it and make it better. And President Biden understands that, and that's what he's done since the day he took office. As part of the American Rescue Plan, he lowered the cost of health care even further for millions of people. He made signing up easier. He made outreach to those who didn't know they could get covered. Make sure that they knew. Made that a priority. And as a result of these actions, he helped a record 14.5 million Americans get covered during the most recent enrollment period. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when you have an administration that's committed to making a program work. And today, the Biden-Harris administration is going even further by moving to fix a glitch in the regulations that will lower premiums for nearly 1 million people who need it and allow 200,000 more uninsured Americans get access to coverage. I'm a private citizen now, but I still take more than a passing interest in the course of our democracy. But I'm outside the arena, and I know how discouraged people can get with Washington. Democrats, Republicans, Independents. Everybody feels frustrated sometimes about what takes place in this town. Progress feels way too slow sometimes. Victories are often incomplete. And in a country as big and as diverse as ours, consensus never comes easily. But what the Affordable Care Act shows is that you are driven by the core idea that together we can improve the lives of this generation and the next. And if you're persistent, if you stay with it, and are willing to work through the obstacles and the criticism and continually improve where you fall short, you can make America better. You can have an impact on millions of lives. You can help make sure folks don't have to lose their homes when they get sick, that they don't have to worry whether a loved one is going to get the treatment they need. President Joe Biden understands that. He has dedicated his life to the proposition that there's something worthy about public service and that the reason to run for office is for days like today. So I could not be more honored to be here with him as he writes the next chapter in our story of progress. I'm grateful for all the people who've been involved in continuing to make the ACA everything it can be, and it is now my great privilege to introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Please. Please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please. My name is Joe Biden. I'm Barack Obama's Vice President. And I'm Jill Biden's husband. By the way, the only reason Jill's not here today, she's working. She's teaching.
I hear you.
And so I just want you to know that's why she's not here. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, welcome back to the White House, man. Feels like the good old days. Being here with you brings back so many good memories. We just had lunch together, and we weren't sure who was supposed to sit where. Look, it's fitting that the first time you return to the White House is to celebrate a law that's transforming millions of lives because of you. And I say because of you. We had a lot of help, the staff, and I helped a little bit, but it's because of you. A law that shows hope leads to change. And you did that. You did it. Let's be honest. The Affordable Care Act has been called a lot of things, but Obamacare is the most fitting. Obamacare. True. I can tell you all how much Barack Obama cared about getting this done. Throughout the countless hours of negotiations and the relentless political attacks, he never, ever, ever gave up. And I guarantee you that. If I had time, I could tell you all the times when he'd say, should we compromise, should we do? And I'd say, well, we ought to think about it. No, if I do that, then so-and-so won't get covered. This group of people won't get covered. And whether it was after meeting during our weekly lunch, and we met every single day, he'd remind me of why we're doing this in the first place. We're doing this in the first place for people who needed it and deserve to be treated with dignity. Dignity. The idea that when you can't afford health insurance for your children, for your spouse, male or female, it doesn't matter. Not only are they in trouble, but you're deprived of your dignity. Barack, you talked about the idea that it was important that we make sure that you couldn't outrun your insurance. I can remember there with Bo, thinking to myself, what would I do if they walked in and said, you've outrun your time here, and there were still 35 days to live? The things that change people's lives. We both understood the Affordable Care Act wasn't about a single president or the presidency. It was about the countless Americans lying in bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, my God, what if I get really sick? What am I going to do? What is my family going to do? Will I lose the house? Discussions we had in my house with my dad when he lost his health insurance. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to take care of my family? You know, in America, health care, as we've all three said, will have now said, health care should be a right, not a privilege. And with the help of members of Congress, especially Nancy, and the advocates for families who are here today, 12 years ago, last month, 12 years ago, we made a good effort toward that proposition, and it should be right. And Barack, when you signed the Affordable Care Act into law, it became the most consequential piece of health insurance, most consequential piece of legislation, in my view, since the creation of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. It made a difference in people's lives every day. You just talked about where we were before the Affordable Care Act and what happened in the past 12 years to make life a lot better for people. Well, I'd like to talk about where we go from here, because we knew back then, as the president said, we knew that we had to keep strengthening this legislation. Look, that's why I ran for president, and I promised to protect and build upon the Affordable Care Act. As soon as I entered office, that's exactly what Kamala and I did, and what our administration and the Democrats in Congress here today did. We passed the landmark American Rescue Plan, which not only helped us in COVID-19 get it under control and our economy back on track, it got millions more people insured under the Affordable Care Act. It made it easier for people to sign up for coverage in the middle of a pandemic. It opened to special enrollment people and gave millions and millions of Americans more time to enroll. It quadrupled the number of navigators out there in the communities, helping people to sign up for coverage because it's confusing to people. It's confusing. Presidents heard me say when we worked together, you know, they'd say, well, Biden and Obama are doing great on foreign policy. I said, you want to do something difficult? Try health care. Not a joke. Not a joke. So we continue to expand Medicaid. Missouri and Oklahoma became the 37 and 38 states to expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. And as been mentioned, over 31 million people now have health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. 4 out of 5 Americans can find quality coverage for under $10 a month. The average family is saving $2,400 a year on their premiums. That's $200 every single month, available for other needs in their lives, from gas to groceries to other basic necessities. The bottom line is this: the Affordable Care Act is stronger now than it has ever been. And today, now I'm not even talking about what your former chief of staff is doing to make sure health care is available to all our veterans in the way he did.
Yeah.
And today, we're strengthened even further. In a moment, I'm going to sign an executive order building on one of those that I signed last year. It directs federal agencies to continue doing everything in their power to expand quality and affordable health care coverage, making it easier for people to enroll in and keep their coverage, helping people better understand their coverage options, and to be able to pick the best option for that family, taking steps to strengthen benefits, lower costs, and expand eligibility, protecting Americans from low-quality coverage that can lead to a mountain of medical debt. And folks, and separately, it's time to fix what we refer to as the family glitch. Now, the family glitch, everybody in this room probably knows what it is. But it's a common issue facing 5 million Americans who can't get financial help to get coverage under the Affordable Care Act. And here's the problem. Under the current rules, a working mom is told, as long as she can afford employer-based coverage for herself, she can't qualify for premium subsidies to afford coverage for her family. Cover her, but not her family. We're working to change that. Once today's proposed rule is finalized, starting next year, working families in America will get the help they need to afford full family coverage. Everyone in the family.
So we've been listening in to President Biden there at the White House talking about the Affordable Care Act changes they're going to make since former President Barack Obama was in office. But we want to alert you of some breaking news that we are tracking. This was a case that we brought you yesterday out of Sacramento. A 26-year-old arrested in connection with the shooting that claimed the lives of 6 people and left a dozen people injured. Show you some of the video of DeAndre Martin. He is the related suspect in the shooting, appearing in court today after being booked on assault and illegal firearm possession charges. This is according to Sacramento police, and legal counsel speaking out right now. That's who I was just showing you. When we come back after the break, we'll listen in to her in full when we come back. That's in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, bringing you an update out of Sacramento as the 26-year-old who was arrested in connection with the Sacramento shooting, claiming the lives of 6 people and leaving dozens others wounded, appearing in court today. This is DeAndre Martin. He is a suspect in the case from yesterday. Martin arrested just after midnight. He was booked on assault and illegal firearm possession charges. Legal counsel speaking out for him today as he has not yet been assigned an attorney, but private counsel speaking out. You can see her briefly right there, but reporters getting to ask her questions about what comes next for Martin and for his brother, who was also arrested. Take a listen.
Your name?
Yes, Linda Parisi, P-A-R-I-S-I.
And your title?
I'm private counsel. However, I made a special appearance on behalf of the conflict criminal defenders because the public defender's office declared an overload, and so this panel of lawyers will accept the case. The case has not been assigned to a particular attorney as of yet because we don't know all of the circumstances, how it's going to be charged, what's going to be charged.
Right now, your client
Yes.
has not been charged with a homicide. However, police are saying that he will face charges connected to the shooting. What is your understanding of his involvement, allegedly?
At this point, I don't know. I really only know, frankly, what I've seen in the media, as well as some limited discussions with the district attorney's office, so I don't know. That's really all I can tell you is that this time he's been charged with being in possession of a weapon as a prohibited person, and where it goes from there. That is partly the reason why we put the case over. Let's find out what the facts and circumstances are as they relate to him.
Have you talked to him?
Briefly.
And what did he say? Anything?
Obviously, I will never talk to you about what I say to my client.
Are you able to tell us if he was there on the scene?
No, I can tell you absolutely nothing.
Is there any chance of parole? Not parole, but getting out bail?
Well, again, the facts and circumstances will dictate. If it turns out that the evidence demonstrates that this was mere presence at a scene, that certainly argues more for a release. If it shows some more aggressive conduct, then it would argue against it. But we don't know that yet. We would just be speculating.
Has he spoken?
Remanded until the 26th.
Excuse me?
He'll remain remanded.
Yes, until the 26th.
Has he spoken with his brother, who was just put into custody for this as well?
It is unlikely that there's been any conversation.
Can you explain again what it means to be overloaded and how often does this happen?
It happens from time to time. The public defender's office, has a limited number of lawyers, and part of the reason I would expect, given my experience, is that they too are waiting to see how many people are charged, what are the nature of the charges, so they can best assign their lawyer to the appropriate case.
Right now, this is the
seriousness of the charges. I mean, felony possession of a weapon, or felony possession of a weapon, and also felony assault.
A felony charge is always a very serious charge. However, we just don't know if the facts and circumstances will cause the district attorney's office to file additional charges.
This is right now the worst mass shooting in Sacramento history. You're representing a client here.
It is always a tragedy to a community when there is this kind of event, this sort of the kind of event that really affects a community. It's more than just one-dimensional. It's more than just the criminal justice system. As a community, we need to address gun violence because all of our community is hurting. All of the families in our community are impacted by this. So it is more than just a criminal justice issue that we, as a community, as a society, we want to address. We don't want everyone suffers when these kinds of events occur.
Can you talk about the group that you're with that has you representing him at the moment of the game?
It's a conflict criminal defenders. It is a panel of private attorneys that accept appointments when the public defender either is overloaded or there is a conflict with the public defender's office.
Thank you.
Can you tell us his mood, his attitude that he's having?
It's very somber. You saw in court. It's very somber. This is obviously very serious.
Could you real quick say your name again for me and spell it?
Sure. Linda Parisi, Parisi. the law firm of Wing and Parisi, but I made a special appearance on behalf of the Conflict Criminal Defenders panel.
And you'll be back on the 26th?
I will likely be back on the 26th because I think we will still be in the process of trying to figure out who's getting arrested, how, if there are additional arrests, what they are.
And you ruled out arguing self-defense for your time.
I would not know that. I have not seen a police report.
Can you say again why it was continued, why you wanted to continue it?
Because we do not have any police reports. It's an extremely serious circumstance, so we need to get the police report, see what the evidence is, to figure out what to do and how to properly handle the cases.
Right now, the police have said that they have over 100 cell phone videos and photos in evidence, not to mention surveillance video. Do you need to see all that before you make any kind of plea?
Absolutely. I would expect in today's society there would many businesses on the K Street Mall have cameras. Many people, all of us with a cell phone camera, a cell phone also have a camera. So I'm not surprised to learn there is that type of video evidence. And absolutely, in order to properly represent someone, you have to look at all of that evidence to see what can they prove? Can they support the charges? Because as we know, Mr. Martin, as well as every person accused of a crime, is presumed to be innocent at this point.
I wasn't in there until the arraignment has been put off to the 26th.
Actually, he was arraigned, meaning he was advised of the charges against him. Matter was put over to April 26th for further proceedings so that we can get police reports and assess who else, if anyone, is being arrested.
And a plea?
No plea was entered.
So that would be an arraignment continuation at that point?
Yes.
Who's representing the people?
Satnam Ratu and Brad Ing.
With your reflections on gun violence at this point and kind of the personal feelings that you had there, how will that impact your ability and going forward to represent him in this matter?
It's a significant issue. We need to address it as a society. We're failing everyone. We're failing our young people. We're failing people who go to the K Street Mall. We need to address this. It is not just a criminal justice issue, and it is narrow-sighted to say, well, all we have to do is address what happened on this occasion, have it processed through the criminal justice. It's bigger than that, and we need to address that. People are suffering, all people. As I say, everyone is touched by gun violence. It's not just somebody accused of a crime or someone who was hit with a bullet. All of us are affected by it.
Was your client hit with a bullet?
I apologize. As you know, I just picked up the case. I don't have really any police reports.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay, thank you.
And that was just outside of the courthouse moments ago. Again, a second suspect also being arrested in this. You're looking at DeAndre Martin. Well, his younger brother, Smiley Martin, 27 years old, also taken into custody, arrested while hospitalized with serious injuries from the gunfire in California's capital. For the latest, let's go out to Fox's Claudia Cowan as she's been following this story since it broke yesterday.
A second arrest was made in connection with the deadly shooting over the weekend in Sacramento's entertainment district. Police announcing the arrest of 27-year-old Smiley Martin. He faces multiple charges, including possession of a firearm by a prohibited person and possession of a machine gun. He is the brother of 26-year-old DeAndre Martin, the first suspect arrested in connection with the shooting.
Definitely deserve justice. So I just hope that they find everybody that was, a part of the whole thing.
That person don't need to be on the street.
Neither suspect has been charged with homicide, but that could change. Police continue to sift through hundreds of pieces of evidence, including cell phone footage, surveillance images, and witness accounts from Sunday morning. Investigators have already served at least 3 search warrants at multiple homes in connection with the case.
Are we Sacramento family?
Yes. Meanwhile, family and friends gathered Monday night for a vigil near the scene of Sunday morning's shooting. 6 people were killed, 12 others were injured as partygoers left bars and restaurants in the area of 10th and K Street. Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg says the time is now to address the rise in gun violence nationwide.
We gather here to remember the victims and to commit ourselves to doing all we can to end the stain of violence, not only in our community, but throughout the state, throughout the country.
Investigators are still trying to piece together a motive and say they are investigating a street brawl that broke out just moments before the shooting. In Sacramento, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
And now we're hearing a third suspect has been arrested in, of course, this story here. This is developing every moment. Legal counsel even unable to answer a lot of the questions surrounding this. But we're being told detectives recovered a handgun and arrested 31-year-old Davion Dawson late Monday on charges of being a prohibited person in possession of a firearm. That's according to Sacramento police. Detectives had allegedly identified him as a man who'd been seen carrying a gun in the immediate aftermath of the shooting early on Sunday in downtown Sacramento. Dawson not charged with carrying out the shooting or any crimes directly related to the shootings. Sacramento police saying based on the type of firearm recovered, detectives do not believe that this gun was used in the shooting. So those major developments just within the past hour here. We're going to be bringing you more details as we have it through the night. But that first suspect appearing in court here, and we'll be following this with our teams out in the Bay Area. More to come after the break. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We also are hearing that tornadoes are touching down in the south. We'll have more from Fox Weather. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are tracking all of these storms moving through the south right now, taking a look at our radar system. Severe thunderstorms packing damaging winds, large hail and tornadoes rumbling across the storm-fatigued south. Here's the tornado warnings that you need to know about. There's a watch that's valid until 7 o'clock Eastern time for middle and south Georgia, including Albany, Columbus, and Macon. This is a live look from Augusta, Georgia. You can see the rain kind of on our camera here. Although the wind's not looking too bad. Back to the radar. This again, the latest siege of severe weather kicking off just Monday night over North Texas and southern Oklahoma. Damaging winds and large hail reported across the region. And now tornadoes. There's warnings of them tearing through the south. Fox Weather has been on this from the beginning. We want to go into some of their coverage here as many residents are on high alert.
You flying in the air, of course, you have no control of any of that if you're out there right now, so make sure you're using caution. Ian?
Bridget, I was just reading the latest bulletin in from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, and what they're saying is what we've been talking about here on Fox Weather. Coastal areas in South Carolina, this tornado threat is going to be maximized here over the next 1 to 2 hours. All those conditions very favorable for the development of tornadoes. That's why in these areas, coastal areas, well, Columbia to Myrtle Beach, Charleston to the coast, you've got Wilmington into coastal areas in southern North Carolina included in this tornado watch. That's just indicating that conditions are favorable for strong thunderstorms that can produce tornadoes. But in the latest bulletin from the SPC, highlighted is that the supercells out ahead of this main squall line, that's where we're seeing the greatest threat. And we've seen that over the last few hours, those discrete thunderstorms operating in their own environment. We've got plenty of instability and just so much spin in the atmosphere through the late afternoon and into the evening. That's why that tornado threat is there. Those strong updrafts that develop start rotating very quickly, and many of them have produced tornadoes over the last few hours. This is Future Track, 8 p.m. So we're looking out about an hour and a half with our high-resolution forecast models here, right along the Florida-Georgia line, northern parts of Florida back to the Big Bend region, through southern parts of Georgia. That severe weather threat is still there. Until this main squall line passes through, you're not clear from the severe weather threat just yet. So that does include, at 8 p.m., coastal areas in South Carolina and much of eastern North Carolina. You got the possibility of some of those strong and severe storms. Future Track later on this evening. This is 11 p.m. Thankfully, these are quick-moving storms. They're very intense while they're moving through, but by 11 o'clock, you're seeing much of this main batch of storms already out into the Atlantic. The threat moves offshore. You still get some strong storms in places like the Outer Banks, southern parts of Virginia, some downpours possible, and then through the overnight period, that all heads offshore, well off the eastern seaboard. Then we start looking off to the north and west with another approaching storm system that brings the threat of more severe weather to some of the same places in the southeast through late Wednesday evening and into Wednesday night. That's what we'll be tracking for you very closely on Fox Weather into Wednesday evening. This is the impact that's left behind by this powerful squall line. Unfortunately, we've seen this in the past 2 weeks with outbreaks of severe weather. Now we're making it back to back to back, 3 weeks in a row. You get these powerful squall lines that move through, and we just watch our power outage tracker start lighting up. You've got the yellow and the orange indicating that's 10 to as many as 50% of customers in these affected counties losing power as those strong winds move through. They do some tree damage, power line damage, and of course that knocks out the power. Bridget?
Yeah, you really can infer where we think the winds were the strongest through the later half of the afternoon into the evening, likely where we are seeing more of those power outages. Of course, those reports still unconfirmed, but still with the power outages across Macon, Georgia, even into at least close to Savannah, that's where some of the storms really pack that punch. Here's a look at the entire state of Georgia. Around 28,000 people without power. Of course, power crews are going to have to be getting out there through the later half of the evening, maybe even into the overnight hours as this system is sinking south. So the good thing is through central Georgia, that's where conditions are improving. So hopefully some of those power crews are able to get out there through this evening and do some of these repairs. South Carolina, the severe weather is going to be holding on a bit longer for you, so maybe not as quick as a rebound. About 5,000 people without power. So not as many people not moving through as highly of populated areas. But I think Allendale, that's the county. That's where we see the majority of the people in South Carolina without power. 23% of that county without power. Bamberg, 5%. Bamberg, some of these numbers may be going up because that's where we're still tracking that active warning, that active tornado that's been confirmed on the ground. So I think some of these counties, as they stripe through here, through the border from Georgia into South Carolina, that's where we could see some worsening conditions. I hope not, but you really see where these storms still working through Columbia to the southeast, really along the east as we head closer and closer to 9 p.m. That's where these storms are going to hug our eastern seaboard through this evening. It looks like at least 4 or 5 tornado warnings still spread across the state of South Carolina. Carolina, Georgia, all of those tornado warnings falling off, but just west of Savannah, Georgia, that's where we still have a severe thunderstorm warning because of this line that's continuing to progress south. With that line, we see gusty winds, some heavy rain. So that is an area of concern for some widespread damaging winds. But we have localized areas across the state of South Carolina where we see the potential of these tornadoes. Beaufort, that's where we have this tornado warning in South Carolina. That warning goes until the top of the hour, so about 20 minutes. It looks like upon last scan, some of this rotation may be increasing just a little bit. The last I looked at it, at least about 10 minutes ago, but it looks like as we switch over to velocity, we do have a little bit of that contrast between the green and the red, just slightly northwest of Beaufort, but the colors not as bright, indicating that likely that rotation is on the weakening side. That is welcomed. We'll be happy to see this broaden out, but some of that limited rotation that's still left right along Highway 21 close to Beaufort. As we zoom in here, also zooming into South Carolina along I-95 north of Walterboro. That's where we also see this tornado warned storm. I believe this one also at one point was confirmed on the ground. Not exactly sure if spotters are still confirming that on the ground, but this is for Colleton County, South Carolina. That in effect a little bit longer for the next 33 minutes or so, as some of this is going to be moving over I-95. If you're traveling north from Walterboro along 95, you want to use caution because we have that warning, that cell that'll move over. And then we have another cell along the interstate. If you go from I-95 onto 26, that's where you'll run into a secondary area of rotation, where we see that potential tornado south of Orangeburg as well. Another tornado warning, 2 more tornado warnings through South Carolina. This one east, actually, of the I-95 corridor along Highway 52, just slightly west of Kings Tree. That's where we see some of this rotation, also south of Manning, hopefully in a fairly rural area, but you can see numerous towns popping up here on the map where you need to be weather aware as this rotation has been indicated. So a lot going on through the state of South Carolina. We zoom out here, we get a better view. Columbia, South Carolina, the state capital, the legislature earlier actually had to go into the basement. Luckily, that tornado warning no longer in effect for Columbia, but a flash flood warning actually popping up for Columbia.
Okay, so that was Fox weather there as they are tracking these tornado warnings, many of them set to expire in the coming hour. We'll have our eyes on our radars here on Live Now from Fox. We also have our eyes on the other top stories of the day, including this one you don't want to miss. We know gas prices are pretty rough right now, which is causing a lot of people to go electric, but it might not be as easy as you think. Live report after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, one way to deal with record gas prices, avoid them entirely. More people choosing electric vehicles to save money on fuel, but getting those vehicles is pretty tough right now. Fox's Jake Alexis is at an electric vehicle distributor in Washington. Jake, these vehicles have gotten a lot more popular. How are they keeping up with this demand?
Daytona, record gas prices have led to a spike in electric cars and in vans like the one behind me that not even distributors saw coming. But supply chain issues are making that demand hard to match.
On all sides, the demand is going nowhere but up.
Service manager Nolan Donahue has never seen more demand for electric vehicles.
You know, fuel prices going up obviously drives the market for electric vehicles, and bigger demand for delivery and bigger demand for customers wanting to keep their electric vehicles on the road.
With gas prices at record highs, Donahue is filling more orders for cars, vans, and campers. He says people also want to replace their engines with electric batteries.
People are wanting to put money into them to upgrade them, to be able to hold on to them longer, drive them further.
Even though demand is high, supply chain issues are making it hard to complete orders.
Anything that we're getting from overseas has just been more difficult.
Your demand ends up being, 150% of what it was pre-COVID, with the supply chain that's running at 50 to 75% of what it was pre-COVID.
Maxwell Vehicles sells electric vehicles from coast to coast, with Washington State, California, and New York as their top customers. CEO Max Pfeiffer says completing orders on time isn't going to get any easier.
I don't see supply keeping up with the increasing demand. It's going to keep getting worse.
Auto Pacific says almost 500,000 electric vehicles were sold last year in the U.S. Even with supply chain issues, that number could hit 670,000 this year. In Bainbridge Island, Washington, Jake Alexis, Daytona.
Well, we know with, of course, supply chain issues and then high prices in general of distributors and whatnot, and the demand is high. What is it looking like price-wise for electric vehicles? Is it even worth it at that point to come up against those high gas prices?
Yeah, that's the question in Daytona. But again, those demand numbers, the supply chain issues aren't necessarily hiking up the price for electric vehicles. The demand is up again, in part because of gas prices. But Max Pfeiffer, the CEO of Maxwell Vehicles, also told us that he said it might be 2 more years before supply catches up with demand based on their projections, because he doesn't see the demand for electric vehicles slowing down anytime soon.
Okay, so it still might be worth it. Something to keep in mind with prices as they continue to go up. Fox's Jake Alexis, thank you so much. And as we have been reporting, many states are making changes on their own, including gas tax holidays. Some states just doing away with gas taxes in general. Some giving cards, like credit cards that you can utilize. In Chicago, they're giving gas consumers money for to kind of balance out and help out with the high prices. In California, doing somewhat of the same thing. So we're tracking all of that here on Live Now from Fox. We are also tracking all of the weather. We were just listening into Fox Weather as they are hearing of tornadoes tearing through the South. The opportunity for some touchdown tornadoes coming up in the next couple of hours here, so we want to keep our eyes close on that. We'll go into some of their coverage for just a couple more minutes here, and then we'll be touching on some of the other stories of the day, including the latest out of Russia and Ukraine.
In the short term, as we move through the next couple of hours, it's going to be coastal areas in the Carolinas that see the greatest threat for additional tornado warnings, supercells rotating and perhaps producing more tornadoes. What we've seen so far this evening has been intense, unfortunately. We've seen debris signatures of long-track tornadoes that have passed through large portions. We had one debris signature that we tracked on the ground for more than 36 miles. So this has been very active, at least for the next hour or two, Bridget. We still have an environment that supports these strong storms that can produce additional tornadoes. So we're going to have to watch them very, very closely here at Fox Weather. I'll send it over to you for the latest.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's with that watch for many of those areas in effect until about 9 o'clock. So we're watching out for that. 14 active warnings right now. 8 of them are severe thunderstorm warnings. That main threat with those warnings are widespread damaging wind. And then we talk about 5 tornado warnings. That's mainly, really, that's only in effect through South Carolina, Georgia. You've been seeing some improvements in terms of the tornado warnings through the later half of the evening. So a lot of red flashing. That's indicating all of those tornadoes warnings for Williamsburg, South Carolina. That's one of them. And then we can see off to the south more severe thunderstorm warnings. Charleston, South Carolina, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for you. Gusty winds expected. So let's zoom into some of these as we get a good read on these tornado warnings. This one specifically for Williamsburg, South Carolina, that in effect for the next 9 minutes until the top of the hour, where we have seen some of this rotation likely going to be arriving through Kingstree. So Kingstree, I would make sure you are getting to the lowest level of your home. Currently, the strongest rotation, it looks like, over Greeleyville. That is where we have seen some of that rotation continue to strengthen. Where we circle that, that's where we highlight the biggest area of concern for that tornado. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen a live look at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where it's gloomy, it's rainy, packing a punch. It looks like maybe even some lightning strikes if you look off in the distance, if we stay with that long enough. So there's one of those tornado warnings, some frequent lightning embedded in. You can see Myrtle Beach on our radar here, just showing light showers. That's what you're seeing verified on the ground with that camera to the right-hand side of your screen. As we look wider and now a little bit closer through Orangeburg, just south, that's where we have that tornado warning. This tornado warning has been active for quite some time. This was previously confirmed on the ground as it's been moving northeast, farther away from Branchville, also through Bowman. It looks like it's broadening out just a little bit. This radar signature, not quite as impressive as when we were tracking the origination of this cell, but still, with the green and the red so close by, too close for comfort, where we see the potential of this tornado. So the National Weather Service will keep with this warning until 7:15 unless something changes now in between then. Providence 709, Felderville 712, Dantzler 713, Parlor 717. That's when the strongest bulk of the rotation will be moving if it keeps its speed right around 45 miles per hour. So that's one cell close to Providence. And again, it is likely going to move right along. I believe this is I-95. A lot of these cells over the last few hours have been crossing I-95, I-26. Those have kind of been those popular corridors for either hail or some of this tornadic activity. I believe also I-20 near Columbia, that also showed that tornado earlier today. Here's a look at another tornado warning for Colton. So many warnings in effect until 7:15 this evening. It's just south, the rotation at least south of Harleyville. Harleyville still in that warning. So you need to be making sure you are headed to the lowest level of your home. As we look at reflectivity with this, overall, it's showing a little bit of a disorganization. That's what I like to see. I don't know if we could switch that over to velocity to see how that's comparing to some of these rain rates. But we'll start to see that's proof it's disorganized. Not a lot of bunching of the red and the green. There's a little bit, still enough to be of concern, but it's broadening out where we start to see those colors get dimmer, and then also not as organized where we see a scattering of red and green. That's not as impressive of rotation. So I like that trend. I don't like the trend of how much rain has been going on in this area over the last few hours. You can see right now rain rates around 3 to 5 inches an hour. Of course, they're not hanging out in one location. They are moving, but still, as we've seen, some back building, some heavy rain moving out, and then more heavy rain moves in. That's what we call training. That is where, in fact, we could get a few inches in an hour.
Brutal setup, Bridget. We've had some areas under multiple tornado warnings. You get the heavy rain that comes along with those powerful storms. Here's where we're at with the tornado threat moving through the balance of this evening. Southeastern parts of Georgia and South Carolina, that runs until 9 p.m. Conditions are favorable. Clearly, we've seen that for the development of strong and severe thunderstorms. In this case, supercells, rotating thunderstorms with all this spin in the atmosphere that's produced numerous tornadoes so far this evening, and then a little bit later on this evening, until that whole batch, that squall line, is out into the Atlantic. That severe weather threat will hang on just a bit longer. So for places like...
Okay, so the severe weather threat holding on for a little bit longer here, listening into Fox weather as we are capturing this on our radars. Many of these expiring, though, tornado warnings expiring at the top of the hour, which is good news on that front. Well, ahead of the top of the hour, we're going to take one more commercial break here, and then when we come back, we are talking about Russia and Ukraine. There's new evidence of Russian war crimes out of Ukraine as the world looks to put Putin and his troops accountable here. So we'll be hearing from Fox 13 in Tampa all about it in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost the top of the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. 4 o'clock in Phoenix, 7 o'clock out on the East Coast, which takes us into the weather that we've been following. Many of these tornado warnings set to expire at 7 o'clock Eastern time, so that's coming up on the top of the hour. Many are watching specifically Georgia and South Carolina. You can see Columbia really getting hit hard with these thunderstorms, and Charleston. Many of it phasing off into the coast and into Myrtle Beach as well. This is a live look from Augusta, Georgia, where there's some rain droplets on our screen and definitely some cloudy, eerie skies there. So our Fox weather team doing a great job with keeping us updated on those warnings that are expiring or set to continue for the next couple of hours here. Also, another live look as we take you around the country to the White House in Washington, D.C. Beautiful shot out there. As we showed you earlier, former President Barack Obama heading to the White House, standing alongside Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden, talking about the anniversary of the Affordable Care Act and expanding that legislation to hit several other Americans, millions of other Americans, trying to help out during this kind of tough time after the pandemic. We also want to head into the latest from Fox 2 in the Bay Area, as there have been more arrests made in that deadly shooting in Sacramento. Here's the latest from Fox 2.
This as we hear from the families of the victims whose lives were tragically cut short.
I want people to know that he is a great person and that he loved his family. And you took away somebody that meant a whole lot to a whole lot of community.
From KTVU Fox 2 News, this is The Four.
And welcome everyone to The Four this afternoon. I'm Heather Holmes.
And good afternoon. I'm Alex Savage. We are learning Sacramento police have made 3 arrests in Sunday's mass shooting that killed 6 people and wounded 12. The 3 men now in custody are 26-year-old DeAndre Martin, charged with assault with a firearm and illegal possession of a firearm. His older brother, 27-year-old Smiley Martin, is in the hospital with gunshot wounds and now charged with illegal possession of a firearm and possession of a machine gun. And 31-year-old Davion Dawson arrested late Monday on charges of illegally possessing a firearm. KTVU's Emma Gosh joining us now with new information on the suspects and details from Sacramento County Superior Court. Emma?
Alex, I'm told by a close friend of Smiley Martin that he was released just weeks ago from prison. He was let out early from his 10-year sentence, despite efforts by the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office to keep him behind bars. 26-year-old DeAndre Martin was in court Tuesday afternoon. He's facing charges of assault with a firearm and illegal possession of a firearm. His suspected role in the horrific shooting on K and 10th Street in downtown Sacramento Sunday has yet to be determined. He's had run-ins with the law before. Martin was booked in an Arizona prison in 2016 on aggravated assault and domestic violence charges. There's also an active warrant related to a 2014 domestic violence case in Riverside County, a misdemeanor he pled guilty to, but did not complete the court-ordered punishments, according to court records. His brother, 27-year-old Smiley Martin, shares a long criminal history dating back nearly a decade, ranging from Walmart robberies to illegal firearms possession to assault with great bodily injury. He was released from prison this year after a parole board granted him an early release from his 10-year sentence. His release was fiercely protested. KTVU has obtained a 2-page letter to the parole board from the Sacramento County Deputy District Attorney, stating in part, he poses a significant unreasonable risk of safety to the community and has demonstrated repeatedly that he cannot follow the laws. According to a close friend of Smiley Martin, whom we won't identify out of concern for her safety, both brothers grew up in Sacramento, surrounded by gang violence.
Everybody's hurting and everybody's lost somebody, and it's sad that we all grew up together. We all know each other. We all are parents, and it takes for someone to die for everybody to be like, oh, we need to change. We need to stop.
Sacramento police say the third man arrested, Davion Dawson, is not charged with crimes directly related to the shootings, but was seen carrying a gun in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. That gun has been recovered by police, and detectives continue to pursue additional suspects. Alex?
All right, Emma Goss, live in the newsroom with the latest information. Thank you, Emma.
Meantime, we're learning more about the 6 people who died in that shooting. From top left to bottom right, they are 21-year-old Jontea Alexander, 32-year-old Joshua Hoy Lucchese, 38-year-old Sergio Harris, 57-year-old Melinda Davis, 21-year-old Yamil Martinez Andrade, and 29-year-old Devazier Turner. Families and friends are still trying to come to terms with their devastating loss. Reporter Melanie Wingo talked with the parents of 2 of those victims who shared memories of their loved ones.
This is my baby right here.
Penelope Scott sharing a poster board filled with photos of her son and her reason for coming down to K Street.
I'm here because my son was murdered. Somebody shot him.
29-year-old Devazier Turner, one of 6 people killed in Sunday morning's mass shooting. His mother now holding on to memories of her son.
The way his face is, it would light up the room. He had these beautiful hazel eyes. This is barbecues, birthday parties. You can see that he's a family man.
Letting people know what he meant to his family and friends.
I want people to know that he is a great person and that he loved his family. And you took away somebody that meant a whole lot to a whole lot of community people.
Another person killed?
Still in shock.
Yami Lee Martinez Andrade. Yami, to her friends and family, also died in Sunday morning's shootout. Her parents didn't know their daughter had died until a friend informed them.
Trying to get to the bottom of things, and without nobody knocking on our door and letting us know what really happened and stuff, is kind of frustrating. We're still waiting for answers and stuff.
A landscaper by trade, Yami saved money from work so she could attend concerts. That's what brought her to Sacramento Saturday night. Her family, grief-stricken, still coming to terms with the fact their daughter isn't coming home.
It's been rough. We're still going through a hard time right now, but, hopefully we'll get through this.
And again, that was Melanie Wingo reporting. Coming up a little bit later tonight at 5 o'clock, more about the other victims, as well as the latest on this investigation. You can also find up-to-date information right there on our website at ktvu.com.
A prayer vigil will happen tonight in San Francisco to call for an end to gun violence and to remember those who've been killed and injured. It's set to start at 6 o'clock at United Playas on Howard Street. Elected officials, religious and community leaders are all expected to be there. They'll honor the victims of the Sacramento mass shooting and the 4 people killed and wounded Sunday in a shooting at a playground in San Francisco's Ingleside neighborhood. They also plan.
So we've been listening in to Fox 2 in the Bay Area. Their full coverage there as we showed you as he appeared in court today. One of the 3 suspects in that case, legal counsel, also speaking out. So stay with us here on Live Now as we continue to cover that out of Sacramento. Moving along now, though, there's new evidence of Russian war crimes out of Ukraine as the world looks to hold Putin and his troops accountable. Fox 13 in Tampa with that side of the story.
As Russian troops repositioned in Ukraine, they revealed horrific and sickening attacks on civilians. The images of bodies in the streets are driving shock and outrage around the world. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here with mounting evidence of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Craig.
We'll start with the circumstances, and they are certainly grim. The Russian invaders we see have failed to capture the capital city of Kyiv, and with that have been pushed out of the outskirts of the capital city by the Ukrainian resistance. And though they failed to capture the capital, though, the Russian invaders certainly succeeded in carrying out a reign of terror and torture and murder that is very difficult to describe, really. And with that, of course, the images that we're about to show you are very graphic and very disturbing as well. But they may also be a turning point in the war in amassing support for Ukraine and in providing important evidence in a future trial against Russia. For the past 40 days, we've seen the Russian invaders maim and kill Ukrainian civilians with a fury of bombs and missiles. We've also seen Russia encircle and trap civilians, cutting off their flow of food and water for weeks. And now we can see evidence of Russia also killing civilians execution style, with their hands tied and shot in the head. As the invaders left Bucha and other cities in the outskirts of Kyiv, they left behind hundreds of bodies, many of them civilians who appear to have been bound and shot at point-blank range.
Then they shot him all over this side, the chest, and another shot went slightly below the temple. It was a controlled shot to the head.
It's horrific and chilling and exactly what intelligence sources knew the Russian invaders would do. Richard Moore, the head of British intelligence, said we knew Putin's invasion plans included executions by his military and intelligence services. And Human Rights Watch has also documented cases of Russians inflicting a rampage of rape and torture in addition to the point-blank executions.
Such things I don't understand, I don't comprehend. The kids who were killed and tortured, so it wasn't enough just to kill.
Ukraine, the United States, EU, and UN all say it's very important to carefully document all of this, as it could be evidence in a coming international war crimes or genocide trial against Russia.
He is a war criminal, but we have to gather the information. We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue the fight, and we have to gather all the detail so this can be have a war crime trial.
You have several entities from the government of Ukraine to Poland to much of the media in Europe describing what we're seeing now as genocide. President Biden, when asked if he thinks it's genocide, he said no, it's a war crime. And that's where there are legal distinctions in words, although there are certainly similarities between a war crime or crime against humanity or genocide. And at this point, the Biden administration feels that it's very important to choose words carefully because it has implications for future trials. And investigations are already underway to hold Russia accountable once we get through this war.
So, Craig, how is Russia responding to the discoveries in Bucha and the other communities outside the capital?
By denying it, by saying it didn't happen, that Russia had nothing to do with it. And in follow-up, Russia contends that it withdrew from those areas, Bucha in particular, on March 30th, and that somehow bodies were placed there after the Russians left, perhaps killed by others. But if you look at satellite images, they clearly show those bodies had been there during the Russian occupation and had been in the streets for a matter of weeks, perhaps as a ploy to terrorize their survivors.
Wow. All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
That was Fox 13 in Tampa. Ukrainians taking their case to the United Nations Security Council today, asking world leaders to punish Russia for alleged war crimes. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from Lviv, and we do caution this report contains some sensitive images.
It's a deliberate campaign to kill, to torture, to rape.
Ukraine and the West ramping up diplomatic pressure against Moscow on Tuesday, one day after the Russian military was accused of executing hundreds of civilians near Kyiv, some of whom were tortured. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky taking this case to the UN Security Council, asking for a Nuremberg-style war crimes tribunal to hold Russia accountable.
Anyone who has given criminal orders and carried them out by killing our people will be brought before the tribunal.
The Biden administration backing Zelensky, saying America has assessed that Russian forces committed war crimes in Ukraine, and the U.S. is now pushing to have Moscow removed from the UN Human Rights Council.
Russia should not have a position of authority in a body whose very purpose is to promote respect for human rights.
Meanwhile, the situation on the ground appears to be shifting. Ukrainian forces taking back more territory from the Russians, who are regrouping in Belarus before a new offensive is expected in the east. NATO is discussing ways of getting more advanced weapons here, while the EU works on finding new ways to punish Russia, including nationalizing some Russian businesses operating in Europe, prompting a new warning from Vladimir Putin.
It could go too far. Let nobody forget that this is a double-edged weapon.
The EU is also proposing a ban on coal imports. These would be the first European sanctions on Russia's energy sector. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And we want to go out to a portion of the United Nations Security Council earlier with President Zelensky as he made a plea to world leaders about what is going on down on the ground.
The floor, sir.
Дуже дякую. Шановна пані Голово, пане генеральний секретар, шановні члени Радбезу та інші учасники цього засідання. Дякую за можливість. Впевнений, мене сьогодні почують і всі представники держав-членів ООН. Вчора я повернувся з нашого міста Буча, днями звільненого від військ Російської Федерації. Складно знайти такий воєнний злочин, який окупанти не вчинили би там. Російські військові розшукували і цілеспрямовано вбивали кожного, хто служив нашій державі. Вони розстрілювали жінок з дверима будинків.
Shot and killed women outside their houses when they just tried to call someone who is alive. They killed entire families, adults and children, and they tried to burn the bodies. I am addressing you on behalf of the people who honor the memory of the deceased every single day, in the memory of the civilians who died, who were shot and killed in the back of their head after being tortured. Some of them were shot on the streets, others were thrown into the wells, so they died there in suffering. They were killed in their apartments, houses, blowing up grenades. The civilians were crushed by tanks while sitting in their cars in the middle of the road. just for their pleasure. They cut off limbs, cut their throats, slashed their throats. Women were raped and killed in front of their children. Their tongues were pulled out only because the aggressor did not hear what they wanted to hear from them. So this is no different from other terrorists such as Daesh, who occupied some territories. And here it is done by a member of the United Nations Security Council, destroying internal unity, borders, countries, and taking the right of more than a dozen of countries who are self-determined and independent. They pursue a consistent policy of destroying ethnic and religious diversity. They inflame wars and deliberately lead them in such a way that to kill as many regular civilians and cities, to leave the country where they deploy their troops in ruins and filled with mass graves. You all see that. And they support hatred at the level of the state and seek to export it to other countries through their system of propaganda and political corruption. They provoke a global food crisis that could lead to famine in Africa, Asia, and other countries, and will surely end in large-scale political chaos in many countries, and destroying their domestic security. So where is the security that the Security Council needs to guarantee? It's not there, although there is a Security Council. So where is the peace? Where are those guarantees that the United Nations needs to guarantee? It is obvious that the key institution of the world, which must ensure the coercion of any aggressor to peace, simply cannot work effectively. Now the world can see that what Russian military did in Bucha while keeping the city under their occupation, but the world has yet to see what they have done in other occupied cities and regions of our country. Geography might be different or various, but cruelty is the same, crimes are the same, and accountability must be inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you of Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter. What is the purpose of our organization? Its purpose is to maintain peace and make sure that peace is adhered to. And now the UN Charter is violated literally, starting with the Article 1. And if so, what is the point of all other articles? Today, as a result of Russia's actions in our country, in Ukraine, the most terrible war crimes of all times we see since the end of World War II, and they are being committed. Russian troops are deliberately destroying Ukrainian cities to ashes with artillery and airstrike. They are deliberately blocking cities, creating mass starvation. They deliberately shoot columns of civilians on the road trying to escape from the territory of hostilities. They even deliberately blow up shelters where civilians hide from airstrikes. They are deliberately creating conditions in the temporarily occupied territories so that as many civilians as possible are killed there. The massacre in our city of Bucha is only one, unfortunately, only one of many examples of what the occupiers have been doing on our land for the past 41 days. And there are many more cities, similar places where the world has yet to learn the full truth. Mariupol, Kharkiv, Chernobyl, Tyrka, Borodyanka, and dozens other Ukrainian communities. Each of them is similar to Bucha. I know, and you know perfectly well, what the representatives of Russia will say in response to the accusations of these crimes. They have said that many times. The most significant was after the shooting down of the Malaysian Boeing over Donbas by Russian forces with Russian weapons, or during the war in Syria. They will blame everyone just to justify their their own actions. They will say that there are various versions, different versions, and it is impossible to establish which one of those versions is true. They will even say that the bodies were of those kills were allegedly thrown away, and all videos are staged. But it is 2022 now. We have conclusive evidence. So there are satellite images. We can conduct full and transparent investigation. That is what we are interested in. Maximum access for journalists, maximum cooperation with international institutions, involvement of the International Criminal Court, complete truth and full accountability. I'm sure that every member state of the UN should be interested in this. For what? In order to punish once and for all those who consider themselves privileged and believe that they can get away with anything. So show all the other potential war criminals in the world how they will be punished. If the biggest one is punished, then everyone is punished. Why did Ukraine come to Ukraine? I will tell you, because Russia's leadership feels like colonizers. In ancient times, they need our wealth, our people. Russia has already deported hundreds of thousands of our citizens to their country. They abducted more than 2,000 children, just simply conducted those children and continue to do so. Russia wants to turn Ukraine into silent slaves. The Russian military are looting openly the cities and villages that they have captured. This is wide-scale looting. They are stealing everything, starting with food, ending with earrings, gold earrings that are pulled out and covered with blood. We are dealing with a state that is turning the veto into the UN Security Council into the right to die. This undermines the whole architecture of global security. It allows them to go unpunished. So they are destroying everything that they can. So if this continues, the countries will rely only on the power of their own arms to ensure their security, and not on international law, not rely on international institutions. The United Nations can be simply closed. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to close the UN? Do you think that the time of international law is gone? If your answer is no, then you need to act immediately. The UN Charter must be restored immediately. The UN system must be reformed immediately so that the veto is not the right to die, that there is a fair representation in the Security Council of all regions of the world. The aggressor must be brought to peace immediately. Determination is needed. The massacre from Syria to Somalia, from Afghanistan to Yemen and Libya, that should have been stopped a long time ago, to tell you the truth. If tyranny had at least once received such a response to the war it had waged, it would have ceased to exist, and honest peace had been guaranteed after it, and the world would have changed for sure. And then perhaps there would not be war in my country against our people, against Ukrainian people, against our citizens. But the world watched and did not want to see either the occupation of Crimea or the war against Georgia or taking the entire Transnistria from Moldova, and how Russia was preparing the basis for other conflicts and wars near their borders. How to stop it? Right away, the Russian military and those who gave them orders must be brought to justice immediately for war crimes in Ukraine. Anyone who has given criminal orders and carried out them by killing our people will be brought before the tribunal, which should be similar to the Nuremberg tribunals. I would like to remind Russian diplomats that a man like von Ribbentrop has not escaped punishment for crimes in World War II. I would also like to remind you that Adolf Eichmann also did not go unpunished. Nobody of them escaped the punishment. But the main thing is today is it's time to transform the system, the United Nations. So therefore, I propose to convene a global conference, and we can do it here in peaceful Kyiv in order to determine how we are going to reform the world security system, how we will rely, how do we establish guarantee of recognition of borders and integrity of states and countries, how we will assert the rule of international law. It is now clear that the goals set in San Francisco in 1945 for the creation of a global security international organization have not been achieved, and it is impossible to achieve them without reforms. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to pass on to the next generation an effective UN with the ability to respond preventively to security challenges and thus guarantee peace, prevent aggression, and force aggressors to peace, have the determination and ability to punish if the principles of peace are violated. There can be no more exceptions or privileges. Everybody must be equal. All participants of international relations, regardless of economic strength, geographical area, and individual ambitions. The power of peace must become dominant, the power of justice and the security power, as humanity has always dreamed of it. Ukraine is ready to provide a platform for one of the main offices of the newly updated security system, as similar to the Geneva office that deals with human rights, and Nairobi office that deals with environmental protection. And in Kyiv, we can have U24 office that can specialize in preventive measures to maintain peace. I would like to remind you of our peaceful mission in Afghanistan. When we, Ukrainians, evacuated from that country more than 1,000 people from at our own expense. It was a very difficult phase, and Ukraine came to their help. We took in people of different nationalities, ethnic groups, different faiths, Afghan citizens of European countries, U.S., Canada. We did not look who needed help. Was it one of our own or somebody else? We helped all of them. We saved everyone. If every time there was a need, everyone in the world would be confident that help would come, the world would be definitely safer. Therefore, Ukraine has the moral right to propose a reform of the world security system. We have proven that we helped others not only happy time, but in dark times too. And now we need decisions from the Security Council for peace in Ukraine. If you do not know how to make this decision, you can do two things: either remove Russia as an aggressor and a source of war, so it cannot block decisions about its own aggression, its own war, and then do everything that we can do to establish peace. Or the other option is, please show how we can reform or change, dissolve yourself and work for peace. Or if there is no alternative and no option, then the next option would be dissolve yourself altogether. And I know that you can admit that if there is nothing that you can do besides conversation, we need peace. Ukraine needs peace, Europe needs peace, and the world needs peace. And finally, I would kindly ask you very much to watch this short video. Please give us 1 more minute of your time, the video that we want to show that one one country can violate rights, and that's the result of being unpunished. If possible, please watch this video, because it is impossible to get everyone to come to our country and see it with your own eyes. Therefore, I would ask you to watch this video. Thank you very much.
Okay, there you can see the Ukrainian ambassador applauding. Many of the ambassadors there watching and listening to Volodymyr Zelensky's speech today to the UN Security Council, urging the world to do even more. We'll have so much more on Russia and Ukraine going into the later evening hours here on Live Now from Fox. There are still so many developments left to get to. We have you covered on that front. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. We're going to take a quick commercial break. There are a lot of top stories that we want to get to still, including in the world of golf. And we now know Tiger Woods is expected to play in the Masters, according to himself today at a press conference. We'll be talking about that, what that means for the sport, what that means for Tiger's career going forward. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, we got the word earlier today from Tiger Woods himself saying that he expects to play in the Masters. Quote, as of right now, I feel like I'm going to play. That was according to the five-time Masters winner today at this press conference. Let's hear from Tiger himself. Then we're going to be speaking with our sports legal expert, Dan Lust, about what this means for the tournament, what this means for Tiger's career, especially coming off just last year of that horrible car accident. Here's Tiger himself at this press conference earlier today.
Tiger, it is great seeing you, and we appreciate the time you're spending with us today.
Thank you, Rob. It's hard to believe it's been 25 years since I won here, but it's great to be back and be able to feel the energy and the excitement of the patrons again. I hadn't seen them since, when I won, and obviously we had a COVID year, and I missed last year. So it was neat to feel that energy out there on the golf course yesterday, and hopefully this storm blows out of here, and we get to have a great week.
Thank you. Well, we join in celebrating your 25th anniversary of your first win, because it was a transformational win, and it changed forever the world of golf. So looking back, it's quite special. Well, last year, at the 2021 tournament, all of us miss Tiger Woods greatly. And you and your family were in our thoughts and prayers for the next 14 months, hoping for a complete and total recovery. It is great seeing you here today. So we will now open it up to questions. Jimmy Roberts.
Hi, Tiger. Over here.
Yep.
Nice to see you. Are you surprised at all where you are right now physically? I mean, I think a lot of people are surprised that you're here and giving it a try. How about you?
I've worked hard. My team has been unbelievable. I've been lucky to have had great surgeons and great PTs and physios that have worked on me virtually every day. And we've worked hard to get to this point, to get to this, an opportunity to walk the grounds, test it out, and see if I can do this. It's been a tough year, and a lot of stuff that I had to deal with, and I don't wish on anyone, but here we are, and Masters Week, and being able to play and practice, and for me, more importantly, to say thank you to all the guys that have texted me, FaceTimed me, and called me, and given me all their support. To see them in person and to say thank you, it has meant a lot.
Got it.
Tiger, when will you decide whether you can play, and what determines that?
Where's
Over
Doug?
here, sorry.
Sorry, Doug. Where are you at?
Somewhere around here, far right.
Yep, they got you.
Yep. When will you decide whether for sure you're playing, and what will determine that?
Well, as of right now, I feel like I am going to play. As of right now, I'm going to play 9 more holes tomorrow. My recovery has been good. I've been very excited about how I've recovered each and every day, and that's been the challenge. That's why I came up here and tested out for 27 holes, because we played the par 3 course. Charlie couldn't help himself. So was able to play 27 holes that day, and at home testing it. But it's the recovery, how am I going to get all the swelling out and recover for the next day? And my team has been fantastic and worked very hard. So we've got another day of 9 more holes, and then come game time.
Jim?
Hey, Tiger. Good to see you. How much physical pain do you have to endure playing golf?
Yeah, there is. There is, each and every day. Obviously, given what I've gone through with my back, and then obviously with my right leg. Yeah, there is each and every day.
How much does that take away from your ability to play, or have you just mentally overcome it, or have to overcome it every time you play?
It's been one of those things where I've had to endure pain before, and this is different. Obviously, this is a lot more traumatic, what has transpired to my leg. We've had to put a lot of work, but as I said, I'm very thankful to my surgeons and my PTs and physios that have worked on me and have given me this opportunity to play golf.
So just a really stunning admission there, I think, to most golf fans, to most sport fans today, that Tiger says, as of right now, I feel like I'm going to play. And he even went further on in that press conference, saying he thinks he can win. Now, we're watching some of the aerial video from that just really terrible car crash about 14 months ago. Tiger, his Genesis, the car he was in, going at very, very high speeds. And remember, we never expected or thought that Tiger would be playing the game of golf again. His injuries were that severe, including to his right leg. He nearly lost his right leg. Joining me now to discuss all of this is sports legal expert Dan Luss. Dan, thanks for being with us. Just your reaction today, because I would assume that you were one of these people who really didn't think Tiger would make this type of comeback. What are we knowing? What are we learning today?
Yeah, so we heard it in that clip. Tiger Woods' first ever major was at the Masters in 1997, and his last major was actually at the Masters in 2019. So Masters certainly very special to Tiger Woods. So, maybe a little poetic that he's coming back here for his return, but I don't know, from an injury time frame, right? This accident was in February of 2021. He almost lost his leg. There was rods. not to get too graphic, but at least there were reports that part of the bone pierced the skin. So a really serious leg injury. And golf is all lower body, a course like Masters where you're walking. It's a pretty tall task to get that type of recovery, let alone play competitive golf that quickly. So yeah, from an injury perspective, a recovery perspective, certainly that's pretty surprising. And for Tiger Woods, of all places, to make his return at one of the majors, I think is maybe equally surprising, right? There's a number of smaller events with a lot less publicity to it, but Tiger, I guess, go big or go home, right? This is where he wants to make his return. So if it does happen, certainly quite the story.
Yeah, Dan, he's 46 years old. He was asked, though, about the pain that he still undergoes. He said, yes, of course, he still feels pain, especially when he plays. Just to remind our viewers, we're watching the images from that car accident on this embankment there in Los Angeles. And like I said, I keep reiterating the fact that many didn't think he would play golf again, though the resilience he has been showing. We've seen him, practicing. We saw him a couple of months ago with a brace on his leg on a driving range, hitting some balls. So this is really setting, especially social media and the world of golf by storm today. But let's talk about how we think he might do. He says he's confident he can win, but this is not the Tiger of old. Like you mentioned, he hasn't been or won a Masters in almost 12 years.
I think the Masters of 2019, I think that was his last win. So that one was fairly recent, but he's in the chase for Jack Nicklaus' record. Nicklaus has 18 majors. Tiger's got 15, and I was just looking at the stats. What's crazy is that Tiger basically had 14 majors before 2010, and then it was just really that last one he won in 2019. Not to bring up the past here, but I think the other reason people didn't think he'd be playing again is because this might I think at least when it happened, there were reports that this could potentially been a DUI type situation. I think everyone remembers back in 2017 he had an incident. Not to make light of it, but that was 2017, and then something else happens again in 2021. People forget that the search warrant that was executed on his car spoke from the LA County Sheriff's Department about potential commission of a felony. So that was about a year and change ago. So in addition to the injury, the fact that this might have been a second DUI type incident in a 5-year period, obviously, no criminal charges resulted from this incident. So it's a miraculous comeback on a number of levels, and Tiger is no stranger to making comeback stories. That 2019 Masters win was obviously a big one, but how he does, I think it would, I think it's surprising the guy can walk a full course, right? Right. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's going to be a lot of pressure on his leg, but reports are that he looks good. He's swinging the ball good. He's got some artificial devices in his leg, but listen, if he can look good out there and can survive that test of endurance walking the course, I mean, it's a fantastic story. So everyone loves a good comeback story. And again, Tiger is no stranger to those.
Yeah, of course, the fans at Augusta just must be thrilled by this news today from Woods himself. But just to remind our viewers, because, you had brought up some of these past incidents that Woods has been involved in, some of these scandals. But just to remind our viewers, the LA sheriff did not seek a search warrant for Woods' blood at the time. They didn't issue a citation because there was no evidence of impairment or distracted driving. No warrants were sought for his cell phone either. And so that led many to be quite skeptical of what was going on there, especially with the LA County Sheriff's Office. And now, 14 months later, he's in one of the premier golf tournaments in the world, and so we'll be watching for all of this. Dan, final thoughts here.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to clear it up, I think they actually the search warrant for the black box. I think that's what they did, but you're right, Andrew. They could have done a lot more. I think Tiger's obviously a popular guy, but I think the Sheriff's Department investigation was lacking some transparency that you would expect with a high-profile case like this. As for the Masters, I mean, Tiger's not on the betting leaderboard. We'll put it that way. I think you're closer to even money with him making the cut. But you want to throw a few bucks on a long shot. Tiger's certainly a huge name for that. So certainly looking forward to it. You want to spend your money wisely. I think John Rahm is considered the betting favorite. So certainly stay tuned on that front.
All right, Dan Lust, as always, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you again.
My pleasure. Anytime.
All right, right now we want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about how the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the gig economy. More workers in the workforce choosing to enter the gig economy. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday. We're just taking a live now look at the White House there. It looks to be somewhat foggy. We heard from President Biden today welcoming former President Obama there alongside Vice President Harris, touting the anniversary of the passage of the Affordable Care Act, talking about health care. Right now, though, let's talk about the economy, especially the gig economy as the pandemic era goes away. The workplace in America, as we know, shifted so much in 2020. 2 years later, though, jobs are still offering work from home options. On top of that, many people picked up side hustles throughout the pandemic. Fox's Ashley Soriano joining me now live from Las Vegas with a look at one of these side hustles involving our furry friends. Ashley, good to see you. What do we know?
Hi, Andrew. Well, right now where I'm at, this is home for one Las Vegas woman. It's also her office and a private dog park. She's one of tens of millions of people to pick up a freelance job on the side, and conveniently, it's right in her backyard.
Give me the ball. Anna Riggy's full-time job is caring for her 6 children.
I'm a single mom and can always use a little extra income.
Working a traditional office job is out of the question, so she started renting her backyard to dog owners.
I have had a group birthday party where I've had 4 dogs here at once they rented my backyard for a little birthday party, and I thought, okay.
She uses an app called SniffSpot.
You can think of it like Airbnb for dog parks.
SniffSpot connects hosts with backyards to dog owners who may not have access to one otherwise or who may prefer privacy. It was just 2 years old when COVID hit.
In Washington, D.C., they shut down everything, including public dog parks, public parks, and we just exploded in Washington, D.C. And now Washington, D.C. is one of our biggest markets.
The gig economy exploded. Jobs like Uber driving and door dashing, in other cases like Anna Riggy, sniff spotting.
We've in many ways opened up Pandora's box when it comes to people working from home. And a lot of those people are going to struggle to give up some of that freedom that they had from working at home.
A projected 87 million people will work freelance or gig working jobs by 2028.
I could set my schedules and what days I want on or off, and it's been nice. It's nice having a little extra because, you know, I am a single mom and it really helps me out.
Sniff Spot's founder says some hosts make over $2,000 a month from the comfort of their own home or backyard. And looking at the Sniff Spot app right now, there are plenty of backyards where you guys are right now in Phoenix. Andrew.
Ashley, what an interesting story. I was kind of curious, though, do we have any numbers or figures kind of nationwide about, you know, how many Americans are still working from home as we are almost, 2.5 years into this?
Yeah, so there are some studies out there, and of course, data points relating to the pandemic are slow to roll out. So these studies are a few months old. However, they definitely are showing that a lot of people aren't wanting to return to work in person, I should say, or a traditional office job location.
All right, Ashley, thanks for this story. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Andrew.
Right now, we do want to focus our efforts a little bit more on the pandemic. Fox 11 in Los Angeles is taking a closer look at what it means to have long COVID and what the consequences are for that going long term in your health history.
A few months into the pandemic, we began hearing this term of long COVID and so-called long haulers, people who suffered from health problems for months after contracting COVID. Early on, it was hard to define, but now, 2 years into the pandemic, we're starting to get a clearer picture of the symptoms and how to treat it. One place here in Southern California committed to helping those that suffer from long COVID is Keck Medicine's COVID Recovery Clinic at USC. Dr. Adupa Rao is a pulmonologist there and was kind enough out of his busy schedule to join us to chat a little bit about long COVID. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning.
So tell us where we stand now, 2 years into the pandemic. Do we understand long haul COVID better than we did before?
We're starting to understand it better. We know that it exists and people are suffering from symptoms after their initial infection with COVID. And we're sort of defining long COVID as people that are having symptoms that are unexplained after COVID infection that persist after 4 to 6 weeks after their recovery.
And it presents differently, and it's probably on a spectrum as well, correct?
Absolutely correct, Michaela. There is a huge spectrum of illness. It can affect not only the heart, the lungs, it can affect the nervous system, causing numbness and tingling. And we're hearing of these effects on the psychological profile of people where they feel foggy and they're just not functioning as well as they did before.
Do we have any understanding of why this is happening to them, why this disease will last longer in some more than others?
We're not quite there yet. We're still trying to understand who gets it, why they get it, and how we can best treat it. At this particular point in time, we're trying to control the symptoms as they arise and identify what's causing those symptoms along the way.
So let's talk about the treatment, because that is the greatest thing, that we have a center in our area, because we hear of people dealing with long haul and you hear of their suffering and you hope that there's some sort of treatment for them. How are you treating them?
Well, we're really looking at multiple different approaches to treating them, identifying which is the major symptom that they're suffering from and going after that symptom. We're looking at whether it involves the heart or the lungs in terms of developing shortness of breath or fatigue. We're looking at whether there's a nerve damage from COVID infections, and certainly looking at neurological manifestations that may present with long COVID.
Is some of the treatment trial and error, doctor?
Unfortunately, at this point it is. We have a multidisciplinary approach to this, and getting input from all members of the medical community here at USC to try to understand and best provide a treatment approach to these symptoms.
And I imagine that you're sharing the research and the treatment and the discoveries with your colleagues around the globe. I mean, I know that there must be these kind of facilities around the world, and they're finding success with certain treatments. And is that a collaborative effort?
We certainly are reaching out to other members of the community and saying, hey, what's working for you? What's not working? And we're sharing our experience about how we're approaching people with long COVID and how we are able to help them or not help them with certain symptoms. As you mentioned earlier, it's still a very much trial and error basis, and we're using best practices amongst the community to establish a care routine that works for everybody.
The Keck Medicine COVID Recovery Clinic, it sounds like such a jewel for us in our area. Who's eligible for treatment there?
So anybody that has had an infection with COVID-19 and has persistent symptoms that last beyond 4 to 6 weeks. We try to get everybody in, but we have a large number of people waiting to get in, but we're going to get to everybody and try to get these symptoms under control.
Yeah. Do you have hope that they will be able to get some semblance of normal back?
Yeah, we're seeing some recoveries now. We're seeing as we get therapies on board and be aggressive with any of the disciplines in physical therapy, occupational therapy, with the neurologist, the cardiologist, and the pulmonologist like myself, we're trying to understand and get treatments on board so people can return back to normal activities before COVID.
And that's our hope. I think all of us know somebody who is, I have a sister in Canada who's dealing with long haul, and it's a difficult thing to know that they're going through, but I think we're buoyed by the fact that there's folks just like you, doctor, working to make sure that these folks get some treatment, get some recovery, and get some of this behind them. Thanks so much for joining us, and we wish you continued success. Maybe we'll check in with you as we learn more again about long haul and maybe why some patients have a rougher go with it.
Great information there by Fox 11 in Los Angeles about the implications of having long COVID and the data that scientists and doctors are looking at to better detect it in the future. Right now, though, keeping on this COVID-19 track, let's just hear briefly from some of the White House COVID-19 task force meeting with COVID advisors, including Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the director of the CDC, and others about where the state of the pandemic stands right now.
Of about 4% over the previous week and remains relatively stable over the past few weeks. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 1,400 per day, a decrease of about 17% over the previous week. And the 7-day average daily deaths are about 570 per day, which is a decrease of nearly 16% over the prior week. New national estimates released today show the Omicron sublineage BA2, indicated by light pink in this US map by HHS regions, is now projected to account for 72% of circulating variants nationally, with all regions of the country reporting that BA2 is now the dominant variant. As we've previously shared about the BA2 variant, there is no evidence that BA2 results in more severe disease compared with the BA1 variant, nor does it appear to be more likely to evade immune protection than BA1. But BA2 does appear to be more transmissible than BA1. The high level of immunity in the population from vaccines, boosters, and previous infection will provide some level of protection against BA2. However, we strongly encourage everyone to be up to date on their COVID-19 vaccines. Looking across the country, we see that 95% of counties are reporting low COVID-19 community levels, which represents over 97% of the US population. If we look more closely at the local level, we find a handful of counties where we are seeing increases in both cases and markers of more severe disease, like hospitalizations and inpatient bed capacity, which have resulted in an increased COVID-19 community level in some areas. While on the national level, cases remain relatively low compared to prior points in the pandemic, we continue to look to COVID-19 community levels, which were developed to work locally at the county level. As we move forward, we encourage local jurisdictions to closely monitor their own COVID-19 community levels and to follow additional metrics that they may have available as leading indicators of disease, for example, wastewater and syndromic surveillance. It's important for communities and health officials to use these measures to help inform prevention strategies for their local area, like masking, testing, and plans for treatment, should they move into higher COVID-19 community levels. Now, as we continue to closely monitor COVID-19 in the United States, we're reminded of the critical need to have a sustainable and resilient public health workforce in place that can effectively respond to both emerging threats and ongoing public health needs. During the decade prior to COVID-19, the public health workforce lost an estimated 60,000 jobs nationwide, despite the continued demands to respond to multiple chronic public health threats like H1N1, Zika, and Ebola. As we look to building back this much needed workforce, we must prioritize a public health workforce that is as diverse as the communities they serve, culturally competent and equipped with skills to meet the public health needs of communities across the nation. One way we're working to build this workforce is through Public Health AmeriCorps, a groundbreaking initiative that supports the recruitment.
Okay, so we just wanted to show you a bit of the White House COVID-19 task force briefing today. That was Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the head of the CDC, talking about where we are in the state of the pandemic. Good news, though, on a lot of fronts. Deaths are down on average nationwide. Hospitalizations are down, and cases are down as we go now past the 2-year mark since the pandemic began. Although interesting to note that now the dominant variant circulating is this subvariant of Omicron, BA2. You've probably heard of it already. We'll monitor it here on Live Now from Fox as we get past the pandemic. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about many of these Republican states passing into law stringent measures restricting abortion in their respective states, including one in Oklahoma today. What does this portend for this ruling that's going to be coming down from the Supreme Court in the spring? More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is a Live Now look at the Capitol at the moment. Speaking of COVID, which we were just talking about before the break, there was this fight brewing about more funding, more money at the federal level for COVID-19 here at home, domestically. It seems like lawmakers have come to some sort of agreement on that, although they're leaving out some money to fight COVID globally. So we'll be on track of that piece of legislation to see how much funding they will get. Right now, though, we're going to focus on health care as well, including specifically abortion. Earlier today, we learned that the state of Oklahoma made, the legislature there passed the Senate Bill 612 is what it's called. It would make performing an abortion except to save the life of a pregnant woman in a medical emergency a felony, punishable by up to 10 years in prison or a fine of $100,000. Joining me now to discuss many of these abortion bills kind of circulating in state legislatures throughout the country, especially in Republican states, former federal prosecutor Doug Burns. Doug, good to see you. Just wanted to get your reaction first and foremost to, I think, and some are also saying this, one of the most stringent abortion laws in the country. This goes, well past the one we saw in Texas, where it makes just performing an abortion punishable by up to 10 years in prison. What say you?
Well, first of all, Andrew, the backdrop of this is important for everybody to understand. And the backdrop is that with Texas putting in a restriction, people were flooding to Oklahoma, seriously, to get abortions. So that's sort of the backdrop. It's kind of separate from the straight legal nuts and bolts and X's and O's, which I'll get to in a second. But that's sort of why, if you look at what's going on, that's why Oklahoma is taking this measure. Now, right out of the gate, making it a felony, punishable by up to 10 years in prison to perform an abortion, obviously is in direct conflict with existing federal law. Okay, Roe versus Wade. Nobody needs me to mention the name of that case, 1973, upholding a woman's right to get an abortion, with certain different distinctions, trimesters, and then, of course, the Casey case. We could talk about that in a second. But the point is, what's really going on here, it's so interesting, is that I think these are sort of anticipatory moves by conservative state legislatures. In other words, the Oklahoma law goes into effect, if I'm not mistaken, in August, Andrew. And so the point of that is they're kind of like rolling the dice. Okay, if the Mississippi case, eviscerates Roe v. Wade, then our law is good to go. If it doesn't, then we'll simply tweak it, remove it, etc. That's really what's going on, is that they're sort of predicting, possibly incorrectly in my view, which I can explain more down the road here. But the point is, they're banking on a favorable ruling out of the Mississippi case, the Dobbs case, I think it's called, where at the oral argument, by the way, you saw a good deal of skepticism. Justice Kavanaugh was saying, well, wait a minute, why shouldn't this be left to the more democratic processes, the state legislatures, legislatures in general, other conservatives, and then, of course, the liberal bloc was, in the other direction, in the Mississippi oral argument.
Yeah, and of course, Doug, many of these legislators in these Republican states, many of the governors there are quite candid about the reasons they want these laws passed before this. One representative, Jim Olson, Republican from Oklahoma, he was the House author of this bill in Oklahoma. He said the measure was enacted purely in anticipation of the Supreme Court decision on that Mississippi law. Now, the Mississippi law bans abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. We just, here in Arizona Governor Doug Ducey signed something similar last week about that 15-week mark. What is the federal mark in the timeline for gestation for women? It's 24 weeks, isn't that right? So this is very, very stringent.
Well, here's the thing that's interesting. And here's why, jumping to the punchline, so to speak, the conclusion, why I don't think they're going to specifically overrule Roe v. Wade. I've said it before. I've said it to you on your show. I'll say it again right now. But here's the thing. In Roe v. Wade, of course, just very minor, quick refresher for the viewers, they broke pregnancy down into 3 trimesters and said that during the first trimester, it would be very, very difficult for the state to prevent a woman from getting an abortion. But then along came the Casey case, and there what they did is, the case largely involved some other issues about parental consent and so forth, notifications. But on the core issue of Roe v. Wade and its validity, they changed it and they said two things. Number one, it's now fetal viability without a specific trimester breakdown. Okay. And, it's generally accepted, as you just said, as a 24-week period. The other thing, I forgot for 1 second, that they were saying is that the standard was going to change from what we call, not to get too much in the weeds, from strict scrutiny to undue burden. Simple translation was that, the 24-month was the cutoff. But on the Mississippi case, what's interesting is that Justice Roberts kind of, to me, tipped his hand, so to speak. And I think that the way the court's going to come out, just kind of going into a little bit of a crystal ball, is I think they're going to say that fetal viability is a definition that's subject to change because of, medical, technological changes and other medical and health changes. And I think that A, they're going to uphold the shorter 15-week time period, but B, not specifically overturn Roe versus Wade or the Casey case.
Okay, that was my next question, Doug. So that's your prediction about the kind of future of Roe v. Wade, because, of course, many supporters of Roe v. Wade fear that the law could be, not the law, rather, but the precedent of it, the case could be kind of struck down. And it'll be interesting to see, because this is going to be happening in a midterm election year, of course. And so many of these Republican states are trying to kind of test the waters before this ruling takes place. Although one Democratic governor, just to kind of update our viewers, in the last, I think this was yesterday, in Colorado, approving a new law reaffirming a woman's right to an abortion. This is, of course, opposite to many of these other laws that you and I have been talking about. Jared Polis, the Democratic governor there, signed this law to protect a woman's reproductive choice and to protect doctors and providers from the threat of prison. So the very exact opposite of what we're seeing in Oklahoma. So I guess, let's kind of tease this out a little bit ahead of the SCOTUS decision this spring. I believe it's going to come down in June. What are we thinking? Because we know there's going to be a new justice on the Supreme Court, presumably replacing another liberal justice, not, upending the balance of the court. But where do you think specifically maybe Chief Justice Roberts will come down? He's always now kind of seen as an Anthony Kennedy type, if you will.
Well, it's a great question. I mean, what happened in terms of the Supreme Court, and it's not that uncommon, it does happen. When Sandra Day O'Connor was on the Supreme Court, Justice Kennedy was, sort of a more reliable conservative vote. Then when she was gone, he became sort of the swing vote. And you're really onto something when you talk about this, because then the Chief Justice now is somewhat in more of a swing vote role. We saw that, of course, in the Obamacare decision. So I think, there's two ways to look at it. The first way I absolutely do not endorse, and you'll hear me in a second. And then the second way. The first way is, sort of knee-jerk counting votes, as automatic and guaranteed. And in your question is the very good notion that's not a good way to do it. So all of the sort of foaming at the mouth, you have Kavanaugh and Barrett and Gorsuch, that's it. It's 6-3. None of that is productive, and any scholar of the Supreme Court is going to tell you that. The other reason why that's not productive is that it's a complicated sort of technical thing I'm talking about, which is the amorphous legal standards, undue burden, 24 weeks versus 15 weeks, the viability of a fetus, and opinions can vary all over the place. So again, I think you're going to see a bit of kind of a knockdown, drag out situation in June in terms of what we call plurality opinions. That was the case in the Casey case, where a block of 4 may join with one part of the opinion, and it starts getting really complicated. But I tried to simplify it, coming out of the weeds, and say that again, and I feel pretty confident in this prediction, and not to claim sole authorship. I've seen other, big experts, Professor Dershowitz and others, saying that they felt that Roe v. Wade will not be overturned. Real quick on that, by the way, because there's a lot of amateurish dust-ups about precedents and what they mean, and I think maybe you were going to ask me about that. What is a precedent? What is stare decisis? And when can and should a precedent be overruled? And you get into these really comical, seriously, political sound bites and explanations. And they go, that case is entitled to full weight. That's it. It's a precedent. And then the Republican comeback. I'm laughing as, well, wait a minute. Under that logic, the Dred Scott case, which held that an African-American is not a human under the laws of the United States, never should have been overturned. And it goes back and forth. And I don't endorse any of that. It's too superficial. It's too overgeneralized. But the fact of the matter is, precedents can be revisited. Okay, then some senators turn around and say, well, this is a super precedent, a term I've never heard in 36 years as a lawyer. And they just go on and on. So, I mean, the political theater, you know, to watch it, it's just really something. But the bottom line is that Roe versus Wade is a solidly established precedent since 1973. That's a long time, obviously. There doesn't necessarily appear to be some, you know, big, overwhelming change in society or reason to overturn it. And for those reasons, I don't think it will be overturned.
Yeah, and of course, we'll be seeing how some of these laws, both you know, in Arizona, this one in Oklahoma, and others. There's one working its way through the Missouri state legislature, in Idaho as well. All really in anticipation of this SCOTUS ruling this spring. We'll be on top of it here. Doug, thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be giving you an update about this grisly discovery in the D.C. area just last week. You remember that story we brought you, where 5 frozen fetuses were found in a woman's home. We're going to get an update on that story in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Earlier today, anti-abortion activists claimed that 5 fetuses that were removed from an apartment in Washington last week had been in a box containing a total of 115 that the driver of a medical waste truck voluntarily allowed them to take from his dolly outside an abortion clinic. The driver's employer, Curtis Bay Medical Waste Services, denied their account and added that the use of its services to dispose of fetuses was against company policy. This was the latest turn in this investigation that burst into public view just last week, the same day that Lauren Handy, 28 years old, an anti-abortion activist, was arrested and charged, along with 8 others, with illegally blocking access to a Washington abortion clinic in October of 2020. Separately from that federal investigation, the Metropolitan Police in Washington said that they had removed the 5 fetuses from an apartment where Miss Handy said she lived. prompting questions about where they came from and why she had them. So this group of anti-abortion activists claiming today that those 5 fetuses that were removed from an apartment in Washington had been in a box containing a total of 115 that the driver of a medical waste truck voluntarily allowed them to take from his dolly outside of an abortion clinic. Let's hear some of these claims in Washington from earlier.
My name is Randall Terry, and we are going to have a presentation, probably take 18 minutes. I'm asking 2 things. Number 1, we will not field questions from the press until the presentation is done, because we don't want to jump the gun, and a lot of what you are going to ask, we are going to cover. All right? We'll get out of here much quicker if we do that. Second of all, anybody who is here that is not a member of the press, we request that you do not ask questions, don't make speeches. This is a formal press conference, and we ask you to respect that. My name is Randall Terry. I'm the founder of Operation Rescue. My name is spelled R-A-N-D-A-L-L-T-E-R-R-Y. This is a lady who has become a dear friend of mine, Teresa Bucanovac. She is the founder and the director of PAU. That is P-A-A-U, Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising. And our relationship has been endearing. It has been courageous. And I have to tell you that she is one of the most courageous people I have ever met in my life. And I am honored to stand beside her and for her and Lauren to tell their story. Teresa.
Hello, my name is Teresa Bucanovac. I am an atheist, I'm a leftist, and I'm the founder and executive director of PAU, the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising. On Friday, March 25th, the day of the unborn child, Lauren Handy and I went to Washington Surgery Center to engage in anti-abortion advocacy. Upon arrival, we saw a truck labeled Curtis Bay Medical Waste Services parked outside. We approached the driver, who was about to load 2 large boxes with biohazard symbols onto his truck. We asked him if he knew what was in the boxes, and after he said no, we told him, dead babies. The driver was visibly shaken. After he confirmed the boxes were from Washington Surgery, I asked him, would you get in trouble if we took one of these boxes? And he asked, what would you do with them if you took one? Lauren said, we will give them a proper burial and a funeral. The driver thought for a second and said, okay, and gestured towards the box. Lauren immediately grabbed the box off of the dolly, and we brought it back to her apartment. In the presence of a Catholic deacon, Lauren cut open the box and the red plastic bag inside. We then proceeded to unpack the remains of 110, mostly first trimester aborted children. At the bottom of the box was a clear plastic bag with 5 more containers, one much bigger than the remaining 4. Lauren reached into the largest bucket and removed the remains of a beautiful, intact, and nearly full-term baby boy who we named Christopher X. I think I can speak for both Lauren and I when I say this was the most devastating and soul-crushing experience of our lives. Not even years of anti-abortion advocacy could have prepared us for that moment. And it's a moment that will live on for us for all of time. We continued to open the larger containers and discovered 4 more babies with a range of injuries, including a fully intact girl we named Harriet, who had one eye open, an incision in the back of her neck, her brain suctioned out, and her skull crushed. 2 other late-term babies named Angel and Holly were severely dismembered, and the final baby, Phoenix, was whole and still inside the amniotic sac. A feticide is generally used during abortion procedures after 20 weeks gestation to cause an unborn baby a heart attack, which helps prevent a live birth and the excruciating pain of total dismemberment. But in 2013, Live Action captured undercover footage of abortionist Cesare Santangelo, the sole abortionist on staff for decades at Washington Surgery, admitting that he does not use feticide. Because of this admission and the advanced gestational ages of these babies and their intact condition, The likelihood that some were born alive is undeniable. Additionally, the injuries sustained by Harriet strongly imply she was the victim of a partial birth abortion. After spending nearly 3 days searching for a private pathologist to confirm these violations of federal law, a funeral mass was held at Lauren's apartment, where all 115 babies were named. Shortly after, the 110 smaller children were taken to an undisclosed location for burial. They have since been buried. On March 29th, Lauren and I coordinated with attorneys to alert the DC Homicide Unit of the location of the 5 larger babies and request an investigation into their deaths. Arrangements were made for the babies to be picked up that evening, but police didn't arrive until the afternoon of the 30th, just hours after Lauren was taken into custody by the FBI in connection with a rescue 2 years prior. Today I stand in solidarity with Lauren and the 8 other defendants who are facing harsh incarceration penalties under the FACE Act for simply protecting the victims of violent oppression at Santangelo's clinic. And while these heroes are being unjustly prosecuted, Santangelo continues to kill babies and exploit their parents for profit, as he has done for decades. This must end. We are demanding that the DC police conduct a full investigation into the deaths of these babies, including thorough autopsies. We demand that the U.S. Department of Justice prosecute Santangelo for violations of the Born Alive Infant Protection Act and the Partial Birth Abortion Act. And we're demanding it now. And in an effort to keep our promise to the Curtis Bay whistleblower, we demand a proper burial for the remaining 5 children post-autopsy. Pro-life Americans will not stay silent in the face of such aggressive and barbarous violence, and we will diligently work until the American abortion industrial complex is fully disarmed and dismantled. Thank you.
Next is Lauren Handy. Lauren is the Director of Activism for POW.
Hello, my name is Lauren Handy. I'm a devout Catholic who supports economic left policies in creating a culture of life. I'm also the Director of Activism for the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising and one of the 9 defendants indicted by the FBI on FACE charges. I made a promise, a funeral and a burial. It has been my desire since the beginning, since March 25th, and through the whole process to ensure these children's dignity were uplifted and respected. During the 5 days they were under my stewardship, the 115 victims of abortion violence were given a funeral mass for unbaptized children, and the 110 have been given a proper burial in a private cemetery by a priest. But what about the 5? Phoenix, Harriet, Christopher X, Angel, and Holly, the children who have been featured in the news so far, were so advanced in their gestational age, and the patterns of their wounds suggest violent federal crimes. We arranged for the medical examiner to pick up the children. Washington Surgery is part of a network of 21 abortion centers in the DMV area. The abortion industry, which is the overlapping interests of state and business, use fear, isolation, and violence to make profit off of people who are pregnant, families, and in particular low-income women facing crisis and unwanted pregnancies. Uplifting and showing the 5 children does not pit us against their parents. I am deeply heartbroken for these families. Their exploitation from Washington Surgery and then their children being used for profit by Curtis Bay shows how deeply flawed our communities are structured.
Next, one of the 9 defendants who were arrested by the FBI under the FACE Act is Joan Andrews Bell. Joan and I have been good friends for over 30 years and have done, I don't even know how many innumerable pro-life events together, being arrested together. She is currently the founder and director of Gloria Dei Apostolate, and she is nationally known as a living legend and hero. Joan, it's good to be with you.
I want to just take this opportunity to thank my dear friends in POW and all my dear pro-life friends everywhere for every single day doing what they can to the best of their ability by the grace of God to defend little babies, to love their moms and dads, and to love the abortionists and pray for their conversion. I got involved in direct action when I was 12, 13 years old in the civil rights movement. And this action that I do now and have done for the last nearly 50 years is in line with that, to try to stand up for truth, to honor God, and to love my country and my fellow Americans by hoping that we will convert to become a people of love and charity and defend the defenseless and the just. And I just want to mention, at Nuremberg, after World War II, there were two trials in which judges were tried for crimes against humanity and doctors tried for crimes against humanity. Now in this country, and the Allies, Americans and other Allied powers, scolded those judges and doctors who said, but it was legal, because crimes against the Jews and other individuals was illegal in Germany. In fact, to help a Jew would be a crime against the government, and you would be tried for treason. That's why if you hit a Jew in your home, you could be shot to death. You know, we don't face that much now, but maybe in the near future we will. But what our courts told, what the International Court told those German criminals was that you cannot legalize murder. And we say it to America today. America, you cannot legalize the murder of the innocent and the just. God bless you.
Jonathan Darnell is here with us, a courageous man who is also one of the 9 people who were arrested by the FBI, and he is the director of GetSeriousChurch.com. Jonathan.
Okay, hi, like I said, my name is Jonathan Darnell. Unlike some of my friends, I'm not myself a progressive, but I am vehemently anti-abortion, and I made this website, GetSeriousChurch.com, to convince Christians to fight abortion more effectively. All right, now when you do that, bad stuff can happen to you sometimes. 2 years ago, I was filming a peaceful pro-life activity at the Washington Surgery Center. All right, and then we didn't hear anything for 2 years. And then last Wednesday morning at the crack of dawn, an FBI SWAT team busted down our door, handcuffed myself and all my housemates, arrested me, and held me in custody for 9 hours. I never saw a warrant. I accept things like that. I know it's going to happen. But here's what I don't accept. As this case is going to be adjudicated, all right, you're going to hear a lot of Christian and pro-life celebrities condemning us for making waves, for taking risks. There are a lot of people in positions of power in the pro-life movement who think that the only effective way to fight abortion is to stay quiet and to not offend anyone. And they've made cowards out of the rest of us for decades. Apparently these 109 babies are not quite human enough to dignify by doing the sort of things that you would do to save the life of a born person. That's nonsense, and I hope the events of this week begin to change that. Thank you.
Finally, we have Missy Smith. Missy is the director of Wake Up. She was my vice presidential candidate a few years back when we ran against Obama as Democrats to run ads on television of aborted children. Very effective. Before that, she ran for the U.S. House of Representatives, the shadow seat in the district. And some of you might have been around at that time and remember those ads. It was quite a firestorm that was created as Missy ran for Congress, showing aborted fetal remains on television, saying, if you vote for so-and-so, you are voting for this. Missy is a dear friend and colleague and one of the most articulate and courageous women I know. Missy Smith.
Thank you, Randall. My name is Missy Smith. I'm here to talk about Dr. Sanangelo. the abortionist who killed these babies. Remember that name, Dr. Santangelo, spelled S-A-N-T-A-N-G-E-L-O. The reason that the 9 pro-lifers were arrested at St. Angelo's office in October 2020 was to expose him and save babies from his clutches. In November 2020, I personally retrieved a full-term baby on which Dr. Santangelo had induced an abortion. She was found in the toilet of a Maryland restaurant. I named her Philomena Grace, and we gave her a proper Catholic burial. The 115 babies found at St. Angelo's abortion mill included 110 first trimester babies, as well as 5 third trimester babies killed by St. Angelo. The corpses of these 5 babies appear to indicate a violation of federal law. Dr. Santangelo needs to be investigated immediately by the U.S. Department of Justice, who is tasked with enforcing federal law. Furthermore, we believe the D.C. Metro Police are actively involved in a cover-up of Dr. Santangelo's crimes. The bio-waste company from which we intercepted these children's bodies is Curtis Bay Energy. Remember that name, Curtis Bay Energy. Curtis Bay Energy states on their website that they burn biomedical waste to sustain the energy needs of the Baltimore area. This means tragically that they receive, transfer, and burn the corpses of aborted babies to make electricity for the households and businesses of the Baltimore area.
Okay, so we have been listening to these pro-life activists today. They're from a group, and they're called the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising. It's an activist group. So we learned today that some of these individuals had gone to a clinic to protest abortions on March the 25th when they happened upon this driver who was loading boxes outside. They told him there were dead babies inside and asked him if he would get in trouble if they took one of the boxes. When he asked what they planned to do with it, they promised a proper burial, and he said, okay, and he gestured toward his dolly. The woman who was arrested grabbed one of the boxes and took it back to her apartment, where authorities found 5 frozen fetuses there. That woman named Lauren Handy, she's 28 years old, and she was charged in this. And so we're going to move away from this story. This is a really hard story to tell. We've been talking about abortion here for about the last 30 minutes on the stream, talking about some of these laws in Republican-led states that are being passed, talking about what the Supreme Court is going to decide, especially with the Mississippi case in June that restricts abortions up to 15 weeks. And then, of course, this really, really kind of grisly story out of Washington, D.C. And so we kind of got some clarity about what exactly went down when we first brought you that story just last week. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hearing more updates about Russia's war into Ukraine going into day 41. We're going to hear also how so many Americans are helping out with the war effort. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's get an update on where the situation stands in Ukraine. Fox 13 in Tampa doing a summary of what it looks like on the ground as we've seen so many of these atrocities and massacres committed, especially in and around Kyiv.
Claims allegations of war crimes in Ukraine are a hoax. But the evidence is piling up, including satellite images showing a mass grave where civilians were massacred under Russian occupation. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick has the new revelations and Ukraine's call for help at the UN Security Council. And Craig, countries all over the world are expressing outrage over the real brutality of the Russian army.
Yes, and they are discussing and in some ways struggling with ways to step up support for Ukraine and punishment against Russia as well. That's what's provoking a big response throughout the world and also a great deal of debate because, among other things, the United Nations saw many more pictures of bodies in the streets, of the civilian massacre that the Russians left behind when they withdrew from Bucha and surrounding communities around the capital. Video and pictures of individuals, civilians bound, executed in the streets, others thrown in wells. We once again have to warn you that the accounts and the images are quite graphic and disturbing. And we'll start with just a couple of examples from Ukraine's President Zelensky as he addressed the UN Security Council.
The civilians were crushed by tanks while sitting in their cars in the middle of the road, just for their pleasure. They cut off limbs. Women were raped and killed in front of their children. Their tongues were pulled out only because the aggressor did not hear what they wanted to hear from them.
Well, Zelensky said, how is that different from what ISIS did to civilians in Syria and Iraq? We struck back against ISIS and drove them out. And Zelensky likewise says we need to do more to drive out the Russian invaders. And he said the slaughter in Bucha is just a glimpse of what they're doing throughout Ukraine.
Now the world can see that what Russian military did in Bucha while keeping the city under their occupation. But the world has yet to see what they have done in other occupied cities and regions of our country.
And while we can see mass graves and bodies left in the streets, survivors say they were raped, tortured, and/or disfigured with knives. And some say they were blindfolded and repeatedly tortured with mock executions in which the invaders put guns to their heads and then fired shots repeatedly just over their heads. And we don't know exactly what's happened to many of the survivors. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield said the invaders took their identification records, rounded them up, and sent them to Russia in what are called filtration camps.
I do not need to spell out what these so-called filtration camps are reminiscent of. It's chilling, and we cannot look away.
Well, that's certainly a reference to the Nazi death camps from World War II. And with that, these images that really left the UN Assembly in somber silence for some length of time are being followed up by efforts to impose more sanctions on Russia. For example, the European Union is moving to ban Russian coal, move toward banning Russian oil as well. That will be a discussion for tomorrow, although it looks as if efforts to phase out Russian gas in Europe may take quite some time. There also are additional U.S. sanctions and other financial sanctions, and also growing discussions over how and whether to give Ukraine more advanced weapons that can allow them to go on the offensive and drive the Russians out of cities they currently occupy in Ukraine. And certainly it raises challenges for the United Nations when Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council.
And we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there with the latest. Of course, we know President Biden had committed on his trip to Europe, accepting and welcoming 100,000 Ukrainian refugees into the United States as the refugee situation gets much, much worse. But we've seen some of these Ukrainian refugees come up through the southern border of the United States. Being joined right now by Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez there in Los Angeles, who spoke to some of these refugees fleeing war-torn Ukraine, catching up with them. How are they doing? What have they told you?
Well, keep in mind that on the border, on the Tijuana point of entry, on the Mexican side, there are literally hundreds and hundreds of Ukrainians lining up, hoping to be allowed into the country that way. That's really the main gateway for them as it is right now. We saw them last week. We decided to try to catch up with them this week to see how they were doing. And here's what we found.
Once we were able to pass, it was like the biggest sigh of relief for us.
You may remember Lonnie and his fiance stuck on the Tijuana side of the border with other Ukrainian refugees during Fox 11's coverage from the border last week.
I was as scared as could be.
After long days on the TJ sidewalk, they were allowed into San Diego and flew to family in Maine, where they are figuring out their next step.
My goal is to hopefully bring attention to what's happening on the border with Ukrainians.
Where the crowd of immigrants hoping to be allowed into the U.S. is getting exponentially larger.
Unfortunately, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
She works with EachStepHome.org, which has been working to reunite parents with immigrant children detained by Homeland Security when they try to cross the border without legal papers, seeking asylum, an issue that came to a head recently with Central American refugees and is now repeating itself with the Ukrainians arriving via Mexico, where they can enter without a visa as opposed to the U.S. She's now helping in the case of 17-year-old Lisa, who you also saw waiting in TJ with her valid Ukrainian passport and an American sponsor. But she is a minor, and she was detained.
So she was held at the border for 3 days, which are these awful, awful places. I mean, these are the places where we saw the kids in cages and the Mylar blankets.
Lisa's U.S. sponsor, Molly, says she last heard from the 17-year-old during a phone call on a speakerphone saying she was being transferred to a facility in New York.
I didn't recognize it was Lisa because for some reason the agent on the other end with her was forcing her to communicate in English. She doesn't speak English. When I asked which facility will she be kept at, she told me I cannot tell you that information, but she will be allowed to make a phone call.
They are being detained in these congregate living facilities, and I don't think they're set up to deal with Russian speakers, and it's going to be a long process to get her out.
It would not only be the wait, it's also legal fees that have been quoted by lawyers, $3,000, plus the paperwork. One form costs $535 to fill out.
We do not have a system in place to let these Ukrainians in at the border, just like we don't have a system in place to let Central American kids in at the border.
Now, Homeland Security, they are confirming that they are allowing Ukrainian valid passport holders. But it's in every case when there's a minor, unless they are with their natural born parents and proof of that, they are not going to keep them together. Those they will keep together even in detention. But otherwise, they're going to separate that minor until they prove that whoever's supposedly picking them up, even if it's an aunt or the grandparent they grew up with, that they're not trying to traffic them. So it is for their safety, but it is a process that takes time. And right now they're taking Ukrainian immigrants in one case at a time. When we were there, we were seeing maybe 3 people in one afternoon.
Wow.
And there are now 3 times the number of people from last week. I mean, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of people sitting in Tijuana waiting to be allowed in. So this situation is going to get worse before it gets better. I have to agree with her. And unless the administration gives more people to the Border Patrol to start processing people there, we're going to end up with a mess in our hands. That's already a mess. It's just going to be a bigger mess.
And of course, Christina, we're seeing the same problems play out with this specific group of migrants and refugees that we have been seeing for so long, working to get temporary visas. We know they have extended the temporary protected status to Ukrainians coming into the United States, but the same kind of bureaucratic loopholes time and time again. What is the administration saying about maybe to streamline this even better?
Well, after Biden said we are going to open up our arms to 100,000 refugees, that was the end of that. The reality is that a Ukrainian cannot just fly into the U.S. They're not being given visas. That's why they're all going into Mexico. So Mexico will allow them in with a visa, and then they make their way to Tijuana, which is the one port of entry where Border Patrol tells me that they have been told, hey, go allow them in one case at a time. That is not a system to accept 100,000 people. And the only answer we are getting from the administration is we're working on it. And it's one case at a time. So, and they're talking about taking away Title 42, which was in May, which was actually stopping all immigration at the border. It was a COVID-19 related guideline. Right. Imagine now all the Central American refugees joining. This week, last week in El Salvador, they had to declare a national state of emergency because of the violence from the gangs. Wow. So if you don't think those people are going to start trying to come in also, this is going to be a rough time for that border.
It definitely is for so many who are seeking asylum and who want to flee the danger, the violence, and start a better life in the United States. The same problems for so many of them. Christina Gonzalez there in Los Angeles, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Be safe.
Okay, right now we do want to show you some of these remarks from our leaders here at home as they respond to the war in Ukraine, including the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations with very, very strong words, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, earlier today at the Security Council meeting there in New York.
Let me also start by thanking UAE and Ambassador Nisbeh for her successful presidency during the month of March. Madam President, as you begin your Security Council presidency, I want to thank the United Kingdom for your leadership and for organizing this vital discussion on Ukraine today. I also want to thank the Secretary General for his remarks and the other briefers. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to President Zelensky. I was so moved by the address he made recently to our Congress, and we are truly honored by his presence here under the circumstances that he and Ukraine face today. Madam President, last night I returned from a trip to Moldova and Romania. I saw with my own eyes the refugee crisis caused by Russia's unconscionable war. I spoke to refugees who indicated to me their desires to return to their home. And we've all seen the images on TV of the bombed out buildings. But what we have not seen is that behind those destroyed buildings are destroyed lives and destroyed families. I met with women and children who had fled Ukraine, who stuffed their lives into backpacks and left the only home they had ever known. And these were sobering conversations. One young woman I spoke to came with her 6-year-old brother who had autism and is struggling with cancer. Their single mother helped them escape to save their lives. But Russia's war has interrupted the care her brother desperately needs. Another woman I spoke to fled with her 8-year-old from Odessa. The father, who they'd left behind, told them there was shelling right next to their apartment that very night. And they very well could have died had they not left. A third woman I met told me that she used to love to travel, but never expected her next trip would be to flee for her life. When I asked her where she was from, she started to say, and then she stopped with tears in her eyes and said, "I'm sorry. I don't know how to say it, whether I live in Kyiv or whether I used to live in Kyiv." She was realizing in the moment just how dramatically her life had changed because of this senseless war. These are 3 stories of more than 10 million people 6 million internally displaced, 4 million who have left Ukraine altogether. 4 million people who have relied on the big-heartedness of countries like Moldova, Romania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and others across the region and the world to welcome and support all those leaving Ukraine in search of safety. Ukraine's neighbors are bearing the brunt of Europe's most significant refugee crisis since World War II. And I want these countries to know that they have a committed partner in the United States. And that is why the United States announced recently that we are prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new funding toward humanitarian assistance for those affected by Russia's war in Ukraine and its severe impact around the world. And it is why we are welcoming up to 100,000 Ukrainians and others fleeing Russia's aggression to the United States. We will continue to assist humanitarian efforts to help the people of Ukraine and all those fleeing Putin's violence. But as heart-wrenching as the stories are that I heard in Moldova and Romania, there are some stories we will never get to hear. Those of the people we saw in the images out of Bucha. We've all seen the gruesome photos. Lifeless bodies lying in the streets, apparently summarily executed, their hands tied behind their backs. As we work to independently confirm the events depicted in these images, I would remind this council that based on the currently available information, the United States has assessed that members of Russia's forces have committed war crimes in Ukraine. And even before seeing the images from Bucha, President Zelensky, along with others in the region, were reporting that children were being abducted, and we heard him say that today. Also abducted are mayors and doctors, religious leaders, journalists, and all who dare defy Russia's aggression. Some of them, according to credible reports, including by the Mariupol City Council, have been taken to so-called filtration camps, where Russian forces are reportedly making tens of thousands of Ukrainian citizens relocate to Russia. Reports indicate that Russian federal security agents are confiscating passports and IDs, taking away cell phones, and separating families from one another. I do not need to spell out what these so-called filtration camps are reminiscent of. It's chilling, and we cannot look away. Every day we see more and more how little Russia respects human rights. And that is why I announced yesterday that the United States, in coordination with Ukraine and many other UN member states, will seek Russia's suspension from the UN Human Rights Council. Given the growing mountain of evidence, Russia should not have a position of authority in a body whose very purpose is to promote respect for human rights. Not only is this the height of hypocrisy, it is dangerous. Russia is using its membership on the Human Rights Council as a platform for propaganda to suggest Russia has a legitimate concern for human rights. In fact, we will hear some of that propaganda here today, I know. And I will not dignify these lies with a response, only to say that every lie we hear from the Russian representative is more evidence that they do not belong on the Human Rights Council. 140 UN member states voted to condemn Russia over its unprovoked war and the humanitarian crisis it has unleashed upon the people of Ukraine. Here's my message to all of you. Now is the time to match those words with action and show the world that we can work responsibly. And I share President Zelensky's view that this moment requires responsible world powers and global leaders to show some backbone and stand up to Russia's dangerous and unprovoked threat against Ukraine and the world. The Secretary General said that confronting this threat is the Security Council's charge. It is, and it is also the responsibility of UN leaders and leaders around the world, every single member state with a voice in the GA. No one can be a shield for Russia's aggression. Suspending Russia from the Human Rights Council is something we collectively have the power to do in the General Assembly. Our votes can make a real difference. Russia's participation on the Human Rights Council hurts the Council's credibility. It undermines the entire UN, and it is just plain wrong. Let us come together to do what is right and do right by the Ukrainian people. Let us take this step to help them to start to rebuild their lives. And let us match the courage of President Zelensky, who we are so honored to have with us today. President Zelensky, I want you to know that we stand with the people of Ukraine as you face down this brutal attack on your sovereignty, on your democracy, and on your freedom. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Madam President.
Top of the hour here, we just wanted to show you the remarks from the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, excoriating the Russian Federation and the ambassador there in the room about these war crimes we've been seeing in and around Kyiv, in Mariupol, in the south of Ukraine, as Russian forces retreated from the center of the country near the capital to parts of the east and south as they reorient and reposition their troops in the fight there. We'll have more updates on the war in Ukraine a little bit later on in the stream here with national security expert Hal Kempfer. If you have any questions for him or for myself, please don't hesitate to reach out. My Twitter handle is @AndrewCraft. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. On Capitol Hill earlier today, the military's top two leaders, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, testifying in front of Congress today, taking questions about the Defense Department's role, the U.S. role in the war in Ukraine, and so much more. We'll have that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're focused on Capitol Hill for our next story. Leaders of the military, the Defense Department Chief Austin, including Chairman of the Joint Chiefs as well, Mark Milley, testifying today on Capitol Hill, especially regarding the fiscal year budget 2023 for the Defense Department, about what the priorities are. Lawmakers got to ask them questions. Let's play a little bit of that for you right now.
Take them 2 years to determine what the number of providers that was necessary to serve their patients. They would be fired. What are you going to be able to do to light a fire under the military health system leadership to get a plan in place and the numbers identified?
Well, as you've heard me say in my opening statement, this is something that's very important to me, and the department remains focused on it. As you know, with your help, we've stood up an independent review commission to look at how we're doing across the department, and to look at the resources that we need and how we can speed up resources to make them available to our troops and our families. In the meantime, we're going to use every resource that's available to us. We're going to increase our use of telehealth care. And again, I think this is very important, and we're going to stay focused on it.
Thank you. General Milley, the Government Accountability Office has repeatedly shown that the surface Navy is critically undermanned, and some 6,000 sailors undermanned. Yet the budget requests, the Navy is decreasing their end strength and requesting more ships. The GAO reports that sailors are working 80 to 100 hours per week and sleeping less than 6 hours at night and are struggling with mental health. We saw it on the Fitzgerald. We've seen it in the ship that was destroyed, the $4 billion ship in San Diego. What are we going to do to get the Navy to take this seriously?
Congressman, first I think the Navy does take it seriously. The solution doesn't, it's not a simple solution. It has to do with op-tempo. The Navy is got it, I don't know, they're just under 1 to 2 op-tempo for their ships, the fleet at sea. So they're running hard, and we ask an awful lot of our Navy, as we do the Army and the Air Force, et cetera. But the Navy is particularly stressed because we extend ships and they're out there for extended periods of time, et cetera. And as you note, their numbers are lower, their manning levels are lower per ship than optimally manned. So that's a problem. They are taking it serious, but it's not something that the chain of command of the Navy leadership is not taking serious. With respect to the behavioral health piece, I couldn't agree with you more. I think behavioral health specialists are critical to part of the problem or to solve the problem, but I would also emphasize the chain of command. There is a behavioral health specialist in every squad, in every team, in every small group.
And the gentlewoman's
squad leader.
Time has expired, so I have to hold the answer there. And Mr. Brooks is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This past year, we've seen an Afghanistan withdrawal debacle, Russia invade the Ukraine, China threatening a nuclear attack on Japan if Japan helps defend Taiwan against a communist Chinese attack. And that brings me to my question for General Milley and Secretary Austin. In your professional opinion, over the past year, is the world a more dangerous place, a less dangerous place, or about the same? General Milley?
Thanks, Congressman. As I said in my opening statement, it is my observation, my analysis that the world is becoming more unstable, not less unstable.
Secretary Austin?
More unstable.
Yeah, we're trending towards greater instability. What's that?
Now, the Consumer Price Index is increasing at a 7.9% rate, according to the official federal government statistics. Of course, that's an estimate. My personal belief is it's probably worse than that. Certainly talking anecdotally to the people in my district, they believe that it's worse than that. What is the inflation rate for our national defense cost? Manpower, bullets, fuel, everything that comprises national defense. What is the inflation rate for those items? General Milley?
Well, first I'd defer to Mike McCord down here as an expert, but this budget assumes an inflation rate of 2.2%, which is obviously incorrect because it's almost 8% And it might go up, might go down, but most forecasts indicate it's going to go up, and it could level out at 9 or 10%. Who knows? But it's clearly higher than what the assumption was in this budget.
When you say it assumes a 2.2%, are you talking about a 2.2% consumer price index inflation rate, which is what we commonly look at? Or are you talking about a 2.2% increase for national defense costs?
It's the CPI. The budget assumes 2.2% inflation rate, CPI inflation rate.
Well, when the official rate is 7.9%,
that's right.
Why are we assuming 2.2%?
Because the budget was produced quite a while ago. Those calculations were made prior to the current inflation rate. That's correct. And I'd ask Mike McCord to make a comment on the specifics.
Well, you would agree, would you not, then, that the assumption, at least according to the official federal government inflation rate, is over 5% wrong?
Congressman, we in the Department of Defense have never used the CPI as what is relevant for what we do.
Mr. McCord, let me ask you the question then. What is the inflation rate for the things that the military has to purchase in order to provide adequate national security?
What we saw last year was 4%, and that's what we built into our pricing going forward, was to get that 2% up to 4%.
So what is your degree of confidence that the 4% rate is going to hold true?
That's an unknown, Congressman, obviously. The fiscal year calculation that you're citing and that General Milley was discussing is, of course, starts 6 months from now and ends 18 months from now. So a lot can happen up or down to affect that.
Well, let me add some comment and then some data. If we don't know what the inflation rate is for national defense procured products, then we can't really know whether the president's budget strengthens or weakens America's national security in an environment that both General Milley and Secretary Austin believe is becoming more dangerous, not the same or less dangerous. And I've just looked up a couple of items that I hope that y'all would take into account as you determine what ultimately will be the budget that the president would support for national security. Over the past 2 years, from January of 2020 to January of 2022, crude oil has gone up 137%. Now, that's a big ticket item in national defense. Wholesale gas, another big ticket item in national defense, has gone up 39%. Wholesale diesel has gone up 37%. There are probably other fuels like jet fuels or what have you that have gone up significantly. So I would hope that y'all would take all these things into account and increase our defense spending in order to at least hold our own in real purchasing power. And then I'll add this final note. If I recall correctly, you're looking at about a 4.6% pay raise for our military personnel. Is that what I heard?
That's correct.
Well, if 4.6% is it, given that the consumer price index has gone up 7.9%, do the math, that comes out to a 3.3% pay cut for our military personnel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Norcross is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just want to follow up on some of the previous conversations when we start having the conversation of what we have available to us in our stockpiles. There is probably not a day that goes by since the Russian-Ukrainian conflict started that we're not talking about sending javelins and stingers. But I want to back up a little bit. We have a strategic stockpile that has been formulated based on risk over the years. General Milley, your assessment with respect to the weapons that we continue to supply Ukraine, the level of lethal aid that we can sustain, are we anywhere close right now to depleting what we need as an assessment of risk for our own protection or potentially?
No, what we've supplied is a wide variety of small arms munitions, machine guns, grenades, grenade launchers, et cetera. And the two weapon systems that are most in the news are the Javelin and the Stinger. Stinger doesn't get produced. There's no more production line on Stinger. And with respect to Javelin, no, we're not at our. We're still meeting our mission requirements for Javelin, so we're not breaking any of those red lines.
So when we look at our single point of failures or critical rare earth materials that go into the explosive, the accelerants. Our committee had a hearing earlier last week that talked about the Army's ongoing efforts to modernize the ammunition production facilities, which it would be kind to call them at World War II. And certainly over the next 5 years, the $500 million that has been looked at is something that we understand is minimum, given that that critical supply chain. One of the other issues in that supply chain is the human efforts. And Secretary Austin, this is where I like to get your feedback. You know, buying America has always been a motto that most of us adhere to. It has shown us over the course of the pandemic how important that is for a variety of reasons. You heard about the naval shipbuilding areas, but across the board, Ms. Locken led a task force about those critical supply chain and bringing up the workforce. As you know, soldiers do not get born and trained overnight. It takes time, as does our industry for workforce. What are we doing to try to onshore some of those critical supply chain issues and build up what's made here in America versus across the globe?
Yeah, so this has been thanks for the question. It's been a point of emphasis for us over the last year. As you know, the president is really working hard to onshore some of the key capabilities that have caused us some concern with respect to our supply chain here, microelectronics and those kinds of things. So we're working with industry to help try to see what we can do, everything we can do to help onshore those capabilities and make sure that we have the ability to create critical things like microchips and that sort of stuff here in the States. We're far too dependent on foreign supplies here. So.
And we should be sure to point out that our allies and partners are not the problem. It's those in second and third chain that create the problem. And again, just as you know, we have to build this industrial base, and the way we can do it is to signal to industry how critically important it is that we give them the assurances. It's just not a 1 year. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Dr. DesJarlais is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. General Milley, in your opening statement, you began with the fact that we have the greatest military force on the planet and that we are prepared to defend ourselves and our allies and deter against aggression. That didn't work in Ukraine. What lessons have we learned in being perhaps more concerned about provocation of Vladimir Putin rather than deterring him, and how can we apply that when looking forward to the Chinese threat to Taiwan?
Well, I think that with respect to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it's been a long-standing objective of Putin, and candidly, short of the commitment of U.S. military forces into Ukraine proper, I'm not sure he was deterrable. This has been a long-term objective of his that goes back years. So I think the idea of deterring Putin from invading Ukraine, deterring him by the United States, would have required the commitment of U.S. military forces, and I think that would have risked armed conflict with Russia, which I certainly would have advised.
Okay. You know, the president's strategy, at least publicly, and his administration was to impose economic sanctions to deter Russia. So did you advise him that that was probably not going to work and this invasion was inevitable?
It's not my lane to comment on sanctions per se, but sanctions have a very poor track record of deterring aggression. But they are a means of imposing significant costs. The objective of the sanctions is to impose significant costs if he invaded. Those significant costs, the sanctions in combination with the export controls, are breaking the back of the Russian economy as we speak.
Secretary Austin, several members have brought up hypersonic weapons, and you mentioned we have other options, but of the three countries currently fielding hypersonic glide weapons, Russia, China, and the United States, who's leading in that capability?
I don't know what the inventories of the Chinese, I think all three countries are building capabilities.
Okay, you must not be attending the same briefings we are, because clearly China seems to be out front. We don't have a current capability that can defend against hypersonic threats. Is that correct? And that gap, or that's the gap that the glide phase interceptor is supposed to fill, correct? Okay, I heard some very concerning reports over the past week that the White House and the department may be slowing the development of the glide phase interceptor. Can you confirm?
We remain on track with our program, and yeah, we remain on track with our program. And as you can see from the budget, we're investing a significant amount of money for the defense of for missile defense.
Okay, we brought up undersea capabilities, and Russia currently has a nuclear-capable submarine launch cruise missile, correct?
Russia has. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They have a nuclear-capable submarine launch cruise missile, correct?
That's correct.
All right. President Biden has suggested that we cut our own capability for nuclear-capable sea-launched cruise missiles, and that's correct as well, right?
Yeah, okay, you can see what we're investing in is $34 billion in our nuclear triad here.
Okay. General Milley, you commented that your best medical advice is that we should keep this capability. Admiral Richards, General Walters, I think Van Herk has mentioned that. Secretary Austin, do you agree with your colleagues that this is a capability that we should focus on to help limit the asymmetry we have when it comes to the delivery of low-yield nuclear capability?
Is this a slick-a-man that you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, the marginal capability that this provides is far outweighed by the cost. And so we have the ability to provide options to the president with a number of means. So,
well, the one thing that we hope is that regardless of which party is in power in the White House, that our military advisors like yourselves look at this through an objective lens. And we've had concern about the department losing focus on our lethal capability and focusing on more of a woke military. I hope that's not the case, and it seems like a lot of us are in agreement on capabilities, but maybe President Biden is not listening.
Congressman, this is the most lethal force on the planet, and it will remain that way. And we will continue to invest in the things that we need to remain dominant on the battlefield.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Gallego.
Secretary Austin, can you explain the concept of integrated deterrence in a little more detail? And are there any examples where we would have seen it succeed thus far, especially if there's any NATO examples?
I think you heard me say a bit earlier that integrated deterrence really means using all of the capability and capacity in all of the warfighting domains, air, land, sea, cyber, and space, and linking and networking those capabilities together in new ways to provide, to create synergies. And you're seeing us do that in a number of areas. It also involves leveraging the capability and the capacity of our allies. And again, I mentioned earlier that we've done that in the past, but we need to do that a lot better. Not only on air, land, and sea, but also in space and cyber. And many of our allies have significant capability there as well.
Secretary, just to follow up on that, one of the things I was very happy that you had in your written remarks are the steps we've taken with our allies to bolster NATO's eastern flank. In fact, one of my proudest moments in Congress thus far is securing an authorization for the Baltic Security Initiative, which provides targeted defense systems to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, including an air defense ammunition and C4 ISR. Across these capabilities or others, are there particular areas where you would like to deepen defense and military-to-military cooperation between the United States and the Baltic countries? And which capabilities do you think are most important for the Baltic states to prioritize?
Well, some of them have some pretty significant capabilities in cyber, and I think they can add to our already robust inventory here. But I think things like cyber, in air and missile defense. We'd like to see them to begin to develop more capabilities there and work together with their neighbors to link those capabilities together.
Thank you. And then, Secretary Austin again. You referenced gray zone multiple times in your written testimony, noting our competitors' malign activities in it. One of my greatest concerns is Russia's ability to exploit the gray zone and to conduct targeted disinformation operations, spreading Putin's propaganda and blatant lies. Over the long term, I'm also concerned about the lessons that China is drawing from Russia in the space itself. Could you share your perspective on how our forces can be more effective operating in this gray zone of conflict? What short and long-term steps should we be taking to counter this malign influence from Russia right now and from China too, as it becomes more adept at spreading disinformation operating in the gray zone?
Well, we have been very active, and before the onset of hostilities here with the Ukrainians and helping them with their cyber capabilities and helping them develop methods to begin to counter some of the activity in the gray zone. And we can. This is a learning process. We continue to learn. Thus far, I think we've been very effective in helping them, and they have been able to push back on a number of unhelpful narratives and stay ahead of the power curve, actually. So there will be a number of lessons learned coming out of this. But I think we've grown in our awareness in terms of what it takes to be able to begin to be effective in countering unhelpful narratives in the information space.
Thank you. And then lastly, whatever matter time, I'd like to talk to you about the Civilian Harm Mitigation Response Action Plan. As you well know, civilian harm caused by U.S. military operations risks our legitimacy overseas, including what we've already seen with the reaction to Russia. So I was proud to lead a letter with a bunch of members. My understanding is that the review is still ongoing under the 90-day window that you directed. Would you share any insights you have learned so far from this process?
I'm not prepared to share insights at this point. I would just the only insight I have is that the folks that we've assembled to work on this are very detailed and very committed to doing this the right way. And these are people from a number of communities, to include the active warfighters. So we still have work to do, and the review is about 30 days out in terms of the brief out of the review. So once that's done, I'll be happy to share any insights and lessons learned from this, and also prescribe our way ahead.
Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that I'm really concerned about, Secretary Austin and General Milley, is that across the DOD, I continually hear people talk about divesting of things for future things, future capabilities for current. And General Milley, I've heard you say this. I learned this from you. We have to be able to fight today with the things, fight tonight with the things that we have right now. And so I see that we're talking about, the Marine Corps says they need 31 amphib ships, yet we're saying we're only going to give you 24. We're only building 9 ships, and we're divesting of 24 and capabilities. It's a sliding scale of risk. KC-46s are not coming online, not providing all the capabilities we need in a timely enough manner, but yet we're talking about divesting of the KC-135s. So we continue to divest in things. The same thing with the Slickum. If we have another capability that provides that same thing in the same region, then we need to do that. So listen, I know everybody's heart's in the right place, but I just think we have to be very careful. Now we have a war with Russia and Ukraine, and relooking these things to see, do we have the capability? Should the world ask that we fight 2 wars on 2 fronts, whether that's ships and current capabilities or refueling aircraft? The other thing I'm extremely concerned about, Secretary Austin, and I think this is something you can fix, is our merchant marine fleet, our ability to move ships, troops, equipment, fuel, all kind of logistics. We keep pushing that. That's not just a Navy function. It's the Army that has to have those goods. It's the Marine Corps. And so we really have to look at this, and we have to invest in our merchant marine fleet to be able to get us what we need when we do it. What are you doing to get our merchant marine fleet set at a DOD level? Because I can tell you the services are always going to say the other one needs to pay for it.
We have not invested invested any monies in this budget towards a merchant marine fleet, but you make some good points.
But we need to, you would agree that that logistic chain, I mean, the reason the Russians are getting their tail kicked in Ukraine right now is a logistical failure. And if we don't plan to do logistics, I promise you, it will not happen. I want to go back with KC-135s. Are you willing, General Milley, Secretary Austin, to relook the divestiture of KC-135s until we have adequate capability to refuel to both Indo-PACOM and also Europe? Are you willing to relook that and not divest until we have capabilities replaced?
I would be happy to relook anything in the budget that you want me to relook, and I'll take a look at that and get with the Air Force and make sure that I clearly understand the divestiture logic and the production rates of the KC-46.
And then I just really hope you will relook the ship plan. I mean, the Marines say they need 31 amphibs, yet DOD says we're only going to give you 24. And I disagree with the chairman a little bit on this. We do have the capability to produce those ships, but it's about keeping the workforce engaged and making sure that we have a timeline and we don't change that every year so that they can plan out to having the right industrial base at the right time. So I hope we will get, I haven't seen a ship plan in 2 years from the Navy, and that is one of the requirements that they're supposed to do. We need that in order to do our job.
Thanks, sir. That's forthcoming. And also, they've done an amphib review, and that's forthcoming as well. And once that's done, I think we'll have greater insights into what the Secretary of the Navy really believes the requirements are. I would just point to the fact, and I know you know this, that we're investing $2.6 billion in amphibs in this budget. Amphibs are important. There's no question about it. We're going to make sure that...
Mr. Secretary, and I hate to interrupt, but I got 1 minute and I got one more question I really want to talk about. I really just hope you guys are the advisor to not just the president, but to the nation in making sure that we have the right risk of fighting today versus future capabilities that we have to win future wars. And I just hope that we'll relook some of those things. Final point I want to talk about, there's a little bit of movement right now, and I just ask that both of y'all weigh in on this, to make Gold Star families, to include a Gold Star to make them someone who dies in service. If I die of a heart attack while I'm doing guard drill, my family is not a Gold Star family. I shouldn't get a Purple Heart for having an ATV wreck downrange. That is not to denigrate anyone from not doing that. We love all our service members, however they die, but I really hope you'll look hard at making sure our Gold Star families are Gold Star families who are lost in combat.
And I am doing that, personally doing that. And today is Gold Star Spouses Day, Gold Star Family Day, by the way. And there's nothing probably more important or sacred than to make sure that we honor those fallen in combat in the defense of this nation. So I am looking at that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Carbajal is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I apologize. Hold on, we'll start in a second. The witnesses need a 15-minute break, which we're going to take at 11:30. So we'll go to Mr. Carbajal and the next Republican, then we'll take a 15-minute break after those two questioners. Mr. Carbajal is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to both of you for your exceptional leadership throughout Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine. I want to take a moment to highlight the California's National Guard's unique and exceptional support to the Ukraine military through the National Guard State Partnership Program. California has been partnered with Ukraine since 1993 and since 2000. California and Ukraine soldiers have participated in over 330 military events, including training exercises at Camp Roberts, located in my district in San Luis Obispo County. General Milley, how has California's State Partnership Program with Ukraine helped improve the capabilities of Ukrainian forces to fight against the Russian invasion?
I mentioned it, I think, up front about the training effort that's been going on since 2014. The California Guard's been intimately involved in that. So what's the result of that? So over 8 years, The Ukrainian military has reformed itself, developed a non-commissioned officer corps, and adopted the U.S. doctrinal concept of mission command, decentralized decision-making at the lowest level that's effective at making the decision. And that's a direct result of the efforts of the California Guard and what they've done with Ukraine. More recently, I'll just use this as one vignette as an example of the value of the program. The connective tissue, the human connection between the Ukrainian military and the California Guard is proven extraordinary, to the point where the tag of California still maintains almost daily contact with his counterparts, even though they're half a world away. That's been an invaluable source of communication, intelligence development, and transmission of information back and forth. So it's things like that that are intangibles in war, but they prove extraordinarily valuable in the actual conduct of war.
Thank you. The men and women serving in uniform are the backbone of our national security. I appreciate the department's increased investment in personnel needs. One issue both of your statements touched upon that I have been working on to address is available and affordable child care for our military families. While construction of child development centers is critical, one deficiency that I hear when visiting installations is the lack of qualified child care providers to meet the demand. Secretary Austin, how is the department seeking to address the shortage of qualified child care providers? Do you need additional authorities in order to hire the needed child care staff?
Well, thanks, sir. If we need additional authorities, we won't hesitate to ask for them. This is something that I have my P&R directorate taking a hard look at and working with the services and canvassing installations. This has been identified as an issue to us as well, and we're trying to identify incentives that will help attract the right people and help us train and equip the right people to provide quality child care.
Another workforce question, Secretary Austin. Your testimony touches on the department's needs to improve its ability to attract and retain an innovation-minded workforce. For high-skilled positions such as those that require specialized skills and credentials to meet digital and cybersecurity needs, how can the department better compete against private industry?
And the skill sets that you mentioned, sir, this is tough because obviously, we can't compete with the compensation packages that some of the big tech offers. But certainly, that won't stop us from going after the right people with the right skill sets. This is a point of emphasis for us. We'll continue to stay focused on it, to include bringing on people who are currently employed by those agents or those companies to serve in our Guard and Reserve forces as well. So.
This committee has been very focused on the ongoing audit of the Department of Defense taxpayers. Department of Defense taxpayers deserve to know that while the top-line funding level for our national security has increased, the department is effectively executing its funding. Secretary Austin, what material weaknesses has the audit identified that have been the hardest to address department-wide, and how are you working to address those?
Well, you've seen me, I think, most recently put another letter out to the force emphasizing the importance of making sure that we have a clean audit going forward. And this is very important to me. This is something that Secretary McCord and I have worked on and will continue to work on, but I'm not satisfied that we're there. But
I apologize. Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Gallagher is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. We have limited time, so I'm going to ask for a yes or no question, probably unless otherwise indicated. Secretary Austin, last week General Walters told this committee that in the months leading up to February 24th, he considered himself part of an interagency effort designed to deter and dissuade Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Did you share General Walters' goal, yes or no?
Well, I hope General Walters shared my goal since I'm the Secretary of Defense. And my objectives were to, number one, defend this nation. Number two, make sure that we did everything possible to unify and defend NATO if required. Number three, flow security force assistance to Ukraine. And then number four, manage escalation.
So the goal was not to deter Putin from invading Ukraine?
I've just laid out what my goals were, and certainly...
Which did not include deterring Putin from invading Ukraine, unless I missed it.
It was an objective of the government to deter Putin, but as General Milley described, it's very difficult to do unless you put forces on the ground, and that's a decision that we made early in the effort here, that we're not going to put forces in Ukraine to fight Russia.
It was an objective of the government. You have just reminded us that you are an important person in that government apparatus, the Secretary of Defense. Was it the goal of your policy, or the government's policy for which you work, the President of the United States, to deter Putin from invading Ukraine?
It was a goal to deter him from invading Ukraine, and if he did invade, it was a goal, and still is a goal, to impose significant costs on Putin. And you're seeing that play out in ways that Putin never imagined. And you're seeing the Ukrainians resist Putin in incredible ways, because we provided them some capability to do that, but also because they have the grit and the determination to fight to defend their country.
Totally agree with the grit and determination they've shown, which is remarkable. So the goal was to deter Putin. We did not achieve that goal. Putin invaded anyway on February 24th. Do you share the assessment General Milley gave a little bit ago, that perhaps Putin was simply undeterrable, and therefore our campaign of deterrence was bound to fail?
I do not believe that our campaign has failed. This is still in progress. And
got it with respect
and there's
to
a price to be paid by Putin for what he's done.
Got it. But we failed to deter Putin from invading Ukraine. I'm interested in whether you think there's anything we could have done, looking back, hindsight's 2020, in the months leading up to February 24th, to successfully deter him from invading Ukraine. And perhaps there isn't. I don't know. I'm just curious to get your opinion on it.
As General Milley pointed out, if we put forces into Ukraine to fight Putin, this would be a different story. But we made a decision that we weren't going to do that, and we made a decision for the right reason, and I support those decisions.
So I think that's actually a very important point, that perhaps if we had put hard power, and American hard power, in the path of Putin, that would have been the only thing that could have deterred him. I guess what I mentioned, does that same analysis hold true with respect to Taiwan? Would putting American forces on Taiwan increase or decrease the likelihood that Xi Jinping would attempt an invasion?
Hypothetical. I think that it's not advisable to make direct comparisons between Ukraine and Taiwan. These are two completely different scenarios, two different theaters, and so.
So do you think then that what has happened in Ukraine is not connected, has not impacted Xi's calculus with respect to Taiwan?
No, I'm certain that, I don't want to speculate on what's in Mr. Xi's head, but certainly I think as the world looks at this, they've been impressed by the commitment, the resolve of many countries in the world to resist that kind of behavior.
Would it be too far to characterize your view as the commitment and resolve on display by the Ukrainians and our NATO allies has made an invasion of Taiwan less likely than it was likely than it was on February 23rd?
Is the commitment of the people of Taiwan?
No. Just the commitment that you just referenced with respect to NATO and Ukraine had any impact on Xi's calculus in Taiwan and made an invasion more or less likely?
Well, again, I don't want to speculate on whether or not an invasion is likely or less likely. But again, I would say that we just need to be careful about making direct comparisons between what's going on in Ukraine and what could happen in Taiwan.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. We are going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to be back at, well, I guess that would make it 11:47. Mr. Khanna is next. So at 11:47, we'll go to Mr. Khanna and we'll proceed from there. We'll be right back.
So we've been listening in to Secretary Austin along with General Milley there as they are testifying during this House hearing about what's going on in Russia, about next steps when it comes to President Putin, what we could have done differently and what we still can do differently here in the United States. We'll be talking about that as well as the humanitarian crisis underway out in Poland as millions of refugees are trying to resettle into safety, many of those being families and specifically children. We've had a pastor here on our show who's with the Slavic Gospel Association. They have been joining in with forces to help aid the people of Ukraine. Well, we're going to speak with Eric Mock, who is one of the leaders with SGA. He was actually just in Poland speaking with those teams down on the ground and brings back some photos and definitely some inspiring stories. You'll be hearing from him after this commercial. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. All through the day, we have been taking you to meetings, taking you to hearings about the situation, the war between Russia and Ukraine, the destruction in Ukraine at this time. Community is completely uprooted because of this unfortunate situation we find ourselves in. Well, we want to show you what's also going on, stories of heroism with the Polish people and with Ukrainian people who are helping others, who are seeking refuge. As we've reported, millions of Ukrainians going across the border, heading into Poland and trying to just bring their families to safety. I want to bring in Eric Mock. He's the VP of Ministry Operations with Slavic Gospel Association. Eric, we really appreciate you coming here on the show. I know you're a little bit jet lagged because you were just in Poland and got to see everything for yourself. So thanks for being with us here on the show. And just start off with explaining your biggest takeaways after seeing this with your own eyes.
In one word, it's contrast. And the stories that I hear from the refugees. In fact, one young girl who was bunked up at the seminary there just outside of Warsaw was telling me stories, just horrendous stories of abuse, of destruction, of hardship. I don't think we here can imagine the true brutality that they're facing right now in Ukraine. Yet they arrive into Poland after just arduous journeys, and they're welcomed into waiting arms. This is the other side of the story. It is these faithful churches. In fact, some of the border guards were pointing families to the Polish Baptist churches. Go see them, they'll take care of you. And so what you see are these faces. You see these people that really have moved from absolute horror and hardship to joy. These kids, they don't care where they are. They just live in the moment, and their faces reflect the fact that they're at peace. They can breathe. There's a safe place. And so that's what I'm seeing in these churches. I'm seeing an heroic effort. When you see the pictures that are more dismal and downcast, those are from Eastern Ukraine, the pictures you're seeing right now. And then the pictures of joy that you're seeing is from out in Poland. There's no one in tent cities. There's no one that has been left astray. All the people have been pulled into houses, sometimes 2-3 families in a house. The Polish people have sacrificed. It's just incredible. And when you see the heartbreak, like this one boy celebrating having an apple, you see just horrendous affliction. And in the middle of this, they strip down Sunday school rooms, set up bunks, bring in families, love on them, care for them, feed them, and then take them to get them registered in the government to get the aid that they need. And so it's just massive effort. And they're doing it all with joy. And that's the part that is most impressive, is as many people as possible are volunteering. They're pouring out their hearts. That really is the other side of the story, is the way these churches, both in Poland and in Ukraine, all across Ukraine, are stepping up to take care of their own.
I mean, how is Poland keeping up with this? As you said, some homes taking in 2-3 families. How sustainable is that?
Well, there's three, if I don't mean to be too logical, but there's 3 groups of people that are coming across. The predominant number of people that initially came across in the first few weeks were those that had relatives somewhere in Europe, in the US, and they were transitioning across the border. In fact, one pastor in the city of Helm was telling me the first night when the conflict started, there was only 18 people. But by the time the week had gone out, he was getting 250 people a day, and the church was completely overwhelmed. But he found that most of them were moving on. And then for the percentage that was staying there, probably about 60% of them are hopeful that they'll return. A lot of them are moms with children whose husbands are fighting to defend Ukraine, and they hope to go back, that their husband's going to survive. But there's some that have lost everything, and they want to settle there in Poland. So it's a matter of helping the kids grow. They need to speak the Polish language. They need to get into the school system. And that's one of the exciting things about what we do at SGA, is we're not necessarily a humanitarian aid organization, although we're doing that right now.
Yeah.
But we're about training, we're about serving the churches. In fact, we're even talking about summer camps and an incredible summer camp ministry, because all those kids are going to want to do something. And this is a great opportunity. And so a lot of the kids, if things slow down, you're going to see families migrating back. And so the sanctuary that you saw when you first spoke with me, you saw the sanctuary, they were all worshiping in the sanctuary. All the pews are back. And so here 4 weeks later, it's a trickle coming across the border now. There seems to be better flow back and forth across the border. The focus is more getting aid into Ukraine now, because the infrastructure in Ukraine has been obliterated, and the need in Ukraine is going to be long lasting. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint. Even when we work out, it's going to take a while. So for the families that are there, they're able to integrate them in. And it might help to remember that in 2014, after the battle for independence in Ukraine, there was that warfare, both without a shot fired, taking Crimea, and then the battles that were happening in eastern Ukraine, which is the Donbass region. During that time, over 2 million Ukrainians immigrated to Poland at that time. So you actually have Ukrainians welcoming Ukrainians in Poland. So you've got people that are in the midst of these Polish churches that already speak Ukrainian. And so there's these welcome arms, there's this camaraderie. The Polish people are more Slavic in nationality. So there's this kindred spirit with the Ukrainians. And so they're very happy to bring them in. They treat them like family. And for the ones that stay, they're helping them forge a new life. In fact, I was preaching on Sunday at one church that normally has 50 to 70 people. It was more than 200 filled with refugees. So we're looking for answers to hope. And these churches can do more than that. It's not just the food. Their hearts are broken over what they've seen. It's given them hope. It's helping them through this time of crisis, to let them know that there's more to life than the suffering that they see around them, to help them with a message of restoration, to help them move forward from all the events they've experienced.
Well, and especially, Eric, looking at how young these kids are, some of them, war is all they know. That's all they've grown up seeing and remembering. So knowing that there is a world out there, there is happiness and there is opportunity for redemption too. So it's great to see the emotions of these children just completely switch at any sign of hope. Isn't that right?
Oh, absolutely. And again, with the contrast, you saw the one boy eating an apple. That boy has grown up in eastern Ukraine. That boy has grown up with artillery fire. He has grown up always in poverty, always with destroyed infrastructure. He doesn't know anything different other than that deeply impoverished life. And so we're working with the churches to minister to him. And they're now in the middle of increasing hostilities in their region. So they're very concerned about reaching these families. But what happens when you see them brought forward, it's like they see something they've never seen before. And kids are pretty resilient. And so when they see that love and they feel the compassion that really comes from these churches, it really is transformational. There's the physical side of meeting the need, and then there's spiritual side, of course, which only comes by faith.
Yeah.
And so you have to help people see there's more than suffering in this world. There is a greater hope that extends beyond your circumstances, and that's through salvation in Christ. And that is where true hope comes from. And so for a lot of them, they may have grown up next to a church, and they've never heard that message, and they have been moved all the way across country, and they come to Poland for safety, and the first thing they turn to is a church that they've never thought of going to before. And all of a sudden these people are coming to faith. They're finding new answers in life, new starts in life. And so it's kind of amazing how God works, even in absolutely in the hardest of times.
Yeah, and you're saying the churches are really the first point of contact for a lot of these refugees. I mean, they're the ones who are offering them shelter and food and resources, which they were going to need to have regardless, but it seems like they're the driving force out in Poland.
Yeah, well, a part of it, again, in Poland was the previous relationship because of the immigrated Ukrainians. There were 2 million Ukrainians already there, and they were deeply involved in the churches there. So a lot of them knew who to call. So when they're crossing the border, a lot of the Ukrainians were already there. In fact, some refer to Ukraine as really the Bible Belt to the former Soviet Republic. There's 2,365 Baptist churches across Ukraine. And so there's only 90 of these churches in Poland. So there's this flow of evangelical Christians that are flowing into the border, and there were some already there. And so these churches were absolutely ready for this immigration. And then remember, in Western Ukraine is a massive number of Ukrainian churches that are also bringing aid into the churches. The little pallet of aid you see there is actually one of the border churches is shipping aid, working to ship aid, and we're working with that church to ship aid. And I wanted to point out these little green cards were written by 3-year-olds in the village I live in, where they wanted to, our whole village is covered in sunflowers. It's Pecatonica, and they made greeting cards, and I carried those greeting cards over, and the kids were overwhelmed that another 3-year-old would make a little card and tell them they're thinking of them. So something as simple as a piece of paper written in crayon made all the difference out of someone who has just gone through a horrifying experience, to let them know they're not alone, that they're not fighting through life without a helping hand to reach out and pull them out of the darkness and into the light.
Yeah, that's right. Well, when you went over there, because I know that up until now it's mostly just been communication with members of the Slavic Gospel Association, pastors who were dispersed out in Poland. This time around, though, that you got to go and you got to have those experiences and talk with the people, did anything come as a surprise to you?
To be honest, I suppose it shouldn't have been a shock. I was just overwhelmed with the grace and the loveliness of the Polish people. I didn't hear any complaining. I didn't hear people wondering. And I suppose if you've got 3 families in your house for the next 3 months. There might be some griping that's going to go on, but it had been a month and I didn't see griping. I saw camaraderie, family, and they were all taking care of each other. So that was a little bit shocking. I think the other part was that the pastors already were busy, and I'm hearing pastors where they're running 100 people a day to main offices to get the paperwork and the documentation, because when they're showing up, you've got to sort out that that's the legal parent and children and tax IDs and all kinds of things. And so there's a lot of complication that these churches are working through that they've never worked through before. And so in the middle of this, they're exhausted. So there's this camaraderie, there's a spirit of pouring themselves out. And the exciting part about what we're doing at SGA is we're getting behind the nationals that are doing the work of ministry. So we're able to help their churches. In fact, we're going to be helping ship aid into Ukraine. And this is an exciting thing. God has raised them up and positioned them. It's just like we read in the book of Esther in chapter 4 that, Mordecai questioned Esther, who knows that you haven't been raised up for such a time as this. And so I think it's interesting that the Polish people migrated over, the Ukrainian people really migrated under the conflict that was happening in 2014. And now here, they've been perfectly positioned to take care of the families that are in great need. And I'm amazed at how God works all these things together. And there was joy on their faces, and it was unmistakable. I can't wait to go back and minister with them. We're really taking a long-term view of working with these churches. But I want to keep emphasizing, as you see these pictures of destruction in these villages in the East, I want to remind you that we continue to work with the churches in the East. They are in the midst of a grievous battle right now. They are suffering horrendously. The brutality that we're seeing, the just utter destruction of human life defies imagination right now. And so what we're seeing in the first few weeks, everyone was kind of on their heel. But now what we're seeing now are pastors running into the storms of people's lives. They're taking their vehicles, even though they're getting shot at. People in the church are running people out of conflict zones and running them to safety. People at risk being shot, killed, destroyed, and they're taking care of people. They're getting food into hot spots. It is amazing to see what's happening in the East, where once again, you see faithful believers who love others more than themselves, really stepping up. And I think, Daytona, that's where we really find the depth of where someone's values are when conflict comes. When all of a sudden you've got 4 families in your house, when all of a sudden there's bombs coming down, you find out what you most value in your heart. And if it's yourself, it's self-protection, and you go your own way and take care of yourself. But what we're seeing in these churches, these faithful believers who value other people more than themselves. And so they rise up. It's not about money. It's not about career. It's not about status. It is looking at your fellow men and women, fellow brothers and sisters, and caring for them out of the goodness of knowing what God has given you, you're quick to give to others.
Well, what a special opportunity for you to go out there and to hear those stories firsthand. As you said, I think you put it great in the beginning. We have to show these photos and videos of the destruction. War is real. It's happening out there, and families and communities are being turned upside down. But there's also fantastic stories of hope, of people who are helping one another out and gaining perspective and realizing what really is important at this time. And that story is still being written as there's people who are heading across the border every single day and seeking refuge, not only in Poland, but there's stories of people coming out here to the United States as well to try to restart and get a new life here. So what are the next steps for the Slavic Gospel Association, for you guys and for those people?
Well, it's multiple steps. I kind of indicated that a little early on that we're realizing quickly it's going to become a marathon. The pastors on the ground realized that there was a spike of people that everyone was on their heels. They were overwhelmed. How could another civilized nation do this? How everyone was overwhelmed. They no one could have seen this coming. Well, the experts maybe, but the people like me, we didn't see it coming.
Right.
And so the people are realizing that this is something that's going to take a while to work through. And so what's happening now is that at SGA, we're working with the churches to take a long-term view. We know we're going to need to bring aid in there for the next 6 months to a year. We know these churches are going to be rebuilding. We know that there's going to be broken lives. The other aspect of what we've done along with humanitarian aid is we've begun training in crisis counseling. So we've brought in experts who are teaching 1 day a week and broadcasting that out so that people pick up skills in crisis counseling, even if it's just one friend telling another. And so we're recognizing the damage that some of these people have experienced is going to be something they carry with themselves for a long time. This is trauma. This is trauma they've experienced. And so it's going to be difficult to work through. And so we're taking that longer term view. We're really taking the discipleship view. So for the ones the church can minister to, we're talking about walking this road with them, as we always have. SGA was founded in 1934, working with the Slavic churches and really the Slavic people to take the gospel to them. And now, since the breakup of the Soviet Union, we work with the national Bible teaching churches. God has raised them up for such a time as this. And so we're working with them and now expanding a little bit to support the Polish Baptist churches that are more the Slavic churches there. And we're finding that camaraderie, that kinship to continue to help them do what God has raised them up to do. Sometimes we think God shows up when we do, and so we're all rushing out there to save the day. But I caution everyone, because it's actually God has raised up those people there to save the day. And so we want to give them the resources they need to continue to do what God has raised them up to do.
Eric Mock with the Slavic Gospel Association, thank you so much, and go get some rest. We know that was a long trip, and we appreciate the work that you're doing and continue to do, and we'll be following up with you soon.
Thank you very much, Dayton.
And thank you. Well, we're going to continue on this topic because I actually had the opportunity to speak with a young girl in Los Angeles, 17 years old, has spent the past year teaching English to Ukrainian kids, Ukrainian students. So before the war happened, before there was any type of escalation, she got to gain those relationships with kids out there. And then, of course, things changed, and she still has been able to keep those relationships and felt drawn to them, and has even started her own GoFundMe and is helping aid them from right here in the United States. We'll hear that conversation after this break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I have a very special guest joining us from Los Angeles, Lexi Pendola, the 17-year-old who has been teaching Ukrainian children for about a year. And then, of course, war came along, and that communication is still there. Lexi, I'm just blown away by what you've been doing for all of these kids, for students out there who had a desire to learn English. And now you have been kind of an outlet for them to be able to speak to someone in the United States and be able to tell their stories. So I want to hear those stories. And if you could, just explain what that relationship has been like, speaking to them, not only teaching them, but now talking to them about what they're having to undergo.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy seeing, like, from their perspective, that some of them are like, the youngest is like 10-year-olds and like as old as like a year younger than me, and what they're going through is honestly like heartbreaking, seeing that their city is being destroyed and just like that they have to flee their towns, and they get an hour to pack up their whole lives into a suitcase and say goodbye to all their friends, and they're seeing their friends go to war, and like just seeing the pictures that they're sending me of their towns, like that's now rubble, like just completely gone. And refugees that are 2 years old to like in their elderly that are just starting their lives over now. It's really unbelievable.
So taking a step back, put yourself in your shoes about a year ago when you decided to help out and start teaching. Tell us about the program and tell us why you wanted to do that to start with.
Yeah, so I was looking, it was really when it was in the midst of COVID, I was looking for some sort of community service, especially with like kids, but I couldn't really go anywhere. So I found this program called Meaningful Teens. It's started by teens, run by teens. And so the organization is Meaningful Teens, like I said, but the specific program that I'm doing is Project Speak Together. And so it's on Zoom every Saturday at 9 a.m. And we just like help teach the kids English. We read with them, we watch videos, we just like have conversations with them. And you really get to build relationships with these kids. And yeah, it was crazy just like getting to know them and then seeing all of this happen. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, meaningful is a really good word for that. You touched on it for just a moment right there. When war started to escalate and things started to change, and then there was the official invasion, you've been in communication with Julia, who is the English teacher in Ukraine. What was that like, hearing about all of that on the news, hearing about the invasion, and having a personal relationship with the kids who were going through it and the teacher who's going through it?
Yeah, so at first I didn't even have Julia's contact information. So I was DMing some of the students through Instagram and just checking in. I was like, hi, I don't even know like where you're located in Ukraine, but I know all this is going on. So like, can you update me, tell me how you're doing, like all that. And then, so I asked the head of the Project Speak Together, I was like, I know there was a teacher that's been on the Zoom sometimes, like, can you just send me her information so I can see what I can do from the United States? And so when I got in contact with her, she was kind of like, yeah, like we can try and work something out, but I don't really know what's gonna come from it. Like kind of had very low expectations. And so I was like, what do you need? Because I didn't know they couldn't get packages or anything. So the only way to really send anything was just money. And so I started GoFundMe, checked it, and saw that some money was able to be sent. And after that, it's really just gone from there.
Wow. So you've been sending money, and you mentioned the fact that at this time, those kids can't really be going to school. They're missing out on a lot of learning opportunities. So have you continued in your teaching?
Yeah, so for the kids that can log on to Zoom, it's still happening every Saturday. There was one weekend that just, they were like, we don't think they're going to be able to log on. So it just like is hit or miss. Every weekend you just try and log on, and if they're there, they're there. But a lot of them aren't able to log on, and just last weekend, actually, I was on Zoom with some of them, and like one was still in Ukraine in their house, another one was in Poland. So they're really just like scattered all over the world right now, but still trying their best to get an education.
What's the attitude like of these kids, since you got to know them for the past year and now have gotten to know them through this trial, through this conflict? How have they been doing?
They're honestly so brave. Like, I couldn't even put myself in their shoes and like even think that I would be anywhere as brave as them. They are like so inspirational because they like are just like handling this so well, even though it's like such a crazy situation, but they're really so brave. And I know one of them that's just a year younger than me that's volunteering in hospitals where she's with kids that are, their parents are either injured in the war or dying in the war, and she's just like taking care of them. Like, I can't imagine what they're seeing on a daily basis.
Yeah, I mean, I look at you and I think what you're doing is so amazing, and I'm so proud of you to step up at your age and be able to be making such a big difference. But watching what they've been through, what kind of perspective has that given you? What lessons have you learned from these kids who are around the same age as you, going through something totally different across the world?
Yeah, it really shows like how connected you really are through social media, through the internet, and that they like have had to grow up so much in these past just few weeks with obviously such short notice, and just seeing how they've just taken that and gone with it is really like, it's inspirational. It's crazy.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Really makes you grow up fast.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, I know there's a lot of people who are watching this right now who are inspired by your story and inspired by the stories of these students out in Ukraine who, like you said, are still trying to learn and trying to keep up with their schoolwork and just be kids too. Your GoFundMe has really blown up. It's gotten a lot bigger. And if people want to donate or reach out or help out, what should they do?
Yeah, so it's called Help Ukraine, and I think honestly, if you just look at my name, Lexi Pendola, it should be one of the first links that comes up. And yeah, we started with the initial goal of $500. We like really didn't expect it to reach. It's almost at $18,000. We never expected this, and what the money is doing, it's crazy. We were like, maybe it will buy like some food, some like just like toiletries, that type of stuff, but what they've used the money obviously for that stuff, but they've also used it to repair a bus that was bringing refugees from like the most dangerous places to refugee centers. And they bought washing machines for these refugee centers that are housing like overcrowded and like need to like clean up after so many people, and making food for everyone. And they're buying toys for these kids that have no idea what's really going on. And I mean, seeing what the money's going to, since I post updates on the GoFundMe as often as I get them, I'm in touch with Julia about every day. And she sends me pictures and thank you letters, and her accountability is just insane. She sends me receipts of every penny she spends. Wow. So it's really crazy like how brave she is to go out and just like, she's going out to these stores when there are air sirens going off and you can hear shooting in the background. It's insane what they're going through right now.
Well, that is certainly inspiring, and it's great to see you picking up a position of leadership in this as your generation is on social media. This is the first time we're able to really see and experience what people are going through photos and through videos here. So we just appreciate you so much, and we'll definitely stay in contact with your effort. We are very, very impressed, and hopefully it only grows and gets better.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lexi Pendola out in Los Angeles for us. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So just another great conversation with someone who is doing what they can to help out with the situation underway. An update on what is going on as we're hearing more about war crimes from Russia after this commercial break.
As Russian troops repositioned in Ukraine, they revealed horrific and sickening attacks on civilians. The images of bodies in the streets are driving shock and outrage around the world. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here with mounting evidence of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Craig.
We'll start with the circumstances, and they are certainly grim. The Russian invaders we see have failed to capture the capital city of Kyiv, and with that have been pushed out of the outskirts of the capital city by the Ukrainian resistance. And though they failed to capture the capital, though, the Russian invaders certainly succeeded in carrying out a reign of terror and torture and murder that is very difficult to describe, really. And with that, of course, the images that we're about to show you are very graphic and very disturbing as well. But they may also be a turning point in the war in amassing support for Ukraine and in providing important evidence in a future trial against Russia. For the past 40 days, we've seen the Russian invaders maim and kill Ukrainian civilians with the fury of bombs and missiles. We've also seen Russia encircle and trap civilians, cutting off their flow of food and water for weeks. And now we can see evidence of Russia also killing civilians execution style, with their hands tied and shot in the head. As the invaders left Bucha and other cities in the outskirts of Kyiv, they left behind hundreds of bodies, many of them civilians who appear to have been bound and shot at point-blank range.
Then they shot him all over this side, the chest, and another shot went slightly below the temple. It was a controlled shot to the head.
It's horrific and chilling and exactly what intelligence sources knew the Russian invaders would do. Richard Moore, the head of British intelligence, said we knew Putin's invasion plans included executions by his military and intelligence services. And Human Rights Watch has also documented cases of Russians inflicting a rampage of rape and torture in addition to the point-blank executions.
Such things I don't understand, I don't comprehend. The kids who were killed and tortured, so it wasn't enough just to kill.
Ukraine, the United States, EU, and UN all say it's very important to carefully document all of this, as it could be evidence in a coming international war crimes or genocide trial against Russia.
He is a war criminal, but we have to gather the information. We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue the fight, and we have to gather all the detail so this can be have a war crime trial.
You have several entities from the government of Ukraine to Poland to much of the media in Europe describing what we're seeing now as genocide. President Biden, when asked if he thinks it's genocide, he said no, it's a war crime. And that's where there are legal distinctions in words, although there are certainly similarities between a war crime or a crime against humanity or genocide. And at this point, the Biden administration feels that it's very important to choose words carefully because it has implications for future trials. And investigations are already underway to hold Russia accountable once we get through this war.
So, Craig, how is Russia responding to the discoveries in Bucha and the other communities outside the capital?
By denying it, by saying it didn't happen, that Russia had nothing to do with it. And in follow-up, Russia contends that it withdrew from those areas, Bucha in particular, on March 30th, and that somehow bodies were placed there after the Russians left, perhaps killed by others. But if you look at satellite images, they clearly show those bodies had been there during the Russian occupation and had been in the streets for a matter of weeks, perhaps as a ploy to terrorize the survivors.
Wow. All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
Well, the Ukrainians taking their case to the United Nations Security Council today, asking world leaders to punish Russia for alleged war crimes like they just mentioned. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has a story from Lviv, and we caution this story has some sensitive images some viewers might find disturbing.
It's a deliberate campaign to kill, to torture, to rape.
Ukraine and the West ramping up diplomatic pressure against Moscow on Tuesday, one day after the Russian military was accused of executing hundreds of civilians near Kyiv, some of whom were tortured. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky taking this case to the UN Security Council, asking for a Nuremberg-style war crimes tribunal to hold Russia accountable.
Anyone who has given criminal orders and carried them out by killing our people will be brought before the tribunal.
The Biden administration backing Zelensky, saying America has assessed that Russian forces committed war crimes in Ukraine, and the U.S. is now pushing to have Moscow removed from the UN Human Rights Council.
Russia should not have a position of authority in a body whose very purpose is to promote respect for human rights.
Meanwhile, the situation on the ground appears to be shifting. Ukrainian forces taking back more territory from the Russians, who are regrouping in Belarus before a new offensive is expected in the east. NATO is discussing ways of getting more advanced weapons here, while the EU works on finding new ways to punish Russia, including nationalizing some Russian businesses operating in Europe, prompting a new warning from Vladimir Putin.
It could go too far. Let nobody forget that this is a double-edged weapon.
The EU is also proposing a ban on coal imports. These would be the first European sanctions on Russia's energy sector. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
So we'll be going out to the Security Council meeting earlier as President Zelensky made a virtual appearance, really just pleading with those top leaders to listen about how critical the needs are of the Ukrainian people. Well, we've been talking about refugees heading across the borders, many coming through the southern border. Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez had this conversation with our very own Andrew Kraft.
Being joined right now by Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez there in Los Angeles, who spoke to some of these refugees fleeing war-torn Ukraine, catching up with them. How are they doing? What have they told you?
Well, keep in mind that on the border, in the Tijuana point of entry, on the Mexican side, there are literally hundreds and hundreds of Ukrainians lining up, hoping to be allowed into the country that way. That's really the main gateway for them as it is right now. We saw them last week. We decided to try to catch up with them this week to see how they were doing. And here's what we found.
Once we were able to pass, it was like the biggest sigh of relief for us.
You may remember Lonnie and his fiancée stuck on the Tijuana side of the border with other Ukrainian refugees during Fox 11's coverage from the border last week.
I was as scared as could be.
After long days on the TJ sidewalk, they were allowed into San Diego and flew to family in Maine, where they are figuring out their next step.
My goal is to hopefully bring attention to what's happening on the border with Ukrainians.
Where the crowd of immigrants hoping to be allowed into the U.S. is getting exponentially larger.
Unfortunately, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
She works with EachStepHome.org, which has been working to reunite parents with immigrant children detained by Homeland Security. when they try to cross the border without legal papers, seeking asylum, an issue that came to a head recently with Central American refugees and is now repeating itself with the Ukrainians arriving via Mexico, where they can enter without a visa as opposed to the U.S. She's now helping in the case of 17-year-old Lisa, who you also saw waiting in TJ with her valid Ukrainian passport and an American sponsor. But she is a minor, and she was detained.
So she was held at the border for 3 days, which are these awful, awful places. I mean, these are the places where we saw the kids in cages and the Mylar blankets.
Lisa's U.S. sponsor, Molly, says she last heard from the 17-year-old during a phone call on a speakerphone saying she was being transferred to a facility in New York.
I didn't recognize it was Lisa because for some reason the agent on the other end with her was forcing her to communicate in English. She doesn't speak English. When I asked which facility will she be kept at, she told me I cannot tell you that information, but she will be allowed to make a phone call.
They are being detained in these congregate living facilities, and I don't think they're set up to deal with Russian speakers, and it's going to be a long process to get her out.
It would not only be the wait, it's also legal fees that have been quoted by lawyers, $3,000, plus the paperwork. One form costs $535 to fill out.
We do not have a system in place to let these Ukrainians in at the border, just like we don't have a system in place to let Central American kids in at the border.
Now, Homeland Security, they are confirming that they are allowing Ukrainian valid passport holders. But it's in every case when there's a minor, unless they are with their natural-born parents and proof of that, they are not going to keep them together. Those they will keep together even in detention. But otherwise, they're going to separate that minor until they prove that whoever's supposedly picking them up, even if it's an aunt or the grandparent they grew up with, that they're not trying to traffic them. So it is for their safety, but it is a process that takes time. And right now they're taking Ukrainian immigrants in one case at a time. When we were there, we were seeing maybe 3 people in one afternoon. Wow. And there are now 3 times the number of people from last week. I mean, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of people sitting in Tijuana waiting to be allowed in. So this situation is going to get worse before it gets better. I have to agree with her. And unless the administration gives more people to the Border Patrol to start processing people there, we're going to end up with a mess in our hands. That's already a mess. It's just going to be a bigger mess.
And of course, Christina, we're seeing the same problems play out with this specific group of migrants and refugees that we have been seeing for so long, working to get temporary visas. We know they have extended the temporary protected status to Ukrainians coming into the United States, but the same kind of bureaucratic loopholes time and time again. What is the administration saying about maybe to streamline this even better?
Well, after Biden said we are going to open up our arms to 100,000 refugees, that was the end of that. The reality is that a Ukrainian cannot just fly into the U.S. They're not being given visas. That's why they're all going into Mexico. So Mexico will allow them in with a visa, and then they make their way to Tijuana, which is the one port of entry where Border Patrol tells me that they have been told, hey, go allow them in one case at a time. That is not a system to accept 100,000 people. And the only answer we are getting from the administration is we're working on it. And it's one case at a time. So, and they're talking about taking away Title 42, which was in May, which was actually stopping all immigration at the border. It was the COVID-19 related guideline. Right. Imagine now all the Central American refugees joining. This week, last week in El Salvador, they had to declare a national state of emergency because of the violence from the gangs. Wow. So if you don't think those people are going to start trying to come in also, this is going to be a rough time for that border.
It definitely is for so many who are seeking asylum and who want to flee the danger, the violence, and start a better life in the United States. The same problems for so many of them. Christina Gonzalez there in Los Angeles, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Be safe.
All right, a great conversation right there just within the past hour or so, as there's a lot of questions as to what comes next with the southern border, and now a surge of Ukrainian refugees coming to, just adding on to that. Well, with a lot more to get to here on Live Now from Fox, including when it comes to what's happening with refugees, a family that our Fox 13 team spoke with seeking refuge in Tampa Bay. We'll hear from them and through a translator, as Fox 13's Evan Axelbank had an opportunity to sit down and ask them what they thought of the situation underway and what they thought specifically of President Putin. That's in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We've been talking about the humanitarian crisis underway, millions of Ukrainians seeking refuge across the country, including out in Tampa Bay. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank able to sit down and speak with a mother and father, their 2 children, about the harrowing journey to come back to the United States after escalation of war in Ukraine. They speak through a translator here. Here's just bites of that conversation.
The first question that I have for them is, what is it like to suddenly be in a place like this when their country is in the middle of a war?
So Julia said we are very worried about our country. We are safe here. And Sergei said we are very worried about our country. For those who stayed, we are very glad that we have come here, that we have our children out of this horror.
Can you describe exactly what you were seeing around you in your town and what has happened to your homes and streets?
Julia said we packed our bags and were ready to leave on February 24th. They started bombing us and we left. The roads were broken and we drove for 4 days. When we were driving, one bomb exploded very close and the car staggered. We were very scared. Then we hid in Zakarpattia. Yeah.
Do you think Vladimir Putin is guilty of war crimes?
Yes, of course. It's his war.
War criminal?
Yes. On February 24th at 5 a.m. we were awakened by explosions. The windows in our house shook. We looked into them and saw a glow, so we realized that the war had begun. On February 24th at 5 a.m. we were awakened by explosions. The windows in our house shook. We looked into them and saw a glow, so we realized that the war had begun. When sirens started in the city, we were hiding. We hid in a cold basement. The children were scared and did not understand what was happening. We decided to leave Ukraine.
What is it like to be in a place that's so comfortable knowing what's happening back home?
Okay, and the other thing to answer to your last question, they said, we are safe, but we have a stone in our soul the size of the whole Ukraine. It's terrible, everything that Putin does with our people.
You asked what their plan in America is?
She says, we really want our children not to get psychological trauma from what is happening. We will work and provide a normal life for them.
Can you ask how the Ukrainians are putting up such a valiant fight or brave fight?
Okay. She says that Ukrainians are a free people who are a part of Europe, very friendly people, strong-willed, and they protect their home. His response to that was, Ukrainians managed to fight Russia this way because they have seen how Russians can kill and destroy. It gives them courage.
I'm going to ask what they think of America next. Yeah, just based on what they've seen since they've gotten here.
Okay.
When you look around America, what do you see?
Okay, so in America we see how it helps our country with weapons because Ukraine lacks this, but we also need to close the sky from Russian planes.
He has such a high profile now. He's speaking to all these world leaders. I just want to find out what they think of how he's doing and whether they consider him a hero.
She does think Zelensky is a hero and that he is a very good and kind man.
How long does he think this is going to go on for?
So he said that the war ends only when the regime in Russia changes.
How they feel being here, knowing that they are safe, but knowing that their loved ones, many of them, are still back potentially in danger.
My parents stayed at home and I suffer a lot. I fear for their lives, but they don't want to leave. This is their choice. I cannot convince them.
Do they feel happy to be out here or sad to be gone?
I am very afraid to return. Even in Europe, I felt uneasy. The farther from Russia, the calmer I am. My kids shouldn't feel this way.
I want to ask that. How are their kids? How do they explain this to their children, and how are they doing?
So Mark is the littlest one, is 3. He thinks that soldiers live in the kindergarten. He often cries. He wants to go home, and he dreams of his playground that is now black from the explosion. Did he see the playground after an explosion? Question mark.
No,
managing it. Okay. What they plan to do here, do they think it's going to be easy to start over here, meaning them, jobs and house and all that?
So she writes, we are grateful to everyone who helps us. Moving is always hard. We lived in Ukraine, had a house, a car, many friends. We had an interesting job. Children went to school and kindergarten, and in one moment, it all collapsed. We will start all over again, and we'll try. We want our children to live far away from Russia. These people are very cruel. They constantly attack neighboring countries. A lot of victims all over the world.
As their host, what is this like for you to watch other human beings go through this?
It's horrible. And what I always said to my husband was, but for the grace of God, it could have been us. And I would hope that someone would reach out to us and help us the same way that we're reaching out and helping them.
How do you feel knowing that their neighborhood was literally being right there? How did they know that? How do you internalize the fact that their neighborhood is literally being bombed to the ground right now, and that they are sitting here all of a sudden in a neighborhood in Tampa in a house like this one?
I can't imagine what they've gone through. I can only imagine what they've seen, and even that is just unimaginable, actually. We're just glad we can help them in some small way. That's really what this is about. I feel for them. I wish I could do more. I can't give them their home back, but at least we can help them start fresh.
How did this all come about, and how did Grace Point decide to get involved? I mean, just give me the broad strokes here of how this happened and how they wound up in your living room.
my husband and I watched the news like everybody else night after night and just felt a sense of hopelessness. We couldn't do anything. And so we both kind of said at the same time, maybe we could host someone and help them start fresh. So he reached out to a church in California, and they matched us with this family that needed a sponsor. And that's kind of how it started. And so my husband was texting back and forth with Yulia, and we've just made this connection.
How important is it to you to know that they are sleeping somewhere safe, even though you hadn't even met them more than 3 days ago, 2 days ago?
Again, it's just one small thing that we can do, and if everybody did something similar, imagine the impact we could have. And Grace Point has homeless services and so many other kinds of services, so we are working in tandem to get them housing and get their visas in order and that kind of thing. I couldn't do it without the folks at Grace Point.
What are your hopes for their future?
I hope that they orient and live like you and I do, and they have jobs they love and are raising their children in prosperity and have a peaceful life.
So once again, Sergey and Yulia seeking refuge in Tampa Bay. You can see them arriving at the airport there, happy and stoked. The host family kind of translating in that interview with Fox 13's Evan Axelbank. I want to bring him in right now. Evan, you got to sit down and ask some of those questions, some more difficult than others, about their situation, resettling in America. What were your biggest takeaways with that?
Well, imagine what it would be like to find out that a neighboring country that has a giant military was about to invade the country or the state that you were in, and that you had to pick up everything that you owned, or as much as you could carry, at least all the important things, and take your loved ones with you and walk away from your house and from your other loved ones, and your job and your neighborhood and your community and your neighbors, and leave forever.
Right.
To go to a place that you had never been to, and that you don't know the language, and you don't know what you're going to do when you get there, and you don't know if you're going to be taken in by potentially dangerous, crazy people. I mean, you just don't know. It's easy to say, it's certainly at this point, this little moment worked out for them, but they're going to have a long road here in the United States, and they're going to have a long time to get used to a new country and to a new way of life, as we all would.
Yeah.
So again, just imagine, literally putting everything down and grabbing your loved ones and taking enough clothes for a few days and a toothbrush and leaving forever. You're not coming back. And after you leave, a bulldozer and a tank might come with bombs and machine guns and knock the building down that you lived in, and knock your office down, and knock your neighbors' houses down, and their factories and offices and workplaces down. And those armies would do it without any care in the world of what impact they're having on you, simply because they're doing it simply because they got an order from Vladimir Putin to do it.
Yeah, and this is just one.
That's my reflection.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's blunt, but
no, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. This is just one story of many. This
Millions,
family.
4 million refugees.
4 million refugees. And I actually was curious, Sergey, how did he get out of Ukraine without having to serve in the military? Because so many of the husbands did have to stick behind and say goodbye to their wives and to their children.
Yeah, so it's actually a very complicated story, and it has to do with the status of, I don't want to get too much into the details of their personal lives, but it has to do with the status of the different relationships in that family. And I don't know that I want to say more than that, but it certainly was all done above board.
Yeah.
And it's just, one of the things this shows is that it's everyone's life is very complicated, and that the neat lines that we think in our heads of what a family looks like, or what a neighborhood or a community looks like, are seldom what it is, even in our own country, and that is true in this case.
Well, what a unique opportunity for that family to be able to travel together and to be able to seek refuge in the United States. And now, it's 2 boys, right? 2 little boys.
Yeah, 2 boys, an 11-year-old and a 3-year-old, Mark and Maxim.
Now about to go to school, probably in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to go to a school where they don't know anybody, and they don't know the language, and they may not have been studying the same things and learning the same things at their point in school in Ukraine, and they're going to be, learning a completely different way of life, and in a completely different, circumstances that they're going to have to get used to. And Ukraine is an advanced country, and so hopefully that works in their favor, acclimate to life here. Refugees certainly come from countries that don't always have some of the things that Ukraine has when it comes to acclimating to the United States, and refugees from many countries very often do well here in the United States, most often do well in the United States because of the gumption that they've had to just make it here in the first place.
Yeah.
It's an incredible story. I mean, it's an incredible story, and it's an incredible journey that they have just made. And now here they are. They live very close right now. They're staying very close to where my own family lives in Tampa Bay. And that is moving for me to know that our community is hosting people who have been through complete and utter, if I may use the word, hell.
Yeah. Well, just really sweet images of their youngest holding up the Ukrainian flag, holding up the American flag, now coming here. And like we kind of said, I want to circle back to that. They're not the only family that is seeking refuge in the United States, but explain to us the circumstances in Tampa Bay, the resources that you guys specifically have for families like this.
Well, the bottom line is Grace Point is one of many agencies working to bring refugees here from Ukraine. There are many outfits and many agencies, and Tampa Bay is a big community, and there are lots of people of Ukrainian descent here. I know of another family in Clearwater that is preparing to host somebody, and that family is going through a journey right now to get here. And there are a number of agencies in our area that work to keep to get people here from not just Ukraine, but from many countries where there are difficult things going on. Tampa Bay is, I wish I knew the exact stats, but Tampa Bay has a number of refugees from many different countries in every continent in the world, except Antarctica. So, there is certainly a home, and the mayors of our communities make a point of saying there's a home for refugees in Tampa Bay.
Yeah. And Ukrainian refugees now being probably the main focus, I would imagine. Well, you got the opportunity to ask them about some of the culture of Ukraine, some of the leadership, President Zelensky, and even President Putin. Did any of those answers come to you as a surprise?
No, I mean, we've heard a number of people from Ukraine. I've interviewed a number of people here in Tampa Bay who have all spoken about Vladimir Putin as being a war criminal and as someone who they'd like to see brought to The Hague. I don't know that anybody thinks that's actually realistic, but they do harbor a tremendous amount of hatred for Vladimir Putin. I mean, look at what he's done to them during this war of choice. I was struck by their answer as to what the main difference was between the Ukrainian culture and the American culture. They found that they have gotten lots and lots of smiles. I don't know if it was on that tape you just played, but they've gotten lots and lots of smiles from here on the street, from people here on the street. And of course, they people, wouldn't know that they were Ukrainian refugees unless you stopped and spoke to them and found out who they were. And so I thought that was moving, that they found friendly faces in our community to be very helpful. They also said our streets were clean, which I thought was interesting. We probably look around and go, boy, what filth we see. I wish the street sweeper would come by a little more often. But they view our streets as being very clean and very well put together. So I thought that was interesting. And, they also made it very clear that they find this to be a land of opportunity and a place where they're going to be able to restart their lives as best they can. Right now, they're going through medical testing and procedures, and they're going through visa issues and all the other things you would have to do to start a life in a completely new place.
Yeah. Well, last question for you, Evan. You asked about them getting on their own 2 feet, going to school, jobs, money, everything. What are their hopes in replanting in the U.S.? What do they foresee as their future?
So what's super interesting is these are professional people. Ukraine is an advanced society, an advanced country, and they have, they had what we would find to be ordinary 9 to 5 jobs here in the United States. They worked in the agriculture business. It sounds to me like they were, some may have been lost in translation, but quite literally, but they are workers in factories and coordinators in logistics. And so I would assume that they would try to get work in that area, in those areas. But, at this point, I think they're mostly just trying to get their feet under them and are going to, take a few minutes at least to learn some English, because, no matter how advanced you are, if business is done in English and not in Russian, it's going to be difficult to work. Yeah. So, they're going to take some time here. The kids are going to get into school and they're going to have to pick up the language really quickly. And I'm sure they're capable of that. They were smart, bright, sweet, nice kids. Without a doubt, they were really great to meet and talk to. And so, at least as best we could, again, they speak almost no English, maybe a little bit, among one of them. But for the most part of the 4 of them, the English capabilities were not there yet, and understandably so. Why should they be? They lived in Ukraine and spoke Russian. So it's going to be quite a journey for them, and I wish them good luck. They undoubtedly miss their country and miss their society and miss the way things were just 6 weeks ago.
Right.
And all of it was taken from them, as she said in that piece of tape you just played. All of it was taken from them in the blink of an eye.
Yep. And you never know when or how that could happen to your own family at home. I love to hear that from the host family, saying that this could have been us. So we would hope that someone would lend a hand. So amazing to hear those stories. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank, thank you so much for breaking it down for us.
Good to see you, Daytona.
Good to see you, too. We're going to keep it moving along here as we are continuing to focus on Russia and Ukraine. If you didn't already, we actually got to speak with a Ukrainian teacher. Well, she's based here in Los Angeles, teaches English to Ukrainian students out there, which is going to come in handy for a lot of Ukrainians who may be moving to the United States, already have a little bit of English in their back pocket. We'll be playing that out probably later in the evening for you. So stick with us here on Live Now. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to go out to some of those remarks from President Zelensky as he made a virtual appearance at the United Nations Security Council meeting today, talking about what comes next for Ukraine and the atrocities from down on the ground. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost the top of the hour, 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, 11 o'clock out on the East Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us. Let's take you around the horn here to a bunch of different places across the country. The White House, as we heard from President Biden earlier, alongside former President Barack Obama and Vice President Kamala Harris. Affordable Care Act celebrating the anniversary, touting what comes next under the Biden administration. We're also going to hear from Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill today, both holding press conferences. That's as confirmation is quite near for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Likely going to get a full-on vote and full confirmation on her, hopefully by the end of the week. And last but not least, a live look from New York City. Just a beautiful shot outside of Fox News headquarters. We'll also be tracking all of your weather needs here alongside Fox Weather. This is in Augusta, Georgia, as there were tornado warnings. Luckily, I believe none touched down, at least none with severe damage. But there were some severe thunderstorms and a little bit of rainfall, too. So we'll be keeping our eyes on our radar through the south here through the rest of the week. Well, before we went out to the break, we said we'd be going out to remarks from President Zelensky at the United Nations Security Council briefing earlier. He was talking virtually to all of the top world leaders. Here's that.
The floor, sir.
Thank you very much, dear Madam Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary General, distinguished members of the Security Council and other members of this meeting, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm sure that all the representatives of the United Nations member states will hear me today. Yesterday, I returned from our city of Bucha, recently liberated from Russian troops, not far from Kiev. So there is not a single crime that they would not commit there. The Russian military searched for and purposefully killed anyone who served our country. They shot and killed women outside their houses when they just tried to call someone who is alive. They killed entire families, adults and children, and they tried to burn the bodies. I am addressing you on behalf of the people who honor the memory of the deceased every single day, in the memory of the civilians who died, who were shot and killed in the back of their head after being tortured. Some of them were shot on the streets, others were thrown into the wells, so they died there in suffering. They were killed in their apartments, houses, blowing up grenades. The civilians were crushed by tanks while sitting in their cars in the middle of the road, just for their pleasure. They cut off limbs, cut their throats, slashed their throats. Women were raped and killed in front of their children. Their tongues were pulled out only because the aggressor did not hear what they wanted to hear from them. So this is no different from other terrorists such as Daesh, who occupied some territories. And here it is done by a member of the United Nations Security Council, destroying internal unity, borders, countries, and taking the right of more than a dozen countries who are self-determined and independent. They pursue a consistent policy of destroying ethnic and religious diversity. They inflame wars and deliberately lead them in such a way that to kill as many regular civilians and cities, to leave the country where they deploy their troops in ruins and filled with mass graves. You all see that. And they support hatred at the level of the state and seek to export it to other countries through their system of propaganda and political corruption. They provoke a global food crisis that could lead to famine in Africa, Asia, and other countries, and will surely end in large-scale political chaos in many countries, and destroying their domestic security. So where is the security that the Security Council needs to guarantee? It's not there, although there is a Security Council. So where is the peace? Where are those guarantees that the United Nations needs to guarantee? It is obvious that the key institution of the world, which must ensure the coercion of any aggressor to peace, simply cannot work effectively. Now the world can see that what Russian military did in Bucha while keeping the city under their occupation. But the world has yet to see what they have done in other occupied cities and regions of our country. Geography might be different or various, but cruelty is the same, crimes are the same, and accountability must be inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you of Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter. What is the purpose of our organization? Its purpose is to maintain peace and make sure that peace is adhered to. And now the UN Charter is violated literally, starting with the Article 1. And if so, what is the point of all other articles? Today, as a result of Russia's actions in our country, in Ukraine, the most terrible war crimes of all times we see since the end of World War II, and they are being committed. Russian troops are deliberately destroying Ukrainian cities to ashes with artillery and airstrike. They are deliberately blocking cities, creating mass starvation. They deliberately shoot columns of civilians on the road trying to escape from the territory of hostilities. They even deliberately blow up shelters where civilians hide from airstrikes. They are deliberately creating conditions in the temporarily occupied territories so that as many civilians as possible are killed there. The massacre in our city of Bucha is only one, unfortunately, only one of many examples of what the occupiers have been doing on our land for the past 41 days. And there are many more cities, similar places where the world has yet to learn the full truth. Mariupol, Kharkiv, Chernobyl, Tyrka, Borodyanka, and dozens other Ukrainian communities. Each of them is similar to Bucha. I know, and you know perfectly well, what the representatives of Russia will say in response to the accusations of these crimes. They have said that many times. The most significant was after the shooting down of the Malaysian Boeing over Donbass by Russian forces with Russian weapons, or during the war in Syria. They will blame everyone just to justify their own actions. They will say that there are various different versions, and it is impossible to establish which one of those versions is true. They will even say that the bodies of those killed were allegedly thrown away, and all videos are staged. But it is 2022 now. We have conclusive evidence, so there are satellite images. We can conduct full and transparent investigation. That is what we are interested in. Maximum access for journalists, maximum cooperation with international institutions, involvement of the International Criminal Court, complete truth and full accountability. I'm sure that every member state of the UN should be interested in this. For what? In order to punish once and for all those who consider themselves privileged and believe that they can get away with anything. So show all the other potential war criminals in the world how they will be punished. If the biggest one is punished, then everyone is punished. Why did Ukraine come to Ukraine? I will tell you, because Russia's leadership feels like colonizers. In ancient times, they need our wealth, our people. Russia has already deported hundreds of thousands of our citizens to their country. They abducted more than 2,000 children, just simply conducted those children and continue to do so. Russia wants to turn Ukraine into silent slaves. The Russian military are looting openly the cities and villages they have captured. This is wide-scale looting. They are stealing everything, starting with food, ending with earrings, gold earrings that are pulled out and covered with blood. We are dealing with a state that is turning the veto into the UN Security Council into the right to die. This undermines the whole architecture of global security. It allows them to go unpunished. So they are destroying everything that they can. So if this continues, the countries will rely only on the power of their own arms to ensure their security, and not on international law, not rely on international institutions. The United Nations can be simply closed. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to close the UN? Do you think that the time of international law is gone? If your answer is no, then you need to act immediately. The UN Charter must be restored immediately. The UN system must be reformed immediately so that the veto is not the right to die, that there is a fair representation in the Security Council of all regions of the world. The aggressor must be brought to peace immediately. Determination is needed. The massacre from Syria to Somalia, from Afghanistan to Yemen and Libya, that should have been stopped a long time ago, to tell you the truth. If tyranny had at least once received such a response to the war it had waged, it would have ceased to exist, and honest peace had been guaranteed after it, and the world would have changed for sure. And then perhaps there would not be war in my country against our people, against Ukrainian people, against our citizens. But the world watched and did not want to see either the occupation of Crimea or the war against Georgia or taking the entire Transnistria from Moldova, and how Russia was preparing the basis for other conflicts and wars near their borders. How to stop it? Right away, the Russian military and those who gave them orders must be brought to justice immediately for war crimes in Ukraine. Anyone who has given criminal orders and carried out them by killing our people will be brought before the tribunal, which should be similar to the Nuremberg tribunals. I would like to remind Russian diplomats that a man like von Ribbentrop has not escaped punishment for crimes in World War II. I would also like to remind you that Adolf Eichmann also did not go unpunished. Nobody of them escaped the punishment. But the main thing is today it's time to transform the system, the United Nations. So therefore, I propose to convene a global conference, and we can do it here in peaceful Kyiv in order to determine how we are going to reform the world security system, how we will rely, how do we establish guarantee of recognition of borders and integrity of states and countries, how we will assert the rule of international law. It is now clear that the goals set in San Francisco in 1945 for the creation of a global security international organization have not been achieved, and it is impossible to achieve them without reforms. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to pass on to the next generation an effective UN with the ability to respond preventively to security challenges and thus guarantee peace, prevent aggression, and force aggressors to peace, have the determination and ability to punish if the principles of peace are violated. There can be no more exceptions or privileges. Everybody must be equal. All participants of ambitions.
Strong words from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the United Nations today, essentially going after the credibility, the legitimacy of the United Nations itself, saying that if it cannot prevent war and atrocities like that is happening in his country there, then it should dissolve. It should be replaced by something new, by something more effective for the next generations. Kind of a soul-searching moment there for the United Nations as the world, the West in particular, decides how more to respond to the situation in Ukraine. What more can they do to punish Russia for their actions? Joining me now to discuss all of that, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, thanks so much for being with us. Let's get to some of the news of the day. We learned that more sanctions are coming tomorrow on specific Russian banks. We know Russia's largest bank, Sberbank, will be sanctioned. Also, Alfa Bank, which is one of Russia's top private lenders, they will be sanctioned along with Vladimir Putin's two daughters. So we're seeing kind of second, third order sanctions coming down. My question for you, though, we're issuing these sanctions. They almost seem like we're, grasping at straws here about who left to sanction. Who do we have to sanction still that has not been sanctioned yet? And it's just not clear from the atrocities we've seen that the sanctions are, working to change the behavior of the Russian regime. What say you?
Well, Andrew, obviously sanctions are probably not going to stop an atrocity in Bucha. Okay, it's not going to stop them from tying up somebody and executing them or something like that. But what it may do over time is put enough pressure for either regime change in Moscow or to temper whatever Putin's going to do. What we're seeing with the sanction regime, and there's a lot of criticism of sanctions. Obviously, there's a confusion: are sanctions a preventive thing or a punitive thing? And obviously, there was the President Biden said that they weren't preventive, or they weren't for deterrence, I should say. Whereas his administration had said they were for deterrence all along. But the thing with sanctions is they're closing some gaps. One of the challenges with sanctions that they had early on was getting international cooperation. Problem is, the U.S. sanctioning a bank doesn't mean a lot unless you have other major countries doing the same thing. And what you're seeing is a hardening of position with the G7, certainly with NATO and the European Union. In fact, the European Union's become a very articulate force in terms of dealing with Russia and addressing these economic sanctions regime, I should say, across the board with Russia, and it's closing those gaps. One of the problems they had from 2014 was they would sanction the oligarchs, they'd sanction key leadership figures, and they would simply move money to other family members, and the sanctions were basically circumvented. Going after Putin's daughters is part of that, is to do that, and it's to close off those gaps. So I'm going to be a little optimistic. I think it might have more effect than we think.
Interesting. Let's move on to, like you were mentioning, some of the countries of Europe who are taking more of a concerted stance, especially when it comes to Russian energy imports. We learned that the EU is blocking Russian coal imports, so we could talk about the significance of that. I want to read a tweet from the German ambassador to the United States. She says, since Putin's invasion, there has been a tectonic shift in German security, energy, and foreign policy. Weapons to Ukraine, independence from Russian hydrocarbons as soon as possible, severe sanctions, massive defense spending, and support to NATO's eastern flank. Are some of these European allies of ours kind of hardening in their determination and grit to do more when it comes to kind of the outstanding issues that Russia still has at their will, at their availability? What is the posture right now when it comes to Russian energy? Do you think we'll see more on that front in the next couple of days?
Well, Andrew, I think what we're going to see is a closure of their ability to sell a lot of hydrocarbons, particularly coal, which may not seem like a big deal, but coal is still a major power source for Europe. The European Union acting like that to shut down coal imports for Russia hits them in the pocketbook in a major way. You're seeing the shutdown with a new number of countries with oil. You're seeing them try to reduce their dependency on natural gas. That's a tougher one for certain countries because of their overwhelming dependence on natural gas. But you're seeing this shutdown, which the longer this thing goes on, the more impact it will have on Russia. I would mention that there has been some discussion just today by some senior military leaders that they think this thing could I'm going to use the term metastasize, but this conflict could end up going on for years. I know a lot of people are thinking this will be over in a week, a couple weeks, maybe some months. But as this thing goes on, they're looking at this Eastern Front, if you will, in Ukraine and wondering if this thing will ever get closed off. Will it be something like we saw with the previous Donbass issue where it just keeps going on and on and on? Don't know. But they're setting up the sanction regime with energy in order to do that. It's interesting. When this thing started, it was the United States prodding Germany and prodding France to get them to do things. I tell you, half the time I feel like we're catching up to Germany now in terms of where they say they're going. I mean, they are saying, look, we need to ship arms. We need to build up our defense. They were always a reluctant partner. And part of that was some of the things we imposed after World War II, which was kind of a cultural thing, which was to make them less militaristic, if you will. But now they're looking at this saying, hey, we got to harden up everything. And so Germany has just done a complete turnabout on this whole thing. And it's just fascinating to watch what they're going to do. The interesting thing I think you're going to see is you might see global investment in alternative sources of energy in a way that we haven't seen it. And I have a little bit of background looking at places like the Far East, South America, stuff like that, dealing with a variety of different things, particularly with things tied to renewable energy, lithium, things like that. I anticipate we're going to see a huge surge of investment in all these areas to basically get away from Russia and indirectly also get away from China. You got to remember, this thing kicked off with China doing a big cyber attack on Ukraine. I can tell you, in Ukraine, they certainly haven't forgotten that. And in certain halls of NATO and back in Washington, D.C., they're very cognizant that the first volley, if you will, the first shot in war of Russia's invasion of Ukraine was kind of fired from Beijing.
Wow.
So they're all aware of that.
Yeah. Hal, we know also Fox is confirming the United States will send an additional $100 million in Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. That kind of concludes so much of this aid and funding that the United States has been giving. I think it's upwards of $2.3, now $2.4 billion in total, though. I want to talk, though, Hal, about still yet again the stories that are coming around from these suburbs in and around Kyiv, in Bucha, in Irpin, just from some of the survivors who witnessed some of these atrocities. First, though, I want to play some sound that we have from Secretary of State Antony Blinken about this, and then I'll get you to respond.
Morning, everyone. As this Russian tide is receding from parts of Ukraine, the world is seeing the death and destruction left in its wake. And we're seeing, in particular, the horror that's been left behind in Bucha, something that is touching people literally around the world. What we've seen in Bucha is not the random act of a rogue unit. It's a deliberate campaign to kill, to torture, to rape, to commit atrocities. The reports are more than credible. The evidence is there for the world to see. This reinforces our determination and the determination of countries around the world to make sure that one way or another, one day or another, there is accountability for those who committed these acts, for those who ordered them. There's also a strong determination to make sure that we're doing everything we can to continue to support Ukraine in its brave fight to push the Russian aggression out of Ukraine, and of course to sustain and increase the pressure on Russia to stop this aggression. We're heading off to Brussels now for a meeting of the NATO foreign ministers, for a meeting of the G7 foreign ministers, the leading democratic economies in the world, all of which will go to supporting the efforts at accountability and support for Ukraine, increased pressure on Russia.
Okay, Hal, Secretary of State Antony Blinken there in Brussels saying that the campaign is not random of war crimes. It is deliberate. We also got word, and we heard from the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, today. She said reports indicate that Russian federal security agents are confiscating passports and IDs, taking away cell phones, and separating families. She says she does not need to spell out what these so-called filtration camps are reminiscent of. It is chilling. Hal, what have you seen down on the ground? And, you know, Europe has not seen this in so long, but what are you kind of on the lookout for, and what has just horrified you?
Well, what I'm on the lookout for is it's bordering on genocide. You know, these are the sorts of precursor things that we saw in the Balkans that eventually turned into just open genocide. They would go in and wipe out entire cities. You know, they would separate all the men and they'd march them off into the forest and they'd kill them. This is the sort of stuff that Ukraine has seen in World War II. This is Nazi stuff. This is Stalinist stuff. This has happened there before. It just hasn't happened in a very long time. But this is very much out. If you look at the tradition of the FSB, prior to that, the KGB, their kind of monolithic intelligence service, going back to the NKVD, which goes back to Stalin's times, this is how they would do business. They would go in and they would basically crush opposition, and they don't really distinguish between the military and the civilian population. They just see them as one monolithic enemy. And if they see any opposition, of course, in their minds, when they see somebody who is a member of the city government or someone who is in a leadership position in that city, and they feel that there's resistance, which there is, to Russian occupation, they feel that in their mind is a fair target. Now, these are war crimes, is what we've seen, you know, summary executions, things along those lines. What they probably didn't count on was what they've done in Chechnya, what they've done certainly in assisting the Syrians in Syria and elsewhere, is normally when they take over these cities, they don't give back the territory. Normally, they go out to commit the war crimes, but then they get the opportunity to cover up the war crimes because they end up owning whatever area that they did these atrocities in. In this case, they got pushed out. In this case, literally their military fell apart around Kiev, and they had to pull them all out. And so these atrocities are all of a sudden there for all of us to see. And certainly, as President Zelensky mentioned, you can't cover them up like they used to. You know, there's an old saying that there's nothing new under the sun. Well, literally under the sun, under that sunlight, we got satellites, commercial satellites taking pictures. So when they march somebody out and do a summary execution and leave their body in a street, we have high-grade resolution imagery that shows when that happened. So they can't turn around and deny that it happened. They can't make the claims that they would have said, say, a decade or 2 decades ago, simply because the evidence is there. So that's what I'm saying. A little kind of interesting point on this in terms of trying to cover up their war crimes. There's a mechanized rifle brigade, at least a report from Ukrainian intelligence, not confirmed yet, that a mechanized rifle brigade around Bucha was pulled out, and they're being immediately transferred to the Eastern Front. Not quite clear where they're going to come in, maybe around Donbass or something, but they want to put them right on the front line. And what Ukrainian intelligence picking up was the intent of the Russians was to put them on the front lines so that soldiers who had committed war crimes and had witnessed war crimes would be more likely to be killed in action fighting the Ukrainians, which would help them cover up. I just, when you see that, you go, what sort of twisted thinking is that? By the way, what message does that send to their entire armed forces around Ukraine? But it tells you almost the diabolical way that they view of handling this stuff. And literally, it's right out of the pages of Stalin. Putinism and Stalinism in certain areas are really not that far apart at all. Wow. And it really is stunning.
Hal, you know, they will go to the greatest lengths, like you just mentioned, to hide what is really happening, to suppress the truth, and it is really the work of so many to make sure that does not happen. Let's game out some of these scenarios because, like you mentioned, the war is still only in its 5th or 6th week. We could be seeing this for months, if not years. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, said today in front of Congress that it could go on for years. But this is a turning point. You and I were talking kind of off camera. These massacres are a turning point. It just so depends on what happens next. And it's so hard to kind of foreshadow that or forecast that into the future. We just don't know. But I'm going to bring up a common theme because you and I talk about it so often. There really is no coming back now for either Putin, for the Russian regime, because nothing is really letting up as far as lifting sanctions. More sanctions are going on. More ostracization is happening. So I guess that's what I'm thinking about going into the latter half of the week here.
I think what we're going to look at, it's interesting if you, in Ukraine and certainly some areas around there, they don't see it as just Putin or the Putin regime. They're fiercely, they blame the Russian people for this. So we are seeing some deep set anger here, which could go on for literally generations. The sort of nationality versus nationality anger that Europe has seen before, but this could go on for a very long time unless something overwhelming is done. I mean, it's almost like you have to see what happened at the end of World War II with denazification, where it was so extensive, it was literally changing the cultural norms within Germany, changing the way the German people, interact, think, how they, basically changing a society that was very regimented and easily would follow orders to a society that would always question the top leadership in order to build that sort of, those core concepts needed in a democratic government. It's almost, you're looking at Russia saying they'd almost have to do the same thing just to reinstill some sort of credibility on the international system, certainly with some of the neighboring countries around there. And if you certainly talk to the Baltic countries, I don't think their view of the Russians is really that much different than what you see in Ukraine, even though they have not been attacked yet, but they're looking at it very closely. So I think what you're going to see is a greater isolation of Russia. And the interesting thing on that is it's going to isolate China more too. At some point, China's going to feel tremendous pressure to get out the fence, and that may be tied to sanctions regime. You're also going to see India, which has always had a close relationship with Russia, have to figure out where it stands in this whole thing. By the way, in Europe right now, you may have seen that Serbia and Hungary just had elections.
Yes.
And both pro-Putin strongmen got reelected.
Correct.
Well, yeah. The next day, the European Union said, okay, we've got a whole list of things that we're going to do to Hungary because we feel that you're not maintaining the standards of European Union membership. You're being undemocratic. And they did not hesitate to start putting those things in place just to make their pressure felt about any regime that aligns along Putin. So you're going to see a lot more of that around the world, be further isolation, and it's going to make it much more difficult for Putin's regime to basically withstand the pressure.
Yeah.
What that turns into, I don't know, but the pressure is going to be incredible on the regime.
Yeah, and of course, and you and I have talked so at length about not only, I guess, the military aims of Russia inside of Ukraine, of which we're seeing how fallible those really were, but kind of the intangible kind of cultural remaking to crush the national spirit of the Ukrainian people. That was also a top aim, and we're seeing them try very, very hard with these massacres, and they're so horrible to witness. But that is in their playbook in order to essentially crush the national spirit of the Ukrainian people, in order to kind of bring them on their side. I've heard that so many times, especially with some of these Russian propaganda outlets saying, if the military do not work, they have that still to go on.
Again, I go back to Stalin when I look at comparison. Russia always kind of played this down, but of course they had the agreement with the Ribbentrop Agreement, where they went into Poland at about the same time that the Germans went into Poland, and of course they also went up into Finland. Well, a couple things is, when they went in there, they rounded up, all the military officers that they captured, and they took them out in the forest and they killed them. And of course they tried to blame the Nazis, but everyone knows that was Stalin's Stalin's forces that did that. These are typical Stalinist tactics. These are type of tactics that they used in and around World War II, where they go in, they would find opposition leaders, anyone who would voice a different opinion than what the Russian or what the Soviets wanted, and they would round them up. They would imprison them. They would execute them. In many cases, they'd force them to flee. But this is just standard way they do that, and they've done this forever. This is just kind of the way they think. They've done it within the former Soviet republics. They did it in the Warsaw Pact when they went in there to establish the Warsaw Pact. They would just keep ratcheting down to try and eliminate any opposition to the regime. So this has worked for them in the past. What has happened in Ukraine is it's got externalities they didn't plan on. And one of those externalities is NATO and the West. Our resolve, I think, caught Putin completely off guard. And the amount of resources and weapons and the type of weapons we were able to bring in caught them off guard. One thing is the Russian army was always built around tanks and armor. That's in their culture. That's in their tradition. It goes back to World War II. And things like Javelin missiles and these NLAW missiles have been just chewing up their armor. You know, another thing that you found around the atrocities was a lot of burned out Russian vehicles that have been destroyed. And that's another thing they're talking about north of Kyiv. It's a graveyard. It's a graveyard for civilian atrocities against civilians, but it's also a graveyard for Russian equipment. Russian armor and tanks were just destroyed left and right. And and you see it right there. That's kind of what it looks like. This has caught them off guard because that is the center of gravity of the Russian army. You know, armor and tanks is really what they're all about, and they're being just stopped cold. And what this has done is it's really impacting the psyche of the Russians in a way that they didn't anticipate. So, there's just a lot of things to consider there. So I'm going to turn it over to you for another question.
No, of course. No, Hal, I think that's going to do it for us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time. And the war goes on. We'll see what happens in the next couple of days. What more resolve the West has in order to hold Russia accountable. We'll have it covered here on Live Now. Hal, thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be showing you some of the comments made from both Republicans and Democratic lawmakers on both sides of the Capitol, in the House and the Senate, about a whole host of topics there. We have a Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol. We'll also be showing you all the latest out of the White House, the Biden administration, making some moves today, including something going on with student loan debt. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is a Live Now look at the White House at this hour. It's a little after 11:30 there in the nation's capital. Well, we got this major announcement today by the Biden administration saying they plan to freeze federal student loan payments through August the 31st. Of course, this is an extension of that moratorium that has allowed millions of Americans to postpone payments during the pandemic. Student loan payments, remember, were scheduled to resume May 1st after being halted since early in the pandemic back in 2020. But calls from Democrats in both Congress and the White House say they plan to give borrowers additional time to prepare for payments. The action applies to more than 43 million Americans who owe a combined $1.6 trillion in student loan debt held by the federal government. That's according to data from the Department of Education. That includes more than 7 million borrowers who have defaulted on student loans, meaning they are at least 270 days late on payments. Now, borrowers will not be asked to make payments until after August the 31st, and interest rates are expected to remain at 0 during that period. So welcome news for some of those with lots of student loan debt. This being extended now. Of course, it was going to end by May 1st. Not the case here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Right now, though, let's hear from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki about this announcement today, about so many others, and about what we all saw today at the White House. Former President Obama visiting for the first time since he left office back in January of 2017, touting and remembering the passage of the Affordable Care Act 12 years later. But first, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
Impacted by the payment of student loans as we make these assessments. I would note that no one has been required to pay a single dime of federal student loans since the president took office. And of course, the Department of Education will continue to communicate directly with borrowers about federal student loan repayment and servicers as we make this final decision.
On a different topic, we've heard a lot from the administration about the lack of international COVID relief funding for vaccinations. Does the president believe that without this money, he can meet his pledges to the world with global vaccine sharing? And does he have to recalibrate now that Congress seems unwilling to provide the necessary funding to get there?
Well, no, we can't meet our commitments and cannot continue to be the arsenal of vaccines to the global community. Without global funding, USAID won't have resources to get more shots in arms. We'll be forced to scale back our work providing oxygen and antiviral pills, and we will lack the funding to provide rapid testing to countries in need. It's not just about vaccine doses, of course. I know that's kind of the question you asked. It's also about providing the know-how and the individuals and at times the training to be able to get shots in arms, and those are programs that we fund through our global efforts as well, and we need that funding in order to continue these programs.
And just lastly, for me, General Milley had some pretty sobering testimony on the Hill today regarding the state of the world and sort of a grim outlook. Saying the potential for significant international conflict is increasing, not decreasing. Is that an assessment the president shares? And is that sort of the assessment of the U.S. government that sort of the state of the world right now is darker than it was when the president took office?
Well, certainly the General Milley speaks for the assessment of the U.S. military, and I think that's what he was testifying on, and he speaks on behalf of the administration. Go ahead.
General Milley also said that he thinks the war in Ukraine will be measured in years, that this will be a long, protracted conflict. Can you clarify, do you mean that the ground war will be lasting years, and is the U.S. committed to aiding Ukraine for as long as this drives on?
Well, we're certainly committed to continuing our historic support of Ukraine, whether that is military assistance, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance. Without further parsing General Milley's words, and certainly I would point you to the Department of Defense and to him directly, I think we also understand that the recovery from this war, the rebuilding in Ukraine, people who have lost their homes, communities that have been destroyed, is going to take some time, and the United States will certainly continue to be a part of that.
And President Zelensky today effectively asked, what's the point of the UN Security Council if they can't find a way to hold Russia accountable given Russia's veto power? He suggested the council was powerless and outdated. does he have a point, and does the White House think the Security Council needs to be reformed? Is that even possible?
Well, I think he's certainly referring to, obviously he can speak for himself, but his frustration, which we share, that Russia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. We don't see that changing. And so what our objective is at this point in time is on a couple of fronts. One is to continue to provide a range of security assistance to Ukraine, directly to Ukraine, to the military that is serving boldly and bravely on their behalf. I can provide you a little bit of an update on that, in addition to the deliveries of the $200 million package announced on March 12th, which are almost complete, deliveries of the $800 million package that the President announced on March 16th are actively occurring, and obviously the Department of Defense has also announced a range of equipment that is being provided. I'd also note that there are a range of mechanisms as it relates to accountability, and that relates to the President's strong statements about his view and belief that Russia and President Putin are guilty of war crimes and obviously the atrocities that have taken place. And they are not necessarily through the UN mechanisms. And there are obviously challenges to that, given Russia is a permanent member. But there are ample examples in the past of other international bodies, and we will continue to support those efforts as well.
And just one more. The sanctions that are coming tomorrow, being announced by the U.S. and European partners, are expected to in part target Russian government officials and their family members. Is this also expected to include Putin's daughters?
I don't have more specifics to detail or preview for you at this point in time. It is expected, or you can expect, I should say, as many of you have reported, that they will target Russian government officials, their family members, Russian-owned financial institutions, also state-owned enterprises. It's a part of the continuation of our efforts to put consequences in place, hold Russian officials accountable. And again, those announcements will be made tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Secretary of State Blinken earlier today said that the killings in Bucha are not a random act by a rogue unit, but that it is a deliberate campaign by Russia to commit these atrocities. But he did not offer any evidence the U.S. has to back up this claim. I'm wondering if the White House can share any evidence to that effect.
Well, I think what the Secretary was referring to is the fact that we have predicted and laid out very clearly the intention of President Putin and the Russian military to commit atrocities. That's what they have done. We have seen with our own eyes what they have done. That is consistent with, but a little different from, a question about a process, which is a process that would take place through an international mechanism to have a review or have an investigation into war crimes. That is a process that we would certainly be supporting in a range of ways. But what he was speaking to is the fact that we had predicted it. What we predicted has unfortunately happened, and we've only seen potentially the tip of the iceberg because of where we have had access to. We have not have access to an expanse of the country where they have likely also committed atrocities.
Thank you. And one quickly on sanctions. We've sort of increasingly seen evidence that Russia is turning to China to circumvent Western sanctions. We just had a report that Reuters did today about Russia turning to China for microchips. They have a payment card that they have now issued in conjunction with China's Union Pay, which is an alternative payment system, as you're aware. And I'm wondering if what is going to be announced tomorrow will, have anything to do with making China comply with Western sanctions. I mean, if you can speak to that.
That continues to be not just our expectation, but what we've conveyed directly. But these sanctions are related to Russia. Go ahead.
First, on sanctions, last night the Treasury Department shifted their general licenses a little bit in terms of payments from foreign reserves in U.S. institutions. Is it fair to say that the goal right now is to have a sovereign default with Russia in terms of how you want to impose costs?
The goal is to force them to make a choice. So Russia does not have unlimited resources, especially now, given the crippling sanctions we've put in place. And they are going to be forced to choose between draining remaining valuable dollar reserves or new revenue coming in or default. Part of our objective here, the biggest part of our objective here, is to deplete the resources that Putin has to continue his war against Ukraine, and obviously causing more uncertainty, and challenges to their financial system is a part of that, but it is forcing them to choose those options and to also deplete the resources, making it more difficult for him to continue to fight the war.
Longer term, Jake yesterday said something along the lines of this is not the time for complacency. I understand the alliance that's been put together over the last 6 months doesn't have a lot of precedent, but how real is the concern that if this is protracted, if this is months, not weeks, that fractures could end up coming to pass in the alliance you guys have put together?
We have been very clear-eyed about that possibility from the beginning, which is why there has been so much effort on the diplomatic front to work at it, including obviously the president's trip to Europe. Secretary Blinken is on his way, or maybe he's there now in Europe. There are calls that happen every single day through nearly every national security official to continue to work towards that coordinated unity that has been so effective to date. It is also true, though, that unity does not mean identical. And as we're looking at the consequences people are putting in place, the actions they're taking, our expectation is not that it is identical. It is just our effort to do everything we can to make sure it's coordinated and as unified as it possibly can be.
And then last one real quick. I think you addressed it yesterday, so I apologize. But when you talk about the bridge from the SPR perspective, is it a bridge to, you believe the domestic industry will be able to fill that gap within the next 6 months, or is it a bridge to domestic plus Canada plus the Middle East? How are you guys seeing what that is a bridge to in terms of production?
A combination, I would say, Phil. As you know, the oil market is a global market, and we certainly understand and have seen that obviously the actions of President Putin has led to an increase in gas prices, not just here in the United States, but in other countries in the world. We also know that as other countries make decisions about energy sanctions, that could have an impact on the amount of supply in the marketplace. So we are taking steps that obviously a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve over the next 6 months to hopefully give a bridge to increased domestic production, to your point, which we know could take a little bit of time. But also during that time, we're also working with other countries around the world. You saw the announcement many of them made last week about their increased releases, but also to see what they can do to increase their supply into the marketplace as we're filling that gap. Go ahead, Weijia.
Jen, today Secretary Blinken also said that the U.S. was continuing to gather evidence and will continue to support Ukraine, the UN Human Rights Council, as it relates to a possible war crime trial. I know yesterday Jake said the U.S. was looking at a variety of mechanisms, but since the U.S. is not party to the ICC, other than a supportive role, what can it do to facilitate a trial?
Well, let me give you an update on where we are, and I would also let me first point to the fact that historically we have provided evidence to the ICC even though we are not a party member. So if you look back in 2004, the State Department collected evidence indicating that the Sudanese military and militias were committing specific acts of violence against members of non-Arab groups in Darfur, and the Secretary of State at the time, Colin Powell, determined that what was happening was a genocide, and we worked with the ICC and the UN Security Council to hold accountable. So I would just note there is historic reference. Now, also, as you're thinking about the timeline of this, the historic reference for that is also important because that was 2004, and it is just starting now. So it takes time. Now, it doesn't always take that amount of time, but just, as you're looking at the history here. But right now, there are a number of efforts already underway to hold any Russians accountable for atrocities and war crimes. Over the past few weeks, we established investigations through the UN Human Rights Council and the OSCE of possible violations by Russia. We're also supporting the work of the War Crimes Unit under the Office of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General and a team of international prosecutors who are working with them, and also supporting Ukraine's authorities and civil society organizations who are working on the ground to document atrocity crimes for prosecution. And we also welcome the investigation opened by the ICC prosecutor, in particular his focus on preserving evidence of possible atrocity crimes. And as you noted, Jake outlined the specific ways that we can help in those efforts, including through intelligence sources and gathering and sharing that with our partners, including helping Ukrainians and what they're doing on the ground to develop their case, Third is working through international organizations. And the fourth, as he noted yesterday, is all of you and the range of important reporting and sharing of images and information gathering that's happening out there. But those are the different options and different mechanisms we're working through now, but it has not yet been determined what the international mechanism is.
And you mentioned that's going to take a lot of time. It seems that you've also indicated that every sanctions package is not meant to be an on and off switch to stop Putin, that will also take time. Is there anything that can be done to stop Putin now, in the immediate?
I would say first on sanctions, we have a couple of objectives. One of them is to put consequences in place, put a marker down and make very clear it's absolutely unacceptable, horrific, and there should be consequences. The second is to make it more difficult to fund the ongoing war, and that is a very important component. And the question Phil asked earlier about the bond payments and the bond payment that is due is an example of that, and the mechanisms we have through our economic resources to do exactly that. And the third is to make clear and make it evident to President Putin and Russian leadership and the world that he is a pariah and now is and will be held accountable and treated in that way on the global stage. But what we feel is the most effective thing we can do now, in addition to that, is to continue to provide military assistance, security assistance, equipment on the ground. I would note again, the Department of Defense announced a series of additional military pieces of equipment that they had not previously delivered, that they were delivering to the ground, and we are focusing that effort on ensuring it is equipment that the Ukrainians are trained on and that they have already been using effectively in this war to fight the Russians. Go ahead.
And just to follow up on Weecha's question, you guys are adding more sanctions, saying that the sanctions are going to take time to have an impact. How much time do you guys think that these innocent Ukrainians have?
Well, I think what's important to note here is sanctions are just one component of the tools that we have at our disposal. What we are doing, and we're already seeing effectively happen, is the financial system in Russia is near the brink of collapse. I mean, they're projecting 15% inflation, a contraction of 15% in their economy. Private sector businesses are pulling out of the country. It is more and more difficult for President Putin to fund this war every single day. That has an impact. But what we're also doing is providing a historic amount of military and security assistance, which is what they've been using effectively over the last few weeks to fight this war and push back the Russians.
But do you guys assess that anything you've done so far has prevented a war crime from happening?
Well, Peter, I would say that everything we're doing to date is to support the Ukrainians in this war and in this effort. And that is something the president's proud of, we are proud of, including rallying and leading the global community in standing up against Russia.
Okay, on another topic, a lot of stories Hunter Biden surfacing this week. So to ensure the independence of the investigation, would the president support the appointment of a special counsel?
Well, first, the president has never had a conversation with the Department of Justice about any investigations into any member of his family. He said that during the campaign, and he will continue to abide by that. So I'd point you to the Department of Justice for any additional steps they would take. They would make those decisions independently.
Is there any concern that they're not going to be necessarily seen as being able to make the decisions independently if the White House Chief of Staff is out saying that the president is confident his son did not break the law?
Well, that's something the president has said, and certainly we would echo. But in the same answer to that question, Peter, during an interview this week on ABC, Ron Klain also said the Justice Department is independent and they will make their own decisions.
And the president has said that he never spoke to his son about his overseas business dealings. Is that still the case?
Yes. Go ahead.
So tomorrow you're going to announce, the White House is going to announce new sanctions. The administration will do sanctions on Russia in some form. Should we view those sanctions as a response to Bucha, or how should we view those when they're announced?
Well, unfortunately, the photos, the horrific photos we've seen from Bucha are not the first violation of war crimes or atrocities that we've seen take place on the ground. So in part, yes, but they have been in the works and part of our process of putting in place consequences.
Which is to say there may be more. Should we anticipate more in terms of reaction to Bucha? This wouldn't be it in isolation.
Correct. We are continuing to assess and make decisions about additional consequences and steps we can put in place.
So given these awful videos and pictures we're seeing of the atrocities that took place in Bucha right now, is the U.S. policy still one of no regime change in Russia? And if so, why should someone like Vladimir Putin be viewed by the U.S. as someone who should be allowed to stay in power?
Well, I think our policy is no, we are not calling for regime change, and that has not been our policy and continues not to be our policy. But again, Peter, our view is that he is a war criminal, and he is somebody who should be looked at by the international system who evaluates war crimes.
Strong words there from the White House podium about Vladimir Putin. The administration's view of Putin is that he is a war criminal, but the policy of the administration still remains the same. They are not calling for regime change. They want to leave it up to international institutions to hold Putin and the Russian regime accountable for war crimes in Ukraine. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're coming up on the top of the 9 o'clock hour here, almost midnight on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick commercial break with some more headlines on Capitol Hill when we come back, including the capture of a furry friend that got into quite a entanglement with a congressman. We'll have more on that story in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. 9 o'clock, top of the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. Midnight on the East Coast there in the nation's capital. Well, the jig is up for the so-called Capitol Fox. Take a look at this photo here on Capitol Hill earlier today. You can see the Fox there as members of the Capitol Police tried to capture it. They did capture it. In recent days, police have received multiple reports of people on the Capitol grounds being bitten by a red fox. USCP says one encounter was at the Botanical Garden, another on the House side of the Capitol near the Building Foundation. One man who was bitten by the fox, California Democratic Congressman Amit Bera, Fox Business correspondent Hillary Vaughn, caught up with Bera in the halls of the Capitol to ask him about his experience.
I was walking to the Hill for Votes last night and about 5 o'clock in the evening, and I felt something lunge at the back of my leg, and I thought it was going to be a small dog. Jumped, and it's like that's not a dog, that's a fox. Glad I had my umbrella in my hand, so we're sitting there squaring off, holding the fox backs, and then somebody's like, "Hey, there's a fox attacking that guy." So Capitol Police kind of came out, and then the fox ran off towards the Dirksen and Hart building. So weirdest thing, and then checked my pant leg. There was a small perforation. Didn't see any puncture of my skin or any blood or anything like that. But out of abundance of caution, you want to take any interaction with a wild animal seriously. Went to the attending physician's office. They looked at it. There were some abrasions. I think they were old from working out. But they said, you know what, let's talk to the infectious disease doctor at Walter Reed. They recommended the rabies prophylaxis and starting the rabies vaccine, so we started it last night.
Did you hear that they caught the fox, and are you confident that that is the one that attacked you?
I did hear that they caught the fox. We want the fox to be treated fairly and relocated and released to a safe place, but I don't think there's going to be a lineup where they're going to have me look at several different foxes to identify that. But hopefully the DC community is safe now.
Okay, and of course, animal control capturing the fox today after several hours there. You can see some of these pictures the Capitol Police tweeted out today. Officials say the fox may have a den in a mulch bed near the Dirksen building. Another possible den could be near the Russell building. There is the fox captured today. Can't get over this photo. This is so just wild to see. You never know what's going to happen on Capitol Hill. Of course, that leads us to our next story with some more serious news here. This having to do with the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riots. Well, they had a prominent member of the Trump family meet with the committee today. We learned that Ivanka Trump sat before the committee today and answered their questions about where she was on January the 6th. Of course, she is the daughter of former President Trump. We have some video of her. She testified remotely today, and the committee in January had asked her to testify on a voluntary basis, one of a handful of individuals whom the panel publicly sought without issuing a subpoena. In a letter, Chairman Benny Thompson, the Democrat of Mississippi, on the committee, requested to speak with Ivanka Trump. He had written that the panel wanted to hear from her about 4 distinct topics, including about Trump's conversation with former Vice President Mike Pence on the morning of the attack and her efforts to get the president to tell rioters to stand down. Remember, it's been reported that Ivanka Trump was quite instrumental in getting her father to tweet out kind of a message to the rioters to somewhat back down. Trump was present in the Oval Office during the phone call with Pence, the committee said, citing testimony from another person in the room during the conversation. So if we get any more kind of color or context on what exactly Ivanka Trump answered today, we will bring that to you here. We're going to stay about some of these matters on Capitol Hill, but that's going to take us across the country to Los Angeles. Of course, Mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, was tapped by President Biden to be his next ambassador to India. Well, now his nomination has basically stalled in the Senate. He's not getting as much support, and this could scuttle the nomination altogether. Fox 11 in Los Angeles looked at this and why this is happening. Have a listen.
Hello, everyone, to this Fox 11 special report on this Monday, April 4th. Thanks for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. We let Alex Michelson take the night off. It happens every once in a while. Thanks for being with us. All right, we begin tonight with this. For a while there, L.A. Mayor Eric Garcetti looked like he would be the next U.S. ambassador to India, but that storyline is unraveling before our eyes. Word is there's not enough votes to confirm his nomination. Phil Schuman, he's been working this story all day. He joins us now live in downtown L.A. with reaction. Phil.
Well, the question is, will Mayor Garcetti withdraw his name from the nomination process? He's consistently denied knowing about allegations of verbal, sexual, physical abuse by a former top aide, but even the Democrats are now wavering in their support. At just 51, is Eric Garcetti's political future over? That's unclear. What does seem certain from reporting out of Washington, D.C., is that he no longer has enough support to be confirmed as ambassador to India. Loyola Law's Jessica Levinson thinks Garcetti will withdraw his name.
This has really been a slow drip. We saw senator and now senators say, we're putting a hold on this nomination, and it looks like it's the end.
I want to say unequivocally that I never witnessed, nor was it brought to my attention, the behavior that's been alleged.
Garcetti testified under oath. that he never witnessed any inappropriate behavior, harassment, crude language inside City Hall or outside it by a former advisor. That's the source of this controversy and the subject of lawsuits. One longtime member of his LAPD security detail, one of the alleged victims of this bad behavior, claims in his lawsuit that Garcetti was present on approximately half of the occasions. Garcetti said nothing today was not available, but in a recent interview with our Alex Michelson, he maintained he never witnessed anything inappropriate, and if he did, he would have taken action.
Repeating an untruth doesn't make it any less untrue.
Meantime, in LA, he's termed out at City Hall, so what now?
Do you think this could be the end of his political career?
It could be. Certainly in Los Angeles, there's nothing left for him.
KABC Radio's John Phillips believes Garcetti lied about what he knew because he didn't think the Senate would actually investigate.
Garcetti portrays himself as the super woke mayor of the super woke city, and he was running an office that was like something out of Mad Men. Well, you can't treat...
That's the allegation.
With eyewitnesses, multiple eyewitnesses, including members of his staff, high-ranking members of his staff, sworn officers for the Los Angeles Police Department.
So, Marla, there's really two issues here, two unresolved questions. What will happen to his nomination to be the ambassador to India, which is a crucial post? India is aligned with Russia in this Ukraine war. And then secondly, if that doesn't work, what will happen to Eric Garcetti, a bright political star that may be waning? He's only 51 years old. Marla?
Phil, and obviously you did reach out to him today.
Right. Nothing today. I mean, He's very friendly and open when he wants to be, but if he doesn't want to talk about something, he's happy to hide behind his aide saying that there's no public events and he's not available.
Mum's the word for him today. All right, Phil, let's bring in journalist John Rigardi from Los Angeles Magazine. John, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I know that you've been on top of this mayoral nomination since it broke. That was 8 months ago in July, last summertime, right?
Exactly, coming up on 9 months now.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so what's your take on all of this? Will you be surprised if he does not withdraw his name from the nomination process?
You know, it's certainly not looking good for Mayor Garcetti at this point. But one thing that I think we should keep in mind is that this is if he knows that this nomination is in peril, then he's not going to wave the white flag. This is a job he wants. This is a job he's coveted for a long time. Over the years, he spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C., made a lot of friends there. And we have to assume that he is working relationships, trying to do whatever he can to get the votes. Now, if he ultimately assumes and decides that he cannot get it and knows that the president and the Democratic Party are going to back off on the nomination, then yes, then I would expect that he will withdraw his name, be a good soldier, fall on the sword, but we still have to see what happens. Nothing in politics is ever over until it's over.
Phil, go ahead.
Well, he's been quite clear that he never witnessed any inappropriate behavior by Rick Jacobs, the aide's name, who is apparently has quite a reputation for being a very aggressive sexually, physically, verbally with staff. So if you take him at his word, why do you think the Senate, the Democratic senators, are backing off, John?
Probably because the story is finally gaining some traction in Washington, D.C. I think we often forget, things that we may think about are important here may not resonate so heavily in Washington, but now it clearly is. And so it has clearly raised the, possibility and, of embarrassment for the party. We have to assume again that this was something obviously that President Biden wanted, but President Biden does not want an embarrassment. It would be embarrassing if this nomination has to end, but the only thing that would be more embarrassing is if it actually went to a vote and the vote failed. No one is going to let that happen, certainly with midterms approaching and the party's health paramount.
All right, let's bring up those two Democrats that have some concerns. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer from New York and Senator Richard Blumenthal from Connecticut. John, what does this mean ultimately for Garcetti's future, for his political future? We saw some of that in Phil's piece, but if he doesn't get this nomination, he's termed out here in Los Angeles come December. Is he done?
Well, he will probably be done for a couple years, but the thing about politics is there are always second acts. We've seen a lot of people return, from places, where you never thought they would return from. One could certainly maybe not see it now, but, he could go away for a few years, come back to something, in a few years. There will be other posts that will ultimately be open. There will be other jobs that will be available. He's done a lot of work. The guy is not going to starve. He's going to find a next job, even if it's out of the public eye. But I would not say that at this, age in his early 50s, that his political career is completely over. That would be premature at this point.
Because, Phil, as you know, he had his sights set on the White House just a couple of years ago. Phil?
Right. He was rumored, considered to be presidential material. That, of course, now is on the back burner, to say the least. But remember, there was the controversy over him saying that he was offered a cabinet position in the Biden administration, transportation secretary. He said he turned it down. That was never confirmed by President Biden. So it's not like the ambassadorship to India was his first choice. But again, as we mentioned, it's a crucial spot in terms of international diplomacy. So it would definitely be a step up for him. Another possibility, John, although this seems unlikely, is that if Senator Feinstein retires, that Governor Newsom could appoint Eric Garcetti to that unexpired term, although that would be considered a long shot. There's no real obvious place for Eric Garcetti to go right now. So as you mentioned, certainly take a couple of years off and come back with a whole new outlook and a whole new campaign, whether it's on the national or the state level.
Yeah, absolutely. And, look, things could be much different in 4 years when some other jobs are open. I certainly wouldn't predict it. But again, we've seen comebacks and, who knows what happens after Gavin Newsom finishes a second term? Who knows what the state and what the mood will be within the state in the national timeframe? Again, anything can happen. And we should know enough at this point not to say that because something happens at this point, the doors are closed for someone forever.
Hey, John, when you were writing that article, when he got this nomination in July of 2021, could you even begin to imagine that we'd be here having this conversation?
Oh my gosh, no, it's crazy. I mean, look, we've been waiting longer than those two guys waited for Godot. This seemed utterly, absolutely, impossible. And what's also important to remember is that, when Garcetti appeared before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, he was there with Amy Gutmann, who was trying to be ambassador to Pennsylvania, and she's now in that. Ambassador to Germany, and she is now in that position. While we're still waiting with Garcetti.
All right. Well, John Rigardi from Los Angeles Magazine, thank you for providing some context and perspective around this, and Phil Schuman, thank you for your reporting today. Welcome, everyone, to this Fox 11 special report on.
Okay, great kind of look there at what is going to happen with Eric Garcetti if this nomination does get shelved permanently, what that means for his career going forward. Interesting conversation there. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be hearing from astronaut Mark Vande Hei. You remember he just came down to Earth last week from the International Space Station. He hitched a ride, though, with two Russian cosmonauts. Of course, everyone was talking about whether or not he would come down back from space because of the war in Ukraine and what U.S.-Russia space relations look like at this point in time. Well, there was a press conference today with him about his experience up there. We're going to hear it after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei. Well, he's returned after a record 355-day mission at the International Space Station, marking the longest space flight ever by an American astronaut. He was raised in Minnesota. He went to St. John's University. He spoke with journalists today after landing in Kazakhstan on March 30th. He deflected praise for the record he set, calling it a record for the whole team, because this type of flight is something we need to do to help further our ability to explore further and further away from our home planet Earth. Of course, he commented on being at the International Space Station when Russia invaded Ukraine. He said his relationship between his fellow Russian astronauts on the space station remained positive, and despite escalating tensions between the two countries, his return to Earth followed customary procedures. There were fears that Russia would leave him in space, but he said he was not concerned. Let's hear from him from earlier today. Okay, unfortunately, it looks like that doesn't have any audio. We apologize there. We're going to work on bringing that to you here. It's supposed to be a pretty lively conversation, hearing about his experience in space. We're going to get another commercial break in. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have one more story we want to bring you. We're trying to keep it a little light this late at night, since it's been very heavy with so many of these stories, especially out of Ukraine, that we've brought you today, because we just want to make sure that we are accurately portraying what is happening there, the pictures and the videos. You cannot deny what you see, but we bring on experts, we talk to reporters who help clarify for us this very, very horrific, complex world event. Right now, though, speaking of lighter fare, we just want to talk about what's happening in the golf world. We know the Masters is kicking off on Thursday, and five-time Masters champion Tiger Woods says he's expected to play in the tournament. That's 14 months after that really horrible car crash that he was in Los Angeles that injured him very severely. Here's my conversation with sports legal expert Dan Lust about what we can expect Tiger's play to be in the tournament. To discuss all of this is sports legal expert Dan Luss. Dan, thanks for being with us. Just your reaction today, because I would assume that you were one of these people who really didn't think Tiger would make this type of comeback. What are we knowing? What are we learning today?
Yeah, so we heard it in that clip. Tiger Woods' first ever major was at the Masters in 1997, and his last major was actually at the Masters in 2019. So Masters certainly very special to Tiger Woods. So, maybe a little poetic that he's coming back here for his return, but I don't know, from an injury time frame, right? This accident was in February of 2021. He almost lost his leg. There was rods, not to get too graphic, but at least there were reports that part of the bone pierced the skin. So a really serious leg injury, and golf is all lower body, a course like Masters where you're walking. It's a pretty tall task to get that type of recovery, let alone play competitive golf that quickly. So yeah, from an injury perspective, a recovery perspective, certainly that's pretty surprising. And for Tiger Woods, of all places, to make his return at one of the majors, I think is maybe equally surprising, right? There's a number of smaller events with a lot less publicity to it, but Tiger, I guess, go big or go home, right? This is where he wants to make his return. So if it does happen, certainly quite the story.
Yeah, and he's 46 years old. He was asked, though, about the pain that he still undergoes. He said, yes, of course, he still feels pain, especially when he plays. Just to remind our viewers, we're watching the images from that car accident on this embankment there in Los Angeles. And like I said, I keep reiterating the fact that many didn't think he would play golf again, though the resilience he has been showing. We've seen him, practicing. We saw him a couple of months ago with a brace on his leg on a driving range, hitting some balls. So this is really setting, especially social media and the world of golf by storm today. But let's talk about how we think he might do. He says he's confident he can win, but this is not the Tiger of old. Like you mentioned, he hasn't been or won a Masters in almost 12 years.
I think the Masters of 2019, I think that was his last win. So that one was fairly recent, but he's in the chase for Jack Nicklaus' record. Nicklaus has 18 majors. Tiger's got 15, and I was just looking at the stats. But what's crazy is that Tiger basically had 14 majors before 2010, and then it was just really that last one he won in 2019. Not to bring up the past year, but I think the other reason people didn't think he'd be playing again is because this might I think at least when it happened, there were reports that this could potentially been a DUI type situation. I think everyone remembers back in 2017 he had an incident. Not to make light of it, but that was 2017, and then something else happens again in 2021. People forget that the search warrant that was executed on his car spoke from the LA County Sheriff's Department about potential commission of a felony. So that was about a year and change ago. So in addition to the injury, the fact that this might have been a second DUI type incident in a 5-year period, obviously, no criminal charges resulted from this incident. So it's a miraculous comeback on a number of levels, and Tiger is no stranger to making comeback stories. That 2019 Masters win was obviously a big one, but how he does, I think it would, I think it's surprising the guy can walk a full course, right? Right. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's going to be a lot of pressure on his leg, but reports are that he looks good. He's swinging the ball good. He's got some artificial devices in his leg, but listen, if he can look good out there and can survive that test of endurance walking the course, I mean, it's a fantastic story. So everyone loves a good comeback story, and again, Tiger is no stranger to those.
Yeah, of course, the fans at Augusta just must be thrilled by this news today from Woods himself. But just to remind our viewers, because you had brought up some of these past incidents that Woods has been involved in, some of these scandals. But just to remind our viewers, the LA sheriff did not seek a search warrant for Woods' blood at the time. They didn't issue a citation because there was no evidence of impairment or distracted driving. No warrants were sought for his cell phone either. And so that led many to be quite skeptical of what was going on there, especially with the LA County Sheriff's Office. And now, 14 months later, he's in one of the premier golf tournaments in the world, and so we'll be watching for all of this. Dan, final thoughts here.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to clear it up, I think they issued the search warrant for the black box. I think that's what they did, but you're right, Andrew. They could have done a lot more. I think Tiger's obviously a popular guy, but I think the Sheriff's Department investigation was lacking some transparency that you would expect with a high-profile case like this. As for the Masters, I mean, Tiger's not on the betting leaderboard. We'll put it that way. I think you're closer to even money with him making the cut. But you want to throw a few bucks on a long shot. Tiger's certainly a huge name for that. So certainly looking forward to it. You want to spend your money wisely. I think John Rahm is considered the betting favorite. So certainly stay tuned on that front.
All right, Dan Lust, as always, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you again.
My pleasure. Anytime.
And we just always appreciate Dan providing insight into all of these sports headlines here on Live Now. He's a great guy, great insight there. We'll see how far Tiger goes as the tournament starts on Thursday. And so many people, of course, will be watching. It'll be such a great comeback if he does, place or does well. So we'll be kind of seeing how that goes for Tiger Woods. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this Tuesday night. We're going to kick off some of these other events we've already shown you throughout the day, but they were big ones. You need to know about them in case you haven't seen them or want to catch them again in full. First up, though, former President Barack Obama at the White House today, the first time he was back since leaving office in January of 2017, speaking about his time with then Vice President Joe Biden as they passed the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. So that's what the event was today. We're going to hear from both of those presidents. So we're going to hear from Vice President Harris as well. But a number of different stories and topics today, mostly having to hear from our lawmakers on both sides of the aisle and so much more. And we will be back same place, same time tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Eastern, as we always do, providing you with the latest updates and the biggest stories, live, raw, and unfiltered. So out to President Biden and former President Obama.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please have a seat, everybody. Please have a seat. Thank you. Feels good, doesn't it? President Biden, President Obama, members of Congress, and my fellow Americans. On March 23, 2010, the Affordable Care Act was signed into law. In the 12 years since, the ACA has delivered high-quality, affordable health care to more than 30 million Americans. Yes. And those Americans are working parents and young children, college students, and older Americans. Millions of people who had never been able to afford coverage before, or who had been denied coverage altogether, often because of a category of denial called pre-existing conditions. Conditions such as cancer, diabetes, hypertension, or even asthma. The ACA is the most consequential healthcare legislation passed in generations in our country. And it is something more. The ACA is a statement of purpose, a statement about the nation we must be, where all people, no matter who they are, where they live, or how much they earn can access the health care they need, no matter the cost. You know, when I served as Attorney General of California, it was that purpose that led our office and 10 other state attorneys general to submit a brief to the United States Supreme Court in defense of the ACA, and it is that purpose that brings us all together today, to continue to expand affordable health care and its coverage to families across our nation, and to call on Congress to take action, to pass legislation that simply allows Medicare to directly negotiate prescription drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. And if there's any question why, I'll explain.